All round the two came in his path, pronounced Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest loudly, and began to explain Tawhid, divine unity. The king became angry and ordered their arrest and flogging of 100 whips each. When Isa came to know about it, he sent Shaman the Safa, the leader of his companions, for helping the earlier two messengers. Reaching there, the third Shaman did not reveal that he was a messenger of Isa, but cultivated contacts with the royal court men. Then he entered the king's court. The king liked his manners, so he befriended him. After some days, Shaman asked the king about the two persons he had imprisoned and inquired as to whether he had at all talked to them and had ever asked for any evidence in support of their words. The king said, "No, I was very angry with them then." Then he called both of them from the jail. Shaman asked the two who sent them there. They said, "The one who has created everything and who never associates anyone in his godhood and sovereignty." Shaman asked them to describe his attributes briefly. They said, "He does what he wills and commands what he desires." Shaman asked them what the proof of what they had said was. They inquired what was his desire and what did they want. Then the king called for a boy who did not have eyes and not even any blocks or holes in place of eyes. His forehead was plain. He asked them to make him see. Then the two messengers prayed, as a result of which 2 holes appeared at the place of eyes. Then they made 2 clay balls and placed them in those holes in the forehead of that blind boy, and he began to see. The king was astonished. Then Shaman told the king that had he also made such a request to his Allah, and had he responded similarly, it would be a matter of honor for both him and for his Allah. The king said he did not hide anything from him, and that it was a fact that the Allah whom he worshipped neither could hear anything nor see anything, nor could he harm or benefit anyone. Shaman told the 2 messengers that if their Allah could make a dead man alive, he would put faith in him. They said their Allah was able to do everything. The king said, "Here is the dead body of a farmer's son, and I have not allowed its burial for the last 1 week. Make him alive before his father arrives." The corpse was then brought there. It had become swollen and decomposed. Then the 2 messengers prayed openly, and the third Shaman silently to Allah, until the dead boy arose and said, "I was dead for the last 7 days, and I was pushed into 7 veils of hellfire. I disown the religion that you are following. Put faith in the godhood of the Lord of the worlds, who is the only one Allah." I saw that the gates of the heavens were open for the entrance of these 3 men, and I saw a handsome youth praying for these persons, pointing toward Shaman and the 2 messengers who were sent by Isa Messiah. They 3 propagated the prophethood of Isa. The king and some groups became believers, and the rest remained infidels. Some say the king and all the people of that city remained adamant on their unbelief, and only one person, Habib Najjar, became a believer who was killed. The following verses also indicate that many became faithful and many suffered punishment. It is possible that what is said in the end part of the ayats is about some other villagers. Possibly the hadith indicates that those who remained alive after the chastisement became believers, as says the Almighty. This said, "You are not but mortals like ourselves, nor has the beneficent Allah revealed anything. You only lie." They said, "Our Lord knows that we are most surely messengers to you, and nothing devolves on us but a clear deliverance of the message." They said, "Surely we order evil from you. If you do not desist, we will certainly stone you, and there shall certainly afflict you a painful chastisement from us." They said, "Your evil fortune is with you. What? If you are reminded, nay, you are an extravagant people." And from the remote part of the city there came a man running. He said, "O my people, follow the messengers, follow him who does not ask you for reward, and they are the followers of the right course." 36:15-21. It is described that the name of that man was Habib Najjar, and that the very first person to put faith in the messengers when they entered the township was he. His house was situated on the outskirts of the town. When he heard that all the people of his community disbelieved in them and wanted to kill them, he came down running to his people and advised them in these words. People caught hold of him and took him to the king. When the king asked had he followed the messengers, Habib replied, "And what reason have I that I should not serve him who brought me into existence? And to him you shall be brought back. What shall I take besides him, gods whose intercession, if the beneficent Allah should desire to afflict me with harm, shall not avail me aught, nor shall they be able to deliver me? In that case, I shall most surely be in clear error. Surely, I believe in your Lord, therefore hear me." It was said, "Enter the garden." He said, Oh, would that my people had known. 36:22-26. It is narrated that when Habib gave them this advice, they the disbelievers belied him so much that he was killed, martyred, or he was stoned to death. Allah admitted him to paradise, and he began to enjoy the God-given subsistence. Some say he was lifted up in the heavens, that people could not kill him. According to some, he was beheaded, and Allah made him alive and admitted him in paradise. Of that on account of which my Lord has forgiven me and made me of the honored ones. And we did not send down upon his people after him any hosts from heaven, nor do we ever send down. It was not but a single cry, and lo, they were still. 36:27-29. It is described that when the oppressors killed Hadad Najjar, Allah became angry with them. He sent Archangel Gabriel, who placed his hands on the gates on both ends of the town and gave out such a frightening scream that souls of all the oppressors left their bodies at once en masse. Talabi and all Shia and Sunni commentators and compilers of traditions have, by way of continuous narrations, mentioned that Holy Prophet said, among all the communities, there were 3 persons who had topped all in the matter of following and obeying the truth, and who never disbelieved in only one Allah even for a second, and they were Hizqil, the believer belonging to the family of the Pharaoh, Habib Najjar, the believer from the family of Yasin, and Ali bin Abu Talib, and he the last one is the most excellent among them. It has also been reported through several reliable sources that the Holy Prophet said, 3 persons did not disbelieve in Allah's revelation even for the tiniest fragment of a second, and they were the Mu'min of the family of Yasin, Ali bin Abu Talib, and Asiya, wife of the Pharaoh. It is reported authentically that people asked Imam Muhammad al-Baqir, can Mu'min believer ever suffer from ailments like falling away of hair or leprosy? He said, suffering is only for the believer. Mu'min of the family of Yasin was suffering from Korah. According to another reliable narration, the fingers of his hands had become dry, dead, or lifeless. I can imagine as if he is pointing toward his people with such fingers and admonishing them, O my people, follow the messengers. When he went once more to advise his people, they killed him. At another place, the Almighty says, and when I revealed to the disciples, saying, believe in me and my apostle, they said, we believe and bear witness, and we submit ourselves. It is said that the divine revelation toward them was brought on the tongues of the prophets, whereby the people accepted the word of Allah. And it is reported through a trustworthy hadith that Imam Muhammad al-Baqir said, the Almighty had given them ilham, inspiration. It is recorded in reliable sources that Hassan bin Asal once asked Imam al-Rida why the companions of Isa are called Hawari. He replied, it is said that they were called Hawari because they were clothes washers, laundrymen. They used to clean the clothes of dirt and impurity, and that the word Hawari is from the root kubzi hawar, which means white bread. But we all albeit say that they are called Hawari because they used to clean both themselves and others of sins and immoralities by their sermons and admonitions. It was asked why the followers of Isa are called Nazara. He replied that their base and origin is in the city of Nasra, situated in Syria, where Maryam and Isa resided after returning from Egypt. 4. It is recorded in a reliable tradition that Imam Asadiq said, Isa's Hawaris were the Shias of Isa, and his Imam Shias were the Hawaris of all al-Bayt. Isa's Hawaris did not obey Isa as our Hawaris obeyed and followed us. Therefore Isa asked, who is my helper in the matter of Allah and his religion? The Hawaris said, we are the assistants of Allah, but by Allah. They did not help Isa in the city of the Jews, and they did not fight in support of Isa. But our Shias by Allah are our helpers and assistants. They have been fighting with our enemies ever since the departure of the Holy Prophet from this world. The enemies of Allah burn them in fire, harass them, drive them out of their cities, and yet our friends do not refrain from their love for us. May Allah them give good reward on behalf of us. In another reliable tradition, it is mentioned that once upon a time Isa told his Hawaris, O my group of supporters, fulfill a desire of mine. They inquired as to what it was. He Isa arose and washed their feet. The Hawaris exclaimed, O Spirit of Allah, it is befitting for us to wash your honor's feet. Isa replied, one who knows is more worthy of serving other. I expressed this humility and humbleness so that you too may, after me, behave with lowliness with people as I did with you. Wisdom gets propagated through politeness and humility, not through pride and haughtiness. Grass and grains grow in soft and smooth earth, not on hard ground. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition replying to a question as to how were the companions of Isa able to walk on water, whereas the companions of Muhammad did not have this power. Imam said the monetary affairs of the companions of Isa were being managed directly by Allah, but this community, followers of Muhammad, has been made responsible for toiling to earn their subsistence. 5. It is recorded from reliable narrators that someone asked Imam as-Sadiq, "Sometimes it so happens that I see a person who is very humble, who prays and worships Allah but does not have faith in your religion. Can his worship benefit him?" Imam replied, "Such people are like that group of the Israelites wherein whoever passed 40 nights in worship and then prayed would get whatever he prayed for. But once when one of them did so, his prayer remained unanswered. So he came to Isa and complained about it and requested him to pray for him. Isa made ablution, offered 2 rakas of prayers and prayed to Allah. Consequently, Allah revealed to him that man had approached him but from an incorrect path, which is other than the one I had shown. And that man was doubtful about Isa's prophethood. So I will not hear his request even if he goes on praying until his neck is dislocated and his fingers have dropped." Hearing this, Isa looked toward that person and asked, "Do you harbor any doubt about my messengership?" He replied, "Yes, O Spirit of Allah, it is so. Kindly pray to Allah for a change in my condition for the better." Isa then prayed for him. Allah accepted his repentance and he too, like his family members, became a Mu'min faithful. Isn't it that what you order the sort of the man who of life for the dead of the one that be a mouth and the injury of only to travel the way they choose for within John and the who's play over and if you let it divide in the than to the urban hell little lady out of his old and the hood of the but into a mouth this so weird allowance. This indicates that they were more knowledgeable than even Isa, which is difficult to believe and incomprehensible translator. In another hadith it is narrated through Imam as-Sadiq that Musa once said something to his people who could not obey it, so they revolted in Egypt. They fought them and killed them. Likewise, Isa said a thing to his community which they could not comprehend, and so they rose against him and fought with him in Tikrit, Iraq, and all were killed as mentioned by the Almighty. So a party of the children of Israel believed and another party disbelieved. Then we aided those who believed against their enemy, and then became uppermost. 61:14. It is recorded in another tradition that one day Isa went to a village for some work along with 3 of his companions. They found 3 gold bricks in their path. Isa said, "These bricks will kill people," and went past them. After going some steps further, one of his companions asked for his permission to go back for some work. He allowed him. He went. Likewise, the other 2 also went away taking his permission. They gathered those gold bricks. 2 of them asked the third one to go to the bazaar and fetch something to eat, telling him that they would await him at that place. The third one went to the market and mixed poison with the food, imagining that the others would die after eating it and he might become the owner of the gold bricks. On the other hand, the 2 joined in conspiracy against the third one and planned to kill him and then divide the gold only between them. Finally, when the man returned, the 2 together killed him and then ate the food with ease, only to die soon thereafter. When Isa returned from his work, he saw all 3 lying dead near the gold bricks. He brought them back to life, saying, "Get up with the permission of Allah." He then asked them whether he had not told them in advance that those bricks would kill many. It is mentioned in some books that once Isa was busy admonishing people along with some of his disciples touring the land. He was passing from one place to another so that he may guide those who were worthy and deliver them from their state of misguidance. When they arrived near his city, they saw a treasure that tempted the disciples, who requested Isa to permit them to preserve it so that it might not be lost in the forest. Isa told them that that treasure would not give them anything except sorrow and trouble. "In fact, I am traveling to find a treasure which will not cause any trouble or sorrow. So remain here until I come back." They told Isa that the city folk are very bad. They kill whosoever goes there. Isa said, "They kill only those who look at their wealth and property with passion, but I care the least for their belongings." Anyway, Isa entered that town and began to observe everything thoughtfully. Suddenly, he saw a dilapidated old house that was the smallest and most unattractive. He said to himself, "Treasure is always in the wilderness. If there can be anybody worthy of guidance, he ought to be in this poor house." He knocked at the door that was opened by an old woman. She inquired as to who he was. Isa replied that he was a traveler newly newly arrived in her town and that he intended to stay overnight in her house as it was dark. She said it was the order of their king not to allow any outsider into our home, but since the appearance of your face is so gentle, I cannot dare to ignore a guest like you. I smell a most welcome, come in. Hello. On the one hand, the shining sun set in the west, and on the other the moon-like messenger shone in the dark house of the poor old lady, turning it into a garden of paradise. The owner of this dilapidated house was a hard-working woodcutter who had died, leaving behind this old widow and his orphan son. The son was also working painstakingly to make both ends meet with a little income. At night, that boy returned home. The mother told him that an honorable guest had arrived in their home and that whatever he brought ought to be spent in feeding him. The boy submitted some dried bread loaves, which he had brought before the guests. Issa ate it and then began talking, and with his prophetic intelligence learned about the good and modest manners etc. of the boy, but he also noticed a sign of great grief lurking in his heart. The more he tried to find out the cause of the hidden sorrow, the more that boy tried to conceal it. At last, the boy went to his mother and informed her that the guest is insisting very much to know my inner trouble and promises to remove it as far as possible. Should I reveal my uneasiness to him? The mother told her son that the shining and radiant face of the honorable guest tells me that he is worthy of telling everything to him, and he looks like he is able to remove everybody's troubles. So do not keep anything hidden from him, and also do not ignore his apparent qualification. So the boy returned to Issa and told him that his father was a woodcutter, that when he expired his mother asked him to follow his late father's occupation. Our king has an extremely beautiful and intelligent daughter whose hand in marriage has been asked for by many kings, but she has not accepted anybody's offer. The princess resides in a very big and spacious palace. Once when I was passing by that palace, my eyesight fell on that princess, and ever since I admire her ceaselessly. I have not informed anyone except my mother about this inner uneasiness of my heart. It was this grief which you detected, though I never wanted to reveal it to anybody. Issa asked the boy whether he should obtain that girl for him. The boy replied that it was an impossible task and that it was really astonishing that a great man like him should make a mockery of him despite seeing his poverty. Issa said, I have never made a joke. Mockery is a deed of the ignorant. Had I been unable to fulfill this task, I would have never spoken like this. If you desire, I can make that girl come to you the next night. The boy went to his mother and narrated the conversation to her. She replied, I have no doubt that that great man will do whatever he says, so do not leave his side. In short, Issa engaged himself in long prayers, and the boy passed the night turning in his bed. Next morning, Issa called the boy and asked him to go to the gate of the royal palace, and when the courtiers arrived, to tell them that you had come back from the king that had a daughter. Then at once report to me what takes place. Accordingly, the boy stood at the gate of the royal court and acted as directed by Issa. The courtiers were very surprised, and when they reached the court, they narrated the event as if it was a joke. The king also laughed a lot and called that boy into his court. When he saw the boy, he at once noticed that though his clothes were worn and torn, the radiance on his face indicated his inner nobility and purity of heart. Moreover, during his talk with the boy, the king did not observe anything to indicate his foolishness or madness. This is such that he very much, and he, with the intention of taking a test, asked the boy that he was prepared to pay the dowry for his daughter if he would give her to him in marriage, and that for the dowry he should bring a big trifle of private petals of ruby, and that each petal should weigh not less than 100 mescal. The boy asked the king to give him some time. Then he came to Issa and narrated everything to him. Issa exclaimed that it was no problem. Then he called for a tray and sent the boy in the ruins and began to pray to Allah. Consequently, all the lumps of clay lying there turned into valuable rubies. Then he told the boy to fill up the tray and carry it to the king. When the boy went back to the court of the king and removed the cover cloth from the tray, the eyes of all were dazzled and all were spellbound. With a view to try him some more, the king said one tray was not enough and that he wanted 10 trays full of various kinds of precious stones, jewels. Returning to Issa, the boy conveyed this to him. He called for 10 trays and got them filled with jewelry which none had seen before in the world. The boy took them to the king, where all were again extremely surprised. Then the king took the boy aside in isolation and told him that he certainly did not possess such power himself, nor could he ever have courage enough to ask for the hand of the princess princess and asked him to reveal who was behind all this miraculous happenings. When the boy told the facts to the king, he said that the man behind all that could be none other than Issa ben Mariam. He then asked the boy to bring Issa with him so that he himself might give the hand of his daughter in the boy's hand. Finally, Issa went to the royal palace and performed the marriage of the princess with that boy. The boy was clothed in fine dress with full decorations, and the king himself took him into his palace and entrusted his daughter the princess to him. Next morning, when the king called the boy and talked with him, he found him full of wisdom. Since the king had no other issue except the girl, he made the boy his heir apparent. According to royal commandment, all the emirs accepted obedience to the boy, and then the king seated him on his royal throne. Next night the king fell ill and passed away from this world. The boy took the reins of the government in his hands and obtained control of all the treasures and wealth of the late king. During all this time, Issa had stayed in the house of that old lady. At the time of sunset on the fourth day, Issa went to that boy to bid him goodbye. The boy alighted from the throne and clung to Issa and said, "O my wise and learned guide, your right on this poor and weak person is so much that even its 1,000th part cannot be compensated by way of thanksgiving, even if he would remain in your service until eternity." But he said, "A doubt have arisen in my heart too, to which I remain worrying throughout the night and cannot take benefit of the luxury provided by you so generously, and if you will not solve my confusion, I will not be able to take any benefit from your gifts." Issa inquired as to what thought was harassing him. Issa asked the boy that when his desire had already been fulfilled, why he should bother about Issa's condition. The boy submitted, "O my virtuous and pious guardian, I will not gain anything from your gifts if you will not remove this confusion from my mind, and I will get no benefit from anything." Issa then told him, "O my son, the pleasures of this temporary and transient world can be of any value only in the eyes of a person who is unaware of the permanent delight of the everlasting life in the hereafter after death. The very person who until a few days ago enjoyed sitting on this throne and who took pride in having worldly power is now lying beneath the earth underground, and no hearts entertain his thoughts anymore. This is enough to realize that the wealth which ends in dishonor and a delight that turns into pain is useless. The pleasure of the friends of truth is in attaining nearness to Allah and realizing His might and grace. The earth and transient enjoyments are nothing compared to the never-ending sweetness of the hereafter." Hearing these words of the Issa, the boy once again clung to his feet and said that he fully understood what he said, "And you have so kindly opened the knot that was troubling my mind. But then another knot which is more complicated has come up now before me." Issa asked what it was. The boy said that the greater confusion was that he could not comprehend as to how Issa could go away from whom he loved and would not do to him what the latter's welfare demanded. "When your honor arrived at our house abruptly and spread the shade of your bliss on us, it is unfair that you should prove stingy in bestowing on us the bounty which is main and permanent, and that you would deprive me of the eternal kingdom by gifting me the worldly empire." Then Issa replied, "I have taken a test of your mind at heart in this way, and I wanted to know whether or not you are worthy of the really high ranks, and whether or not you are able to give up the transient joys in order to attain the eternal ones. Now, if you leave this royal grandeur, you will earn a greater heavenly reward and prove to be a completion of argument for those in whose case the false worldly treasures are blocking the attainment of the perfect bliss." As soon as the boy heard these words, he threw away his silken robes and decorations, and giving up his superficial empire, began to tread the path leading to eternal success. Issa brought him to the disciples and told them that the treasure which was in my mind was this orphan jewel whom I had lifted within 3 days from woodcutting to world ruling, and yet he kicked off all that and is prepared to follow me. On the other hand, it is you who, despite years of company with me, became mad after the sorrowful treasure and left me. It is said that the dead boy whom Issa made alive was this very son of a poor old lady. He became one of the great religious leaders, and many got guidance through him. It is recorded in reliable sources that the Holy Prophet said, "My brother Issa arrived in a city where a man and his wife were quarreling and shouting aloud. Issa asked them the reason, whereupon the man replied that this, my wife, is very virtuous and pious, yet I do not like her and want to be separated from her." Issa again asked, But why? Then man said that her face is faint and not attractive at all even though she is not aged. Isa advised that woman not to eat, making her belly full of food, as in an overloaded stomach its content boils up and makes one's face listless. When the lady followed Isa's advice, she became beautiful enough to attract her husband. Therefore Isa went to another town where people complained to him that the fruits growing on their trees were getting rotten. Isa guided them that while sowing seeds they should put water first. As they were filling the earth before watering it, it rotted their fruits. When the people acted as directed by Isa, their fruits were saved from the rot. Leaving that township, Isa entered another habitation to find that the eyes of its residents were gray and their faces pale. When people inquired about its reason, Isa replied that it was because they did not wash the meat before cooking. There always remains some impurity in the meat of any animal, which is cleaned only after it is washed. When the people followed the way shown by Isa, their ailment disappeared. Isa reached another place. There he met with many people whose teeth had fallen and faces were swollen. Inquiries were made from Isa, who replied that they were sleeping with their teeth pressed hard, which hindered the breathing process and also weakened the roots of the teeth. When people left that habit of sleeping with pressed teeth, their troubles too disappeared. It is narrated through Imam As-Sadiq that once Isa entered a city full of dead people whose bones were scattered on the roads and in their homes. Seeing this, Isa explained that they had fallen prey to divine chastisement because had they died natural deaths, they would have buried one another. His companions asked the reason for the divine wrath. Allah Almighty revealed to Isa, "O Spirit of Allah, you ask these dead men, they will give a reply." When Isa addressed them, one of them arose and said, "Yes, here we are, O Spirit of Allah." Isa asked them who were they and what had happened to them. Since morning up to the evening they were safe, but then suddenly at night they found themselves in Hawiya, the lowermost part of hell. Isa inquired what was Hawiya. It is made up of rivers of fire with mountains of fire therein. Isa asked them the cause which resulted in this punishment to them. He said it was due to their love for the material world and the worship of Taghut, meaning obedience of wrongdoers who were against truth. Isa asked to what extent was their love of the world. They said it was like the love of a mother for her child, such that when the child looked at her she became happy, and when the child turned its face from her it made her unhappy and sorrowful. Isa asked up to what extent had they obeyed Taghut, false deities. They replied they did every wrong thing they were ordered to do. Then Isa asked the spokesman as to why he alone, among all others, arose to talk with him. He said it was because all others had rains of fire in their mouths and some extremely merciless and harsh angels were overseeing them. Then he added that though he resided among them, he was not like them. When the divine chastisement caught them, I was also overtaken by it, but am hanging by my hair on the brink of hell, and I am afraid of falling in it any moment. Isa said sleeping in ruins and living on bread of barley is a great good, which safeguards one's religion. According to another tradition, Isa, while traveling with some of his companions, saw the corpses of a dead man and a rotten dog. The disciples said how much foul smell emanates from the dog. Isa said how shining and beautiful its teeth are, thereby conveying that they should not see the defects even if many, but pay attention to what was good therein. According to a narration, once it was raining heavily with thunder and lightning. Isa was looking for shelter. As he observed a tent at a distance, he went there. Seeing only a woman in it, he returned and turned towards a mountain. A tiger was sleeping in its cave. He put his hand on the tiger and exclaimed, "O Almighty, you have provided a shelter for everything, but I am shelterless." Allah informed him through revelation that his shelter was where his mercy remained, and told him that, "By my might and honor, on the day of resurrection I will marry you with 100 Huris whom I have made with my own hands of power, and will give a feast as your marriage reception to a population of 4,000 years each day that would be equal to the life of the entire world. I will make the announcer proclaim, where are those who had discarded the world? Those who had ignored the world for worshipping Allah will attend Isa bin Maryam's feast." It is mentioned in another narration that the world was presented to Isa in the form of a fearful old ugly woman who had no teeth, but had decorated herself very much. Isa asked her how many husbands she had. She said she could not count. Thereupon Isa asked her whether all of them had died, or was she divorced by them. She replied, "No, I killed all of them." Isa exclaimed, Woe unto your remaining husbands who do not ignore you even though they see that you are killing them every day. It is recorded in another narration that once Isa saw an old man toiling hard with his spade in hand. He was preparing the ground for tilling. Isa prayed to Allah for the removal of longing from the heart of that old man. Allah accepted Isa's prayer, and that old man put down his spade and went to sleep. Then Isa prayed for re-entry of longing in that man's heart. Consequently, he got up instantly, took his tool in hand, and began working. Isa then asked him as to why he had put down his tool and then again began to work. He replied, "In the meantime it had occurred to my mind that I had become so old that it was not certain when I would die, and hence it was not necessary to go on toiling. I went to sleep and took rest. But then again a thought came to my mind that sustenance is required until I die, so I got up to restart my work." It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that the Holy Prophet said that once the disciples asked Isa, "O Spirit of Allah, whose company should we keep?" He replied, "Be with those persons whose appearance may make you remember Allah, and by talking with whom your knowledge may increase and whose character may make you think about the hereafter." According to an authentic narration, Imam as-Sadiq is reported to have said that once Isa passed by a group of people who were weeping. On making inquiry, he was informed that they were weeping so that Allah might pardon their sins. Isa said they should not stop weeping until Allah pardoned them. In another reliable tradition, the same Imam is reported to have said that the Holy Prophet had said, "Once upon a time Isa passed by a grave that was being chastised. The next year when he passed by the same grave it was not being punished. Isa prayed to know the reason. Divine revelation enlightened him that the dead man had a son who had just become a youth. He repaired a path for Muslims and made it easy for people to pass through it. Moreover, he maintained an orphan, so Allah pardoned him." One day Isa told Yahya that if people malign you of an evil which you possess, you might consider it and ask him to seek forgiveness and pray for forgiveness. But if he accuses you of an evil which do not possess, then it is goodness in your favor which you have earned without toiling. Descent of Maida. Allah Almighty says, "When the disciples said, 'O Isa, son of Maryam, will your Lord consent to send down to us food from heaven?' 5:112. It is said that this questioning of them was prior to the perfection of their faith. Or they did not know the might of Allah, or they intended to learn whether Allah considered it fitting to do so. They wanted to ascertain whether Allah answers a call if he is praised to him. It is recorded in reliable sources that according to Imam as-Sadiq, the Al-Bayt pronounced the word Rabaka and not Rabika, which meant, "Can you put such demand before your Lord?" Isa said, "If you believe in Allah and in His Prophet, fear Allah and do not raise questions which might produce undesirable replies." They said, "We desire that we should eat of it and that our heart should be at rest, and that we may know that you have indeed spoken the truth to us and that we may be of witnesses to it." Isa, son of Maryam, said, "O Allah, our Lord, send down to us food from heaven which should be to us an ever-recurring happiness to the first of us, and a sign from thee, and grant us means of subsistence, for thou art the best of the providers." According to the narration, the divine tray of food came down on Sunday, therefore the Christians celebrated that day. Allah said, "Surely I will send it down to you, but whoever shall disbelieve afterwards from among you, surely I will chastise him with a chastisement with which I will not chastise anyone among the nations." It is mentioned in a reliable tradition according to Imam as-Sadiq that when Allah Almighty descended the tray of food Maida, Isa commanded the disciples that nobody should eat from it unless he permitted them to do so. But one of them ate from it, and somebody informed Isa about it. When Isa asked him, he denied having eaten it, but all the disciples testified that he had done so. Isa asserted that when your mom and brother denied having done a thing which you have seen with your own eyes, you should refute your eyes and testify to what the faithful person says. It is recorded that the tray which was sent from heaven was lowered by a golden chain, and it contained eatables of 9 colors and 9 breads and 9 fishes plus 9 breads according to another narration. It is said on the authority of Imam al-Ridha that those who did not become believers when the tray was sent by Allah, they became pigs. According to another tradition, they became pigs and monkeys. It is mentioned in the Tafsir commentary of Imam al-Hasan al-Askari that the Maida sent by Almighty Allah on Isa contained only a few loaves, but there was so much barakah, God-given abundance in it, that 4,700 persons could take satisfactory food from it for several months. It is also mentioned in the same tafsir that the Holy Prophet said, When the people of Issa became ungrateful after demanding the divine Maida, Allah turned them into 7 sorts of animals like pigs, monkeys, bears, cats, and some sea and desert creatures. Ali ibn Ibrahim narrated that when the divine Maida was coming down, the Israelites used to gather around the tray and eat to their satiation. Finally, the rich and proud people of the Israelites began to say that they would not allow the poor and downtrodden people to take food from the Maida. So Allah fetched the Maida up and turned those people into pigs. Sheikh Tabarsi has recorded that people have differed about the details of Maida and its contents. Amr Yasir has said the Holy Prophet had said that there was bread and meat in it, because people had demanded from Isa that they wanted food which might not finish and they could go on eating. Allah Almighty informed them that the blessing would remain with them so long as they did not show dishonesty and did no hoarding, and that if they did so they would be chastised. But they proved dishonest on the very day. Ibn Abbas has narrated that Isa told the Israelites, "Fast for 30 days, and then Allah will fulfill whatever you demand." They fasted for 30 days and then told Isa, "If we work for anyone, they give us food to eat." We fasted for 30 days and suffered hunger. Now pray to Allah so that He may send a tray full of food from heavens. Sunni angels brought Maida for them with 7 loaves and 7 fishes in it. All ate from it. Imam Muhammad al-Baqir has also said so. Another narration says that there was all kind of food except meat. Yet another narration says the Maida contained everything except loaf and meat. One narration says meat and fish was not there. Another narration says it contained only fish having the taste of everything. According to one narration, it contained heavenly fruits. Yet another tradition says manna and salwa was dropping every morning and evening from the sky. It is mentioned by Salman Farsi that Isa never found faults with people, never shouted at anyone, never laughed loudly, never removed anybody away from him, never blocked his nose against a foul smell emanating from anyone's body, never engaged in any game or play nor engaged in any meaningless work. When the Hawaris, his close companions, demanded a heavenly tray of food made from him, he was wearing a thick woolen wear. He wept and prayed, whereupon a red tray came down from the heavens, which was visible to all over there. It reached them quickly. Isa then arose, made wudu ablution, prayed a lengthy prayers, and removing the cloth covering the divine tray uttered Bismillah Hikar Razikin, in the name of Allah, who is the best provider of sustenance. People saw that the tray contained fried fish without scab, scrub, full of fat. There was salt near its head and vinegar near its tail. Around it were all kinds of vegetables except garlic. Also there were 5 breads with olive oil on one, honey on the second, ghee refined butter on the 3rd, cheese on the 4th, and kebab roast on the 5th. Shayman asked, "O Ruhullah, Spirit of Allah, is this a worldly food or a heavenly one?" Isa replied, "Neither. Allah has just created it by His might. Eat it, as you have demanded it from Allah, so that He may help you and shower more blessings on you with His grace." The disciple said, "O Ruhullah, we want to see another miracle." Isa uttered, "O fish, be alive with the command of Allah." Instantly the fish began to move, developed skin scab over it and spikes within it. This frightened them. He said, "Why do you ask for a thing which, if complied with, may disgust you? I worry much about you, lest you be caught in the divine chastisement." Then Isa ordered the fish, "O fish, by the command of Almighty Allah, be as you were earlier." Then it was a fried fish again. People said, "O Prophet of Allah, you eat first from it and we will follow." He said, "I seek Allah's refuge in the matter of dining it. Since you demanded for it, you should eat it." As the people became fearful, Isa called the poor, the needy, and the ill so that they might eat, and told them, "Eat it, as it is healthy for you and a calamity for others." 1,300 sick and poor penniless people ate to satiation, but the fish did not diminish. Then the tray rose up towards the heavens and went out of sight within no time, while people watched with wide eyes. Every ill person who ate from it became healthy. The poor who ate it became rich. Those who did not eat repented. Then whenever it came down again, both the poor and the rich used to gather around it, making it very crowded. So Isa fixed turns, one day for the needy and the other for the needless. The tray continued to come down for 40 days. People used to eat from it from morning until noon. It went up in the afternoon. This happened on alternate days. Allah Almighty revealed to Isa that He might reserve it only for the poor and prevent the rich from eating it. The rich became angry with this. They became doubtful about the Maida and began to spread doubts about it among others. Allah sent a revelation that He had put a condition for the deniers, that if they become infidel after the arrival arrival of Maida he would give them a severe punishment with which none would have been chastised among the residents of the worlds. Isa said, O Allah, if you punish them, they are your slaves' creatures, and if you forgive them, you are the mighty, the wise. So Allah metamorphosed 313 people from them, who were sleeping with their family members during the night. But when they arose the next morning, they had become pigs. They wandered in the streets and ruins for 3 days and then died. Revelations and teachings revealed to Isa. Almighty says, and when Allah will say, O Isa, son of Maryam, did you say to men, take my mother and me for two gods besides Allah? It is narrated from Imam as-Sadiq, Allah has not yet said these words to Isa, but he will say so on the day of resurrection when he will gather the Christians before him, Christ, to conclude the argument in the matter of those who are making false assertions, though Isa never taught such things and never propagated such beliefs that they should call Isa the Allah or the son of Allah. Allah Almighty will put this question to Isa despite the obvious fact that he knows better that Jesus never taught such beliefs. And Allah always describes the forthcoming event in such a way as if it had already occurred. He will say, Glory be to thee. It did not befit me that I should say what I had no right to say. If I had said it, thou wouldst indeed have known it. Thou knowest what is in my mind, but I do not know what is in thy mind. Surely thou art the great knower of the unseen things. 5:116. According to reliable record, while explaining this verse of the Holy Qur'an, Imam Al-Baqir said, there are 73 great graceful names of Allah. He has taught 72 of them to Adam, which all the holy prophets up to Isa got in heritage. Allah kept one of his holy names secret, which he has not revealed to anybody. So the meaning of Isa's reply would be, I know only those 72 great names which you have taught me, and that what is secret with you is not known to me. I did not say to them aught save what thou didst enjoin me with, that serve Allah, my Lord and your Lord. And I was a witness of them so long as I was among them. But when thou didst cause me to die, thou wert the watcher over them, and thou art witness of all things. If thou shouldst chastise them, then surely they are thy servants. And if thou shouldst forgive them, then surely thou art the mighty, the wise. 5:117-118. According to reliable proofs, Imam as-Sadiq has said, Injil was sent down revealed on the 13th night of the month of Ramadan. In another hadith, according to the same source, it was on the 12th night. 7. According to authentic reports, when Imam al-Rid asked the Christian scholar Catholic, have you not read in Injil, I am going toward my and your Lord, and that after me will arrive Baqir, and he will testify to my prophethood just as I am giving the testimony and information of his prophethood. He will give explanation of everything. It is only he who will point out the waywardness of groups, and he alone will break down the pillars of kufr, blasphemy, infidelity, and belief. Catholic replied, I confirm all that you have quoted from Injil. He asked again, is not whatever I said there in Injil? He said, why not? It is indeed. Said, O Catholic, do you people not tell us that Injil had become untraceable, and that from whom it was found out, and that who prepared Injil for you? Catholic said, one day Injil had become untraceable, and we could not find it. Then after some time Johanna and Mata brought it to us in a freshly written form for us. Imam said, how much ignorant are you about the mystery of Injil and its scholars? If whatever you say is true, then why do all of you differ in Injil? Had the Injil which is now in your hands been exactly just as it was revealed, then you would not have differed. I know the secret behind your difference. Hear it from me. When Injil had disappeared, initially the Christians gathered round their scholars and said, Isa has been executed and that Injil has vanished. Since you are knowledgeable, tell us what is behind all this. Then Luke and Markabu told them that Injil has remained protected in our hearts and that we shall read a chapter of it for you on every Sunday. So do not worry and do not leave your places of worship empty. Every Sunday we will show you one saf or one chapter of Injil when all of you should gather. Then Luke, Markabu's, Johanna, and Matthew's prepared this Injil jointly. When the original Injil had disappeared, these four were the disciples of the earlier ones. Do you know all of this? He said, no, I have only just known it from you, and now the great extent of your knowledge about Injil had dawned on me. I have heard some such things regarding this matter about which my heart tells me that they are true. Imam said to the audience, and Al-Mamun, be witness to whatever he said and confess. All of them replied that they were witness to all that. In them from told him, by the truthfulness of Isa and Maryam, Ellis, whether you know that this is some those vibrant of Yakusan Huthan of Kozrud and that marker bit Stivis ain't he is the son of Mariam and he is the word of Allah that Allah handed him for man and he became man and Luke says time Mariam and in that Mariam oath for human being made a fly and that Holy Spirit honored him and they said is a gay witness that himself saying that truthfully say nobody can enter heavens except the one who pronounced heavens and that he is the noble seal of the prophet who will ascend to the heavens and both driven to earth. So what have you to say about this? Catholics said, these are the words of Isa and I cannot deny it. Imam asked him, what is your opinion about what Luke and Markabuz and Matta have said regarding Isa and what they have attributed to him? Catholics said, all of them have attributed false things to Isa. Then he said, did you not hear that he had praised all of them and said that they were the scholars of Injil and that they were truthful? Then Catholics said, O scholar of the Muslims, pardon me. Oh, Catholic, do you give witness that all these things are in Injil? Catholics said, why not surely I give witness. According to reliable and authentic hadith Imam Ascetic said that some of the advices and admonitions that Allah revealed to Isa are, O Isa, I am your Lord and the Lord of your ancestors. My name is Ahad the only one. I am the only one who has created everything myself. All things are my creations and of my making. All of them will return to me on the day of resurrection. O Isa, you are the blessed Messiah. Through my command you mold a bird with clay and make it alive. You raise up the dead by my order. Keep up your love for me. None can be saved from my chastisement except the one who turns to me. Oh, Isa, I admonish you like the admonisher who is kind and merciful to you. My mercy and love for you has become incumbent ever since you asked from me some things which pleased me. So I have made you graceful in abundance wherever you be. I give witness that you are my slave creature and the son of my maid Maryam. Oh, Isa, imagine me with you all the time, like everything that comes to your heart. Always remember me for enriching you in the hereafter. Attain my nearness by performing desirable and also optional deeds and rely on me so that I may fulfill your intentions. Never trust anyone besides me because in that case you leave your affairs to him and then I will not help you. Oh Isa, tolerate patiently whatever befalls you from me and remain pleased and content on my decisions. Be as I like you to be. Surely, I like that people should obey me and not disobey my commands. Oh, Isa, keep my remembrance on your tongue and keep your heart full of my love all the time. Oh, Isa, remain alert and awake when people are unmindful and asleep. Relate stories of my wisdom to people. Oh, Isa, long for my reward and be frightened of my chastisement and make your heart dead in the matter of earthly desires and fear none but me. Oh, Isa, pass your nights in pleasing me and fast in the daytime to experience thirst for the presentation of your needs on the day of resurrection. Oh, Isa, settle disputes of people as I have commanded you to wishing well for them and maintain my order among them. Doubtlessly, I have sent to you a book which cures the heart of all satanic doubts. Oh, Isa, I truthfully tell you that not one of my creature puts faith and believes in me except the one who weeps due to my fear, and only he fears me who is hopeful of my reward. I make you witness and announce that such people will remain safe from my chastisements so long as they do not change my way. O Isa, O son of the Virgin Lady Maryam, who had disconnected herself from the whole world and had attachment only for me, weep on your condition like the one who weeps at the moment of departing from his near and dear ones, and who regard the material world as his enemy and who gives it earthly desires up for those who love it worldly life, and like the one whose longing is for nothing but the reward of the hereafter, which is only with the only one Allah. O Isa, in spite of giving up worldly desires, as advised by me, do talk politely with people, salute, say salam everyone you meet. Even when good men are unmindful, you should remain awake and alert, keeping in mind the day of judgment when severe trembling will shake all hearts, when neither relatives nor riches will be of any help. O Isa, apply the powder antimony of sorrow and grief to your eyes when those who do not believe in the truth are laughing. O Isa, what a success when you remain fearful only of me and patient when you will attain all that I promise to the patient. O Isa, continue to make daily deductions from your worldly attachments so that the final departure may not be difficult for you. Taste the pleasure of worldly life which have been withdrawn. I tell you truthfully that you have at your disposal only that time and chance and day for endeavoring on which you are alive. So be content on getting from the worldly life which is absolutely necessary, and go on toiling for enriching your life in the other world hereafter. Suffice to have rough clothing and tasteless food, as you know what is to be the end of a dress. All of your occupations are being recorded, that is, what you obtained, from where did you get it, and in what you spent it. O Isa, I will question you on the day of the resurrection day. So be kind and merciful to the poor and the weak as I have been kind and merciful to you. Never be harsh toward the orphan. O Isa, keep up weeping on your condition in your prayer, and keep your legs busy walking toward the prayer house. Continue to make me hear your pleasant voice full of my remembrance, as I have showered many bounties on you. Oh, Isa, I have destroyed many people due to their sins, but I have saved you. Oh, Isa, be kind to the weak, and open your eyes looking up, and ask only from me, because I am very near to you. Do not pray to me, but with weeping, and empty your heart, keeping only me therein. I will answer your call if you will call me thus. Oh, Isa, I have created this transient world for rewarding and not for punishing those who preceded you, nor to avenge their disobedience. Rather, I have postponed both reward and chastisement until resurrection, which is eternal and unendingly permanent. O Isa, you will be no more, and I am everlasting. Your life is from me, and your return too is towards me. The time of your death is in my control, and you are to return unto me, and your accountability is before me. So ask whatever you ask from me and from none else, and beg from me in a better manner, so that I may accept your prayer in a better way. O Isa, how big is the number of people, almost innumerable, but how few of them are patient, like the small number of fruitful trees compared to the fruitless ones. So you should not be deceived by seeing a green and fresh tree until you taste its fruit. That is, do not be deceived by the apparent goodness of people unless you test their morals and deeds. O Isa, you should not be deceived by the one who has rebelled against me and is well-to-do, who is eating sustenance provided by me and yet is worshipping others, who, while in trouble, calls and invokes me, and when I answer his prayers reverts to the same sin of polytheism, rises against me and becomes liable to my anger and chastisement. By my majesty and grandeur, I will catch him in such a severe way that he will never find any escape, and wherewith he ever go, leaving the boundaries of my earth and heavens. Oh, Isa, tell the oppressors of the Israelites not to call me out to invoke while they are holding prohibited things in their arms and have placed idols on their dining tables, that is, they have turned their wealth and their sons, etc. into idols deities, and have replaced my pleasure by their pleasure. I swear that I do answer the call of the one who invokes me, but those who call me in the aforesaid wrong way only earn my condemnation and curse until they disperse. O Isa, how often I invite them towards me, but they are always found negligent, though I look at them mercifully. Yet they pay no attention, and the word of truth gets no room in their hearts, and their souls remain in the dark. Thus they become liable to my chastisement due to their sinfulness, though outwardly they love the faithful. O Isa, close your eyes for things which give no benefit but only loss. Often it so happens that a man looks at a thing intentionally, and such look sows seeds of illegal desires in his heart, and those desires finally kill him. O Isa, be kind to my servants just as you wish servants to be kind to you, and remember at all times and always keep in mind that you will have to depart from your near and dear ones one day, and never indulge in meaningless plays and games, because games pollute hearts. Do not forget me because the neglector gets away from me. Remember me through your good behavior and moral deeds, so that I may keep you in mind for a merciful reward. O Isa, seek my pardon after committing a sin error, and invite the repeaters toward me, and rest assured that I do accept repentance. Be near to the believers lovefully, and ask them to invoke me together with you. Never be carefree about the oppressed, because the cry of the oppressed rises up to reach me. By my holiness, I open up all doors of the heavens for the prayers of the oppressed, which I do accept, though it may take some time. O Isa, remember that company of bad people makes them wayward, and a bad companion is a killer. So be careful whose company you adopt. Always select the faithful brothers for your company. O Isa, do whatever you can for your own self until you are not dead. No one else will ever perform good deeds for you. Verily, I give man a full reward for every good deed. Surely the sins of the sinner destroys him. Make haste in performing good deeds, and go on toiling, for there are many meetings which deliver the audience from hell. O Isa, Get disconnected from the mortal world and observe the path signs of your predecessors. Are they traceable or not? Call them either loudly or silently and see whether they hear or respond. Take admonition from their events and remember that you too will, together with all living ones, join them the dead. Oh, Isa, tell those who disobey me and rise against me and who keep company of the sinners and who are asking for my anger and who are awaiting their destruction that very soon they also will be annihilated along with others. O son of Maryam, what a good fortune for you if you follow the path commanded by the Lord. He is very kind and merciful to you and began to give you his bounties even before you asked. He is there to help you in every difficulty and trouble, so never disobey him. O Isa, verily it is not permissible for you to disobey me, because I have promised for you the same thing which I had promised the earlier prophets, and I am a witness to it. O Isa, no other thing except my religion is dear and precious in my view. In the entire creation no reward is higher than my mercy for anyone. O Isa, cleanse the apparent filth with water and remove the internal impurities through good deeds and worship, because your return is to me. O Isa, I bestowed upon you my reward fully without polluting it with any trouble. It was for your own benefit that I asked for a loan from you, but you were miserly until you were destroyed. 8. O Isa, adorn yourself with your religion and with your friendship with the poor and the needy, and walk on earth with humility and offer prayer on any portion of the earth, because it is clean. O Isa, remain ever ready for my worship, because the happening which is to happen, that is death, is near, and recite my book after making wudu ablution in cleanliness, and recite it to me in a sorrowful voice. O Isa, there is nothing with an everlasting tastefulness, and there is no luxury which will not depart from me indulgent in luxury. O Isa, if your eyes can see the things which I have written reserved for my friends, your heart will melt, and you will die longing for them. The house of the hereafter is like a house wherein lie the angels who are near to Allah, with pious people who are safe from all the dangers of the day of judgment. The bounties possessed by the residents of that residence never change nor vanish. O son of Maryam, long with those who long for gaining the possession of the house in the hereafter, because that place is on top of all the ambitions of the ambitious, and its sight is very pleasing to the eyes. O son of Maryam, how lucky will you be if you do good deeds for getting entry to that house along with your ancestors Adam and Abraham, and that house is like a garden which bounties incomparable with the bounty of this world, and from there nobody can shift you. I give such award to the pious. O Isa, rush toward me along with those who rush for fear of fire. The flames wear off, keep on leaping forever, and which will be full of all sorts of tortures. Cool air will have no passage therein. There is no pain or trouble which will not be in that fire. Some places therein are darker than the darkest night. Only he is successful who is saved from that fire. Those who cannot escape it can never attain salvation. That place is for the merciless oppressors who are driven out of the mercy of the most merciful Allah. It is for every bad-tempered, egoistic, and proud person. O Isa, hell is a very bad place, and it is for those who tend toward it, and that place is for the oppressors to taste the severest chastisement. O Isa, just as it is not possible that there can be two tongues in one mouth and two souls in one chest, likewise there cannot be two loves and two thoughts in one heart. So remove love for everyone and everything else other than me from your heart, and purify your deeds only for my sake. O Isa, do not awaken others while you yourself are asleep in negligence, and do not prevent others from playfulness when you are busy in it. Restrain your heart from the killer desires of the world and its passions, just as people restrain a child from harmful milk. Keep distance from every wish that may keep you away from me, because you are holding the position of being my honest messenger. So continue to fear me, because the more one is nearer to me, the more he fears me. It is essential that you should be lowly and meek when you worship me. Your heart must be full of humility when you admonish people to fear me. You should remain awake when others are asleep. O Isa, this is my admonition for you, so accept it and ask whatever you ask from me, because only I am the nourisher of all the worlds. O Isa, when my servant shows patience for my sake when he is under pressure and in trouble, I am near him, and I reserve my reward for him. I am sufficient to take revenge from those who disobey me when my oppressed servant calls me. Where after all can the oppressors escape from me? O Isa, make sajda prostration properly. Live with wisdom and intelligence wherever you be, and continue to seek knowledge from me. O Isa, forward good deeds to me so that I may reserve them for you. Hold fast fast my revelations and admonitions, act according to them, because therein lies the health of the hearts. O Issa, my fear must deter you from making a fraud. Fear my planning. Do not forget my remembrance if at all you ever commit a sin in solitude. O Issa, make a reckoning of your soul constantly, as your return is to me, so that you may gain my reward reserved for the doers of good deeds. Being the best of bestowers, I increase the rewards of good deeds. O Issa, I have created you through Maryam without a father. By my word, it was according to my command that Archangel Gabriel blew the spirit which I had selected into Maryam, and thus were you born, and are now walking on earth. All this was caused in view of some strategies which were in my knowledge since eternity. O Issa, Zachariah is like your father. He was looking after your mother and observing heavenly provisions in front of her in the hall of worship. And among all my creation, Yahya is like you. I had given him to his mother at an advanced age, when her husband had no more strength of producing a child. I wish that my might and power should appear for him, and similarly my might should be manifested through your birth, because I am able to create anything in any way I like. Remember that only that person should be most beloved in your eyes that obeys and fears me most. O Issa, remain awake and do not be disappointed of my mercy, and with those who are busy glorifying me, continue mentioning my holiness needlessness by chanting my holy names. O Issa, how are my servants denying me when all of them are under my control, and they are walking on my earth and are unmindful of my blessings and bounties and are befriending my enemies? Verily the unbelievers are being destroyed in this manner. O Issa, this world is a stingy prison, and it is made to appear beautiful through some things for people, and to attain that which oppressors and merciless people kill one another for. Always remain aloof from the world, because its bounty is to vanish, and there are but few comforts therein. O Issa, invoke me when you prepare to take rest at night. You will find me near you at that time also, and call me with sincere love and faith, as I am the best of hearers. I answer the prayers of those who pray. Fear only me, and also frighten my slaves from my chastisement. Maybe they will refrain from their evil deeds, so that if they ruin themselves, they will do so knowingly. O Issa, if you are afraid of killer animals, and if you fear death, then why do you not fear me when it is I who has created them all? O Issa, sovereignty belongs only to me. I am the real ruler. If you will obey me, I will admit you in my paradise and keep you besides the pious. O Issa, if I am displeased with you, but pleasure that anyone else will not give me any benefit, and if I am pleased with you, but displeasure that anyone else cannot win me at all. O Issa, remember me in solitude, so that I may remember you with my secret hidden mercies. Also remember me openly, so that I may remember you in the gatherings of the heavenly angels, which will be better than worldly gatherings. O Issa, remember me like the drowning ones who do not find any helper. O Issa, never swear by me falsely, because it makes my throne tremble with anger. O Issa, the life of this world is very limited and ambitions very lengthy. I have houses which are better than the ones made by man. O Issa, ask the oppressors of the Israelites, what will they do when I bring forth for you the book which will disclose your hidden secrets and all that you are doing in the world? O Issa, tell the hot-headed and rebellious the Israelites, whether they are washing and cleaning their faces to show me their pride, or when they are transgressing me and using perfumes to please the world lovers, that their souls are decomposed like rotten dead bodies. O Issa, tell them to cut off their nails by unlawful earnings, and to deafen their ears to hearing ugly and obscene voices, and to come to me after cleaning their hearts, because I do not want the beauty of their faces, but want the piety of their souls. O Issa, experience happiness over good deeds which make me happy, and weep over sins which cause me to be angry. Wish for others that which you should like others to do to you. Do not wish for others what you wish others should not do to you. If somebody hits you on the right side of your face, present its left side too to him. Gain nearness to me by behaving lovingly to others as much as you can, and keep distance from the utterly ignorant and the fools, and do not indulge in arguments with them. O Issa, be kind and polite toward those who are doing good deeds, and participate in their good deeds, and be witness to them. Tell the oppressor the Israelites that, O friends of the evildoers, if you do not refrain from your misdeeds, I will metamorphose you in the shape of monkeys and pigs. O Issa, tell the rebels among the Israelites that while the knowledgeable and the wise and the virtuous people run away from sinful acts, You are proud of your bad characters. Have you found out any decree of salvation from my chastisement? Or are you willfully inviting my anger? In that case, I also swear by my holy self that I will punish you with a chastisement which will become a lesson for the coming generations. So, O son of the Virgin Maryam, O the one who remains away from worldliness, I command you as I would my beloved Ahmad, who is the leader of prophets, who is the owner of red-faced radiant camels and whose radiance will enlighten the entire world. That pious-hearted prophet will become angry upon the world worshippers for my sake. He is extremely modest and very kind-hearted. Verily, he is a mercy for all the worlds, and doubtlessly, on the day of judgment, he will be, in my sight, the best of all the descendants of Adam. His position will be most high in my view, and he will be nearest to me among all the past prophets. He will take birth in the Arab land, and without learning to read and write from anybody, he will be appointed prophet with knowledge of all the past and future sciences. He will propagate my religion to the people of the world and tolerate all kinds of troubles for gaining my pleasure, and will fight with the polytheists for protecting my religion, the divine way of life. O Issa, I command you to inform the Israelites about his coming and order that all of them should testify to him, believe in his prophethood, follow him and help him. His name is Muhammad. He will be my messenger for the entire population of the world. His position will be most high in my eyes, and it will be incumbent on me to concede to his intercession more than all others. How fortunate is that prophet, and how high the position of the people who will remain steadfast on his faith properly at the time of their death. All the residents of the world will praise that prophet, and his followers and all the dwellers of the heavens will pray for his pardon. He is the honest trustee of my book's messages, and he is blessed. He is cleansed of all undesirable habits and bad needs, and is entirely sinless. He is the best of all of my earlier and latter prophets. He will be appointed in the last age. When he arrives in the world, the heavens will rain mercy on earth, and the earth will sprout out all kinds of bounties and adorations. I will give abundance in whatever he does. He will marry a number of women. He will reside in Mecca, where Ibrahim has raised the structure of Kaaba. Oh, Issa, his religion is easy to follow. His Qibla direction of prayers will be Kaaba. He is among my selected slaves. I am with him. What should I say about him? For him is the heavenly spring of Kauthar and the best clothing of the gardens of Eden. He will live in the best style of living and will depart from the world attaining martyrdom. He was not martyred apparently, but as mentioned in successive traditions, his martyrdom was expressed through the martyrdom of his grandsons Hassan and Hussein Tr. In the resurrection day for him will be the spring of pure drink extending from Mecca to the point of the rising sun. Around that spring will be as many glasses as the stars shining in heavens, and as many pitchers as are the particles on earth. And the water of that Hauz of Kauthar will have the best taste of all kinds of heavenly fruits and drinks. One who will sip only a drop from it will never feel thirsty. I will appoint him after you, and there will be a considerable distance between your time and his time. His outward and his inward will be the same. His deeds will be like his words. He will not ask anybody to do a thing unless he did it himself. His religion will require struggle both in ease and in trouble. Dwellers of cities will obey him, and the king of Rome Byzantine will bow down before him and his father Ibrahim's religion. He will recite the name of Allah before eating, and will say salam salute before meeting anyone. He will offer prayers at the time when others will be asleep night. For him there will be 5 obligatory prayers during day and night. His prayers will begin with Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest, and will end with Salam, peace. At the time of every prayer they will give azan call for prayers for all to attend, and people will offer prayers in a row like the angels. This prophet's soul will be soft and full of fear of Allah. There will be light in his heart and truth on his tongue. He will live truthfully wherever he may be. He will be an orphan and will be distinct among the entire creation. He will live within his community for a period of time. People will not recognize his greatness and will not appreciate his position. His heart will remain awake when his eyes will be asleep. The clothing dress of Shafa intercession befits only him. The period of his people will be nearer to the day of judgment. When his people swear allegiance to him, my mercy will remain over his hand. Whoever will break that loyalty will oppress himself. I will fulfill my promise promise of giving paradise to the one who will remain loyal to him. So give orders to the rebellious, the Israelites, that they should not remove his name from their scriptures and must not make changes in his attributes mentioned by me in their books divine, and to convey my salam to him, as his status will be very high in the hereafter. O Isa, I have commanded to you those deeds which will bring you nearer to me, and I have asked you to keep distance from all those deeds prohibited to you, for it can take you away from me. So now do what is in your interest. O Isa, apparently the world is sweet. I have fixed for you the duty of obeying me in the world and of refraining from whatever I have denied to you. Obtain from the world whatever I have given you out of my grace. Keep an eye on your deeds like a sinner, and do not look at the deeds of others like thy Lord. Lead your life in the world like an austere person, and avoid earthly joys. Do not tilt toward them, as they will destroy you. O Isa, contemplate and observe all around the world, and ponder over the end of the oppressors. O Isa, whatever advice I have given you is only for your benefit, and all of my words are truth. I am the Lord who reveals the truth, and tell you truthfully that if you disobey me despite warning, then there will be none who can help to save you from my chastisement. O Isa, keep your heart servile, and, in the worldly life, look only at him who is lower than you, and be thankful to me. In the world, do not look at him who is higher than you in earthly matters, and always keep in mind that the headline of every error and sin is admiration for material things. Therefore, do not befriend the world, because I do not love the world. O Isa, keep your heart happy through my remembrance, and remember me in solitude, and remember that I admire weeping very much, and so also repentance, as you are doing in my presence. It is essential that while worshipping me you should be lively, and not spiritless. 10. O Isa, never make anyone or anything a partner of mine while worshipping me, and fear my anger. Do not be proud of your physical strength and health and strength, and do not make yourself the center of attention in the world, because the world is like a shade which passes away very soon, and the incoming shade is also like the one which has disappeared, leaving no sign. If a short length of it has at all remained, that too will be no more very soon. Similarly, therefore, make the maximum effort in doing good, and be with the truth to the best of your ability, even if people tear you into pieces or burn you alive. In short, after recognizing me, never turn into a disbeliever and an ignorant. O Isa, continue weeping earnestly in my presence, and keep your heart full of my fear. O Isa, invoke me and only me in times of trouble, because it is I who hears the call, who accepts and answers prayers, and I am the best of the merciful beings. As authentically recorded, Imam al-Ridis said that Isa told his Hawaris, O the Israelites, do not feel sorry over what you lose from the worldly things, so far as your faith is safe. As you see, the world lovers do not feel sorry if their religion is lost, so long as their worldly material belongings are safe. It is mentioned in reliable books that Isa said, very lucky are those who are kind to one another. They will earn Allah's kindness in the hereafter. How fortunate are those who are reforming people, as they will attain nearness to their Lord on the day of reckoning. How blessed are those who purify their hearts of immorality, as they will gain my special favor on the day of judgment. How good are those who maintain humility during their worldly life, as they will be allotted royal seats in the other life. Lucky indeed are those who remain penniless and poor in the earthly life, as the kingdom of heaven will be theirs. Really happy are those whose worldly life was full of sorrow and unhappiness, as in the resurrection day they will enjoy all sorts of luxuries. Auspicious are those who, due to their humility, remain hungry and thirsty in the world, as they will drink the heavenly drinks. Very fortunate are those who suffer bad words despite being guiltless, and who keep their patience, as they will get the kingdom of heaven. What should I say about your fortune? If people are jealous of you, abusing you, and making false allegations against you quite wrongfully, yet you feel happy because your reward in the hereafter is very high. Isa said, O wicked people, you are condemning others only on the ground of conjectures, and do not condemn yourself even for the ills you are sure you possess. O worshippers of the world, you are clipping your hair and shortening your apparel to demean others, but do not remove enmity and bad instincts from your own hearts. O world worshippers, your example is like a grave which has been decorated outwardly to please onlookers, but from inside It is full of dirty broken bones. Oh, slaves of the world, you are like a lamp which lightens the environment, but burns itself out. Oh, the Israelites! Go to the meetings of the religious scholars and sit there respectfully as Allah enlivens dead soul with the light of wisdom knowledge just as He enlightens the dead earth with drops of rain. Oh, the Israelites! Speaking less is a great wisdom, so it befits you to keep silence as it is the best comfort and it removes sins. So strengthen the forte of knowledge as its forte is silence. Doubtlessly the Creator of the universe abhors untimely laughing and needless wandering. Allah loves a ruler and a leader who is not unmindful of his people like a responsible shepherd. Hence feel ashamed before Allah secretly as you are feeling ashamed of people openly. Since a word of wisdom is a lost property of the faithful, you must endeavor to gain it before it is taken up and goes out of your reach, and its going up means those who describe the wisdom of divine wisdom may not live. O knowledgeable, give respect to the scholar due to his knowledge, and do not quarrel with him, and do not consider the unintelligent and the ignorant inferior due to their lack of knowledge or ignorance, and do not remove them from your presence. Rather bring them near and teach them wisdom. O intelligent, every bounty which does not draw your thankfulness is like a sin which you have adopted, and every sin in which does not make you repent is like just an which you draw on yourself. This means that the very thought of being unable to be thankful is thankfulness in itself, and to consider every error a great sin is in itself real repentance. Oh, wise man! Many are the troubles and calamities which you know not when will attack you, so be prepared to overcome them before they fall on you. It is also recorded that once Isa asked his companions, "If any one of you passes by his faithful brother whose private parts are uncovered either due to helplessness like illness or inadvertence due to sleep, will you open it wide and reveal them more, or will you put a cloth over him?" The companions replied, "We will cover our brother's body." Thereupon Isa said, "But you are removing the cover and revealing them more." The companions said, "How is it possible, O Spirit of Allah?" Isa said, "Do you not look at the defects of your brother in faith, and then reveal them to others, thereby dishonoring him? Therefore I tell you, rather teach him so that he may learn, and also teach others. I do not teach you so that you may become proud. Remember that. Never cast an unlawful look, as it sows the seed of evil desire and is enough for spreading corruption. Lucky is he who sees with the inner eye of his heart and not his head. Do not look at the defects of others like the owners. Rather look at your own shortcomings like slaves, because people are of two kinds. Some of them indulge in sins, and some keep away from sins. So if you happen to see the sinner, be kind to him, and be thankful to your Lord who saved you from this evil. And if you come across those who are pious, try to be like them, and pray to Allah for attaining goodness. Oh, the Israelites! How shameless are you! Don't you feel ashamed in the presence of Allah? You do not like to drink water if it contains even a little straw, but you devour unlawful property like a hungry elephant without caring for anything. O the Israelites! Allah has commanded you in Torah that you should do good to your relatives and behave as nicely with them as you wish them to behave with you. And I order you and advise you that you should cultivate loving relations with those who cut off friendship with you, and give to those who deprive you, and behave gracefully with those who behave badly with you. Salute him who abuses you. Do justice to him who oppresses you. Forgive him who harasses you, just as you want that others should forgive you. Take admonition from Allah's mercy upon you. Don't you observe that the sun shines equally on the good and on the bad? Allah's rain benefits both the pious and the sinner. How can you be better if you do good only to the one who does good to you, and befriend only him who is friendly with you? The fools and ignorant do that. But if you want to be among the select of Allah and be his friends, then behave nicely with those who behave badly with you, and forgive those who harass you. Salute him who turns away his face from you. Hear my words and remember my admonitions, and maintain my promise, so that you may become like wise scholars. I tell you the truth that your hearts lean toward the place where you have buried your treasures, and you worry about its missing. Deposit your wealth in heaven so as to rest assured that they will not rot there nor be solemn. I tell you the truth that a man cannot serve two gods at a time. He will surely select one of the two. Likewise, your heart cannot love both Allah and the world at a time simultaneously. I tell you truthfully that the worst scholar Salim is the one who in spite of his knowledge selects this world and loves it and tries to fool others and cares for nothing in his pursuit of the worldly gains. How can the blind benefit from the widespread light of the sun when he is unable to see anything? Likewise, the knowledge of a scholar cannot give him any benefit if he does not act according to its wisdom. How many trees are there full of fruits, but all the fruits are not eatable? How wide is this earth? But every place is not worth living thereon. Similarly, there are many talkers, but every word is not true, and much of what they say is unreliable. Therefore, O people, protect yourselves from untrue scholars who wear thick clothes and make a false show of devotion. They are, cunningly, making their wrong deeds look like worship in the eyes of the people. They stare at people like wolves. Their deeds are contrary to their claims. Is it possible to obtain grapes from a bapple tree? Can one pluck figs from a colocynth tree? Similarly, the talk of a false scholar is of no avail. Their talks lead others only toward evil. The talkers do not tell the truth always. I tell you the truth that a seed grows in a soft ground, not in hilly land. Similarly, words of wisdom find place and nourishment only in soft and humble hearts, not in the hearts of oppressors and hot-headed persons. Do you not know that the one who raises his head high under a low ceiling only breaks it, and the one who sits low under it with humility takes the benefit of its shade? Likewise, Allah breaks the head of the one who raises his head with pride and egoism in the mean mansion of this world and degrades and dishonors him. The one who adopts humility and humbleness benefits from the world, and Allah honors him. Remember that honey does not remain fresh and good in every leather bottle, but can be preserved in good condition only in that container which is not torn, dried, or has a foul smell. Similarly, human hearts are the containers of the words of wisdom. If the delights and desires of worldly things do not make holes in them, and passions do not make them impure, and tastes do not dry them up, only then can they preserve wisdom, not otherwise. I tell you the truth that if a house catches fire, that fire spreads from that house to another, and then to the third and many more houses, and destroys them all. But if the first one is broken down to such an extent that the fire cannot go further, then other houses can be saved. Oppression is also like that fire. If people restrain the first oppressor and break up his hands, another oppressor will not come up to follow his footsteps. The fire in one house cannot damage another one if it does not find combustible material in the latter. I tell you the truth, he should not remain carefree in this account. Likewise, if a believer sees that his other brother in faith is committing a sin and yet does not warn him, then he should not feel satisfied that he will not be treated as his partner in this sin. The one who does not restrain anyone from committing oppression despite being able to stop him, then he himself is like the one who has committed oppression. Why, after all, will an oppressor stop from harming others if he knows for sure that there is no one among you who will condemn or stop him? Then why did the oppressors not feel proud of their oppressions? Is it enough for you to go on saying that we are not oppressors while you are mere spectators of the oppression and do not make any effort to stop injustice? If what you imagine is correct, then when Allah chastises the oppressors, they ought to be saved who did not oppress others and also did not stop others from oppression. On the contrary, whenever Allah chastised a community, his punishment engulfed both oppressors and who did not oppress groups. O sinners, woe unto you! You hope that Allah will save you from the pains of the day of judgment, even thought you fear men in obeying Allah, and you obey men while disobeying Allah, and your loyalty remains with them in those deeds which break the covenant with Allah. I tell you with truth that Allah does not protect, on the severest day of judgment, those people who consider Allah's servants as gods besides him, that is, who strive to earn their pleasure as they should strive to gain Allah's pleasure and are disobeying Allah. Woe unto you, O bad characters! You have put aside the eternal and everlasting paradise to take up the transient world and its vanishing delights, and you have forgotten the hardships of the day of judgment. O slaves of the world! Woe unto you because you are running away from your Lord and do not long for his everlasting rewards just for the sake of the fleeting bounties of the ephemeral life. Why then should Allah wish you life? You do not like to meet Allah, so he too does not like to see you. Allah loves only those who prefers to meet him and does not meet those who dislikes to meet hate him. How can you claim that you are the favorite of Allah to the exclusion of others while you are running away from death? You are clinging to the worldly life. What benefit can a corpse have from the fragrance of camphor and the whiteness of the coffin cloth when they are hidden beneath the earth? Likewise, you cannot benefit from the beauty of the world which has caught hold of your eyes when all of you are to vanish and will be no more. What will you gain from the cleanliness and colorfulness of your bodies when you are returning towards death to mix up with dust and remain in the darkness of the grave? You have forgotten all these facts. Oh, slaves of the world! Similarly, you are wasting the light of knowledge which was provided to ward off the darkness of ignorance on the earthly life, though the provider of your worldly needs is only one Allah, and your knowledge does not benefit you in this matter. You are not using the light of knowledge to gain the benefits of the hereafter, even though it was given to you for the same purpose. The journey leading to the hereafter cannot be completed without the road lights of knowledge. You continue to repeat that the hereafter is a fact, yet you are busy in worldly affairs. You go on saying that death is a fact, and yet you are always trying to run away from it. You say, and also know that Allah sees every deed, and that you do not fear that He has already encircled your bad deeds. How then can anybody testify to your claim of being a believer? He hears your saying and witnesses your working. Verily, the one who tells a lie unknowingly can be regarded as more helpless than the one who tells an untruth knowingly. No lie, however, is pardonable. I tell you the truth that if you will not ride an animal and will not work hard on it, it will become useless and its form will also change. In the same way, if you will not make your heart soft by remembering your death and will not make it work hard, your heart too will become rebellious. What is the use of lighting a lamp on the terrace of a house while its inner part is dark and fearful? Likewise, that knowledge of your cannot benefit you which, though flowing out of your mouth, keeps your heart empty and hollow. So light up your homes very soon and enlighten your dark hearts with the radiance of knowledge and wisdom before it gets rusted with your sins and becomes as hard as stone. He can lift heavy weights who seeks others' help. How can the burden of his sins become light unless he seeks Allah's help pardon from Allah? How can one's clothes remain clean unless he takes them out and washes them? Similarly, how can a man become pious and clean of sins if he does not remove the dirt of sins with the soap of good deeds? How can he who wants to cross a river without a ship save himself from drowning? How can a man protect himself from worldly calamities if he does not endeavor to remedy them through Allah worship? How can a traveler reach his destination without a guide? Likewise, how can one go to paradise unless he learns his religious issues? And how can one please Allah unless he obeys his commandments? How can one remove defects on his face if he never looks into a mirror? Similarly, how can man complete his friendship with his beloved until he gives to him from out of his belongings? I tell you the truth that a sea loses nothing if a ship sinks in it. Likewise, Allah's grandeur cannot be diminished due to your sins, nor can your disobedience ever harm Him. Rather, you will harm yourself. Just as the multitude of people living under the sun and getting benefit from it does not decrease the light of the sun, the limitless provision provided by the Lord never becomes less due to extravagance and luxurious lives. Allah gives more to the one who thanks Him, as He is the giver of rewards and the wise. Woe unto you, O laborers! You work dishonestly, but collect full wages. You eat from the provision given so generously by Allah, wear clothes provided by Him, build houses on His land to live in, but destroy the guidance given by Him. Very soon He will demand from you the things which you destroyed. Then He will give you a severe punishment which will dishonor you. He will order the cutting off of your necks and dislocating of your joints from their bases and dislocating your hands from their joints. Your bodies will remain lying on roads so that the pious ones may take lessons therefrom, and your condition may become a source of admonition for oppressors. Woe unto you, O characterless scholars! Keep well in mind that Allah has delayed your death purposefully. You will die very soon and will be taken out of your dwellings. So give place to Allah's invitation in your ears. Listen attentively today, rather just now. Begin weeping on your condition from today. Start lamenting over your sins right from today, and be busy preparing for your journey to the hereafter. Repent before your Lord. I tell you with truth that just as an ill man looks at tasteful food, but has no appetite for it, and even if he eats it, he does not find it pleasing because of his illness. Similarly, one whose heart has become ill due to his love for the world cannot get any pleasure in worship. He cannot understand the sweetness of worshiping his Lord, because the love for worldly things has made him sickly. A sick man is attracted toward the utility of medicine prescribed by a physician due to hope of his recovery, but the thought of the bad taste of the medicine makes him hesitate, and thus his recovery is delayed. Similarly, people get pleasure from various kinds of things of beauty, but then suddenly the though of death makes everything sour and their luxury becomes pale. I tell you the truth that everybody looks at the stars, but all of them do not get guidance of the true path except those who are aware of the movements and directions of the stars. Likewise, you are giving lessons of truth and wisdom, but nobody is guided except he who acts upon it. Woe unto you, O slaves of the world! You clean the wheat minutely, and then crush it into flour to obtain its taste when eating. In the same way, why do you not clean your beliefs of doubts and hypocrisy, and why do you not make it perfect through good deeds so that you may feel its sweetness and you may get its good results? Similarly, you should take up the light of wisdom and knowledge from whomsoever it be. Never mind that person does not act according to his wisdom. Woe unto you, O characterless people! You are not like those knowledgeable persons who can recognize the truth with their intelligence, nor are you like those patient persons who become aware of religious problems by thinking and pondering over them. You are not like the scholars who are able to understand divine sciences. Neither are you like pious slaves, nor like virtuous, free persons who have freed themselves from passions and desires through their devotion and worship. The time is very near when this world will uproot you and throw you upside down and rob away your respect. Your sins will drag you by your hair. Your knowledge will hit you on your neck until you are brought alone and naked before the sovereign ruler, who will punish you for your bad deeds. World worshippers, you have not been given rule over the entire creation on account of the knowledge and wisdom given to you, because you threw aside your knowledge and did not act according to it, and you have inclined wholly toward the world and are issuing orders only for selfish aims and material benefits, and have opted for the world in lieu of the hereafter. You are building this world so that you too may become one of the world lovers. You behave as if Allah has no right on you. I tell you the truth that you can never attain the honor and status in the hereafter unless you do not give up those worldly things which are most dear to you. Therefore, do not postpone repentance and pardon seeking until tomorrow, because one day and one night are still between today and tomorrow, and the order of Allah's death warrant reaches the slaves by the beginning or the end of a day. How, then, can you be sure that you will be alive tomorrow and that you will get enough time for repentance? I tell you the truth that little sins, considered insignificant by people, are the webs of Satan, who belittles sins in your eyes and makes you careless. In this way your sins multiply, and its heavy burden then kills you and destroys you with disgrace. I tell you the truth that wrongful praise and imagining yourself to be pure in religious matters and self-extolling is the root cause of all evils, and love of material world is the head of every sin. I tell you the truth that no other deed is more helpful than prayer in attaining high status in hereafter and in removing calamities of this world. So be steadfast in prayers. No other deed except salat brings one near Allah. So go on performing salat regularly and constantly, because salat is better than every act which brings man near to Allah. It is very precious in view of Allah. I tell you the truth that every act of the oppressed man fetches great reward in heaven, who the oppressed one did not take revenge from the oppressor because of hatred in his heart. Tell me, has any one of you ever seen a light named darkness, or a darkness named light? Likewise, it is not possible for any man to be both a believer mu'min and a disbeliever or denier kafir at a time, or to adopt both hereafter and this mortal world simultaneously. Have you ever seen anybody who sows barley and obtains wheat? Or have you seen one who sows wheat and obtains barley? Likewise, every slave will find in the hereafter what he had sown in this world. He will get the reward of what he had done in this life. I tell you the truth that there are two kinds of people who possess wisdom. Some fortify wisdom by their words, but destroy it through their deeds. Others strengthen wisdom and testify it through their deeds. How vast a difference is there between these two? How fortunate are those who behave wisely, and how unlucky are the characterless talkers. I tell you the truth that the one who does not clear his fields of useless grass, but allows it to spread his agriculture, will get spoilt in the end. Similarly, the one who does not drive out love of world from his heart, but lets its roots go deep, making his heart totally covered by it, is then unable to taste the sweetness of the love of the hereafter. Oh, slaves of the material world, turn your Lord's mosques into prisons for your physiques, and make your hearts the centers of piety and divine fear. Do not make your hearts the dwellings of desires. I tell you the truth. Whoever from you makes a hue and cry during troubles has a heart which is full of fondness for the world. The one who is more patient and forbearing is a great devout. Oh, characterless scholars! Woe unto you! Were you not dead? Allah brought you to life. He gave you life by perfecting knowledge, so that you may act according to that guidance, but you turned dead to that purpose. Cursed are you! Were you not ignorant and useless? He gave you knowledge and made you great. When he bestowed intelligence on you, it was he whom you forgot. Were you not void of discipline and culture? He taught you good ways. After you learned good manners, how you returned to waywardness and ignorance and fallacy. Woe unto you! Were you not wandering? He guided you. After he showed you the right path, you again lost it. Woe unto you! Were you not blind? He made you see, then again you turned blind. Alas! Were you not deaf? He enabled you to hear, but thereafter once more you turned deaf. Alas! Were you not dumb? He taught you to talk, but you became dumb for telling the truth. Did you not seek success from Allah? When he helped you to succeed, you turned away from him. Woe unto you! Were you not abject among the peoples? Allah gave you honor and uplifted you. Then you began to oppress the weak and crossed all limits and engaged in disobeying the Lord. Woe unto you! Were you not weak and meek on earth? And were you not afraid of being enslaved by others? Allah assisted you and gave you strength and power. But then you became proud and arrogant. Woe unto you! How disgraced will you be on the day of judgment. Woe unto you, O characterless religious scholars! You behave like atheists, and yet hope for the status of those for whom Allah has reserved paradise. You have become fearless of Allah's chastisement, as if you were sinless, like one who never errs, as if Allah's decisions will conform necessarily with your wishes. You have come in the world to die. You are constructing mansions for destruction and hoarding wealth only for your heirs. I tell you the truth that my brother Musa had said emphatically not to swear by Allah falsely, rather to tell the truth without swearing. Oh, the Israelites! Eat vegetables and loaves of barley. I advise you to avoid wheat loaves, because I am afraid you will not be thankful to Allah. I tell you the truth that you will have to hear the reply of any bad word used by you for anyone in this world, in the hereafter. Oh, bad characters! Whoever from you intends to offer any sacrifice before Allah, and if any faithful is displeased with you, he should first please that man and only then come forward to make his sacrifice, so that his tithe may be accepted by him. Oh, characterless people! If somebody deprives you of your sheet, give away your shirt too to him. If someone hits you on one of your cheeks, produce the other cheek also to him. If someone forces you to carry a burden for a distance of 1 mile, take it voluntarily for another mile. I tell you truly, how can you at all benefit from your outwardly betterment and cleanliness when your inner hearts are dirty and corrupted? What is the use of your fragrant bodies when your souls give out foul smell of your condemnable character? The purity of your skins will not be of any avail to you when your spirit is unclean due to sins. I truthfully ask you not to be like the sieve, which lets out fine flour, but retains chaff and straws within it. Likewise, you speak good and wise words while keeping bad intentions, foul habits and malice, and corrupt thoughts in your hearts. I tell you the truth, you should first remove evil in your hearts, and then do good deeds that it may benefit you, because as you mix up good with bad, the good will benefit you. I tell you truly that the one who enters the sea will surely wet his clothing despite all efforts. Likewise, the one who loves the world cannot save himself from sins. I tell you the truth that lucky are those who do not sleep deeply in their beds at night, but get up in the midst of night to worship their Lord. A permanent light is reserved for them in the hereafter, because they in the darkness of night stand on their feet in mosque and worship their Allah and weep with a hope to be saved of the hardships and pains of the day of judgment. I tell you the truth that this world is a field wherein people sow both good and bad, as well as sweet and bitter. In the hereafter the result of good will be nothing but good, and the consequence of the evil will be nothing but pain and suffering. I tell you the truth that wise people take admonition from the state of the ignorant, and the unwise come to their senses only when understanding is of no avail. I tell you the truth, O slaves of the world, really speaking, you make neither this world nor the hereafter, because had you loved the world, you would have done deeds which can make you successful in the world, and had you loved the hereafter, you would have worked like the one who likes the hereafter. Oh, slaves of the world! When your defects are shown to you, you become unhappy and feel ill, and you become pleased when some of those good things are attributed to you which in fact are not in you. Remember well that Satan has not built a house for him anywhere, as he has done so in your hearts. Mind well that Allah has given you this world so that you may endeavor in it for your hereafter, not to make you care free of the next world. He has rained his bounties in this world so that you may realize that Allah has thereby helped you in his worship, not for assisting you in sins. He has commanded you to obey him in the world, not to disobey and turn away from him. He has asked you emphatically to strive for earning lawful sustenance provision and not to get illegal income. He has widened his provisions so that you may do good to one another, not for indulging in enmity and ill will. I tell you truthfully that every one of you wants the reward and bounties of the other world, but only he will get it who endeavors for it. I tell you the truth that a tree comes to perfection with its good fruits. Similarly, religion is perfected by discarding unlawful things. I tell you the truth that a seed does not grow, but in the company of water and earth. Likewise, faith does not remain firm, but only with understanding and action. I tell you the truth that just as water puts off fire, patience and forbearing puts off divine fury. I tell you truthfully that fire and water cannot remain together in a vessel. Similarly, wisdom and verbal humility cannot live together in one soul. I tell you the truth that it does not rain without clouds. Likewise, a deed which can please Allah cannot come out of a heart which is not clean and pious. I tell you the truth that just as the sun enlightens everything, wisdom enlightens heart, and piety and fear of Allah is the root of wisdom, and truth and straightforwardness is the threshold of everything. Mercy of Allah is the threshold of every truth and straightforwardness, and the key to Allah's mercy is good deeds and weeping before him. How then can a door be opened without the key? I tell you the truth that a wise man sows only a tree which he likes and rides only a horse of his likening. Likewise, an intelligent believer does only those deeds which are liked by his Lord. I tell you the truth that a sword performs properly if it is sharpened. Similarly, a wise word sharpens the soul and also makes it shining. A word of wisdom enlivens the heart of a wise person, just as water brings the dead earth to life. Wisdom is like light for a wise soul, whereby he is enabled to walk among people in darkness. I tell you the truth that it is more difficult to make one understand the truth who does not want to understand than to shift a mountain to another place. Making efforts to impress such people with the truth is like rubbing a stone in water to make it soft. It is like carrying food to a graveyard for feasting with the dead. Lucky is the one who is afraid of talking uselessly, as it makes Allah angry. He does not long for good words of others until he does not understand their good deeds. How fortunate is the one who respects scholars for the sake of their knowledge and takes no interest in their personal affairs, and who dislikes ignorant due to their ignorance and does not like their company, yet seats them near him to teach them knowledge. I tell you the truth, O my companions. Today, you are like the living among the dead, and yet, but you are dying the death of those living people who remain away from Allah due to their passions. Isa said, Almighty says that my faithful slave remains gloomy due to the fact that I remove the worldly wealth from him, though this condition of his is most dear to me, and in this state he is nearest to me, and he feels happy when I open up the world for him, though I abhor this condition, and such people are very far from me. According to authentic sources, Imam As-Sadiq said that Isa gave a sermon before the Israelites and said, Ho, the Israelites! Do not utter a word of wisdom before ignorant, as it would be a cruelty toward wisdom. Do not withhold words of wisdom from those who are able to understand it, otherwise it will be a cruelty toward them. Do not assist an oppressor in his oppression, otherwise your greatness and grace will vanish. In another reliable tradition, Imam As-Sadiq said that once the Hawara said to Isa, O teacher of virtues, tell us which thing is the most severe thing. He replied, the severest of all the severe things is the anger of Allah. They asked, how can one save himself from the anger of Allah? Do not frown on his slaves. What was the beginning of frowning? That is, how does it take place? By becoming proud and arrogant, and by considering others inferior. In another reliable tradition, it is recorded from the same source that Isa used to tell his companions, O children of Adam, run away from the world and empty your hearts of the love for the world, as it is not appropriate for you. Neither does it befit you, nor are you becoming of it. Neither will the world stay put for you, nor will you stay put for it. The world is deceptive and the cause of calamities. Cheated is he who is deceived by the world. Lost is he who is satisfied with the world. Destroyed is he who loves the world and desires to obtain it. So repent before your Creator and keep away from the anger of your nourisher and fear that day on which neither a father can be ransom of his son nor a son of his father. Where are your ancestors? Where are your mothers? Where are your brothers and sisters? Where are your children? The executors of the divine will have called them up towards hereafter. They accepted the invitation and passed away. People entrusted them to the earth dust, and all of them became neighbors of the dead and joined the perished. They left the world and became separated from their friends. They became needy except for what they had already sent to the hereafter. They became carefree of what they had left in the world. You are being repeatedly admonished, and yet you are forgetful and carelessly indulge in meaningless things. You are like animals. Your efforts are limited to eating and drinking and in gratifying your passions. Do you not feel shameful before Allah who created you, though He has frightened the sinners with the fires of hell? You have no ability to suffer this hellfire. He has promised His heaven and His nearness to those who obey Him. So lean toward the promise of Allah and make yourself worthy of His mercy. Be just to your own selves. Do not oppress others. Be kind to those who are weaker than you. Help the helpless. Seek pardon from Allah for your sins and make repentance a real repentance that you will never again turn towards sins. Be virtuous, slaves of the Lord. Do not be oppressive rulers, nor be like the merciless and hot-headed rebels and pharaohs who rebelled against their Lord, who punished them through death, who is harshest of the harsh, who is Lord of the earth and the skies, who is the Allah of all the past as well as the future people, and who is the King of the Day of Judgment, whose chastisement is severe and whose punishment extremely painful. No oppressor can escape from His punishment, and nothing can go out of His control. Nothing can be unknown to Him, and nothing can be a secret from Him. His knowledge has encircled everything. He has given room to everybody either in heaven or in hell. Oh, son of Adam, you being weak, how can you escape? Oh, I'm the one who summons you up both in fidelity to the darkness of the night, who takes you over His whoever condition you may be. You are in His control every moment. Both who are admonished and who accept the admonition are successful. It is reported that in Injil that Isa said, "You have heard what was told to the past ones, that they should not indulge in adultery. I say, the one who looks at a woman with passion has already committed adultery with that woman. If your right eye becomes dishonest and looks toward the forbidden, toward a woman with whom marriage is permissible, gorge it out and throw away the eyes, as the dissection of one part of the body is better than burning of all the limbs in the fires of hell. I tell you the truth, that do not worry about what to eat and what to wear. Is not the heart better than the body, and the body better than the dress? Save your body and your soul from the fires of hell. Just look at the birds. They neither sow nor reap, nor do they worry about their sustenance. Your glorious Lord provides them sustenance. Are you not better than them? Who among you is able to put even a yard of cloth on his body himself? Then why do you worry about your clothing? The one who gave you the body will has also provided covering for you. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam Zayn al-Abidin that it is written in Injil, "Do not acquire knowledge according to which you do not act, because, when it is not acted upon, Allah removes that knowledge from its possessor." Imam said once, Isa said to the Hawaris that the world is a bridge. You should just cross it and not begin to build houses on it. Amir al-Mu'minin Ali said that wealth and property is an ailment of religion, and its physician is the religious scholar alim. So when you observe that the scholar himself is drawing the ailment toward him, do not consider him to be your sympathizer. Realize that when he does not care for himself, how can he be a well-wisher of others? In another reliable tradition, it is mentioned that Isa said, "How lucky is he whose silence is due to pondering over Allah's marvels, and whose eyes seek admonitions, and who is the servant of his own household, and who keeps weeping for his sins, and people remain safe from his hand and tongue." It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam as-Sadiq said, Allah revealed to Isa, "O Isa, give me the tears of your eyes and the humility of your heart." When the followers of the untruth laugh, you should remain worried and gloomy for fear of the hereafter, and stand by the graves and call the dead. You should take lessons from them and tell them, "I am also to join you." In another reliable tradition, it is recorded that Isa gave a sermon to his companions that, "You are toiling for the world even though you get sustenance without working, that is, Allah has guaranteed it, but you are not making efforts for the hereafter, though sustenance over there is not available without toiling, which must be done in this worldly life. Woe unto you, O wicked scholars! You do not work and yet collect the wages. Very soon the owner will demand from you the deeds of his liking, and very soon you will be transferred from this world to a dark grave. How can he be a scholar knowledgeable who is to return to the hereafter, and yet he is busy with with worldly things and like only those things more which are harmful to him than those which are beneficial. It is narrated in another tradition that people asked Isa, "O Spirit of Allah, how are you?" He replied, "I wake up in the morning when my Lord is watching over me and he is aware of my conditions. The fires of hell is before my eyes and death is in ambush for me. I am unable to attain what I long for. I cannot remove the things not liked by me. So no poor is poorer than me and no helpless more helpless." According to authentic reports from the Holy Prophet that Allah sent a revelation to Isa, "Strive in worshipping me and do not abandon praying to me because I created you without a father so that you may become my son for the whole world. And let an era to with me and my little brother let your Pupaji will be that is through that lady who will be with your mother Maryam, a two and heavens of him who will be leading the prophet who will obey him." Isa asked, "My Lord, what is Tuba?" Replied the mighty Lord, "Tuba is a tree in paradise beneath which passes a stream. Whoever drinks even one mouthful from its water never feels thirsty." Isa appealed, "My Lord, just give me a drop from it." Allah said, "O Isa, it is forbidden to all the prophets until that prophet of the last or drinks from it. Even entrance to paradise is prohibited to all adherents until the adherents of that last prophet enters it." It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that Imam as-Sadiq said, Isa asked Archangel Gabriel, "When will arrive the day of judgment?" Archangel Gabriel began to tremble fearing that day and fell down unconscious. After recovering he replied, "O Spirit of Allah, I also do not know as you do not. It is not known to anyone when the day of the resurrection day will rise. However, it will dawn suddenly and without notice." According to another reliable tradition, Isa said, "I treated the ill and all of them recovered by the grace of Allah. I remedied the blind and the lepers and they became healthy by the mercy of Allah. I enlivened the dead by the command of Allah, but I could not cure the idiot." People asked who was an idiot. He replied, "The one who likes only his own opinion and admires his own deeds and who thinks that he is more graceful and benevolent than all others and who never thanks anyone. He claims his rights over all but never recognizes the rights of others over him. Such is the idiot who I could not cure in spite of my efforts." According to another hadith, Isa said to his companions, "If you are my friends and my brothers, attribute the enmity and rancor to yourself, that is, realize that enmity toward others is enmity against yourselves. Otherwise, you are not my brothers. Fortunate are those who see the attractive worldly things with their eyes and yet never entertain a thought of disobeying his Lord. When a thing slips out of your hand and goes away, how far away it goes. Similarly, if a thing is to be available to you, how much nearer it is. Woe unto them who become proud of their worldly belongings. When the death then will come up for them when they will die, and when all the things of their liking will depart from them, and when they will be given love to them, then will they repent. This rotation of day and night is enough for admonition. Woe unto him who is fully engaged in earning the world, and his record is full of sins. How disgraced will he be before his Lord. O people, do not talk much except for describing and remembering Allah. The hearts of those who go on talking without mentioning and remembering Allah become hard, and they do not understand the truth. They look at the defects of others as if they were their gods. Rather be concerned for the salvation of yourselves as you are like purchased slaves. If water continues to flow on stony land, how long will it remain hard, not become soft? Similarly, if you go on reciting wise words, your hearts will become soft at last. Your example is like oleander, which is attractive like a colorful flower, but whoever tastes it spits it out, and whoever devours it dies. 11. It was revealed to Isa, in the matter of tolerance and patience, live among the people like the earth which is under their feet, but never grudges. In philanthropy live like the flowing water, and in kindness and mercy be like the moon and sun who give light to all, be they good or bad. Isa said, "Do not make the world your Allah so that it may think that you're its slaves. Entrust your treasures to the one who may not spill it, and he is your Lord who never destroys anyone's treasure of deeds. Do not leave behind the treasures wealth of the hereafter in this world, which is a place of calamities." Isa said, "I am damning the world for you. Do not raise it up after me." Doubtlessly one of the evils of the world is that Allah is being disobeyed in it, and another wickedness of it is that without giving it up no one can reach the hereafter. So just pass over the world. Do not make it flourish, and remember that the root of every sin is the love for this world. There are many desires which are accompanied by sorrow and lengthy pains and troubles. Then he said, I have thrown down the world in front of you. You are sitting before it. No one can quarrel with you in worldly affairs except kings and women. Do not be entangled with kings about worldly things, but leave it to them. They also will not quarrel with you, but save yourselves from the evils of women with the help of prayers and fasting. It is recorded that once people requested Isa to build a house for himself. Isa replied, "The end of the past people is enough for us, and we consider it better. Do not befriend the world so that Allah may befriend you." It is mentioned that once Allah revealed to Isa, "When I send a bounty for you, welcome it with humility and meekness so that I may perfect that bounty for you." Isa said, "What good has he done to himself who sold out his soul for this world? Whatever he buys he leaves behind for his heirs and destroys himself. How lucky is he who saves himself from destruction and opts for the hereafter." Condemning wealth, he said, "There are three kinds of dealing with it. If the earner earned it through illegal means, he will be punished. If he obtained it lawfully, but spent it in wrong ways, then also he will be chastised. But if he earned wealth in the permitted manner, and also spent it in right manner, then such wealth and money helps its owner in the worship of his Lord." Once Isa passed by a house where its owner had died. Others were sitting in it. He said, "Woe unto those who left this house in inheritance. Why do people not take lesson from those who lived here in this house earlier?" He used to say, "O mansion, you will become dilapidated and your dwellers will also be no more. O soul, work for your Lord so that you may get sustenance. O body, make efforts so that you may get rest." Isa said, "O weak offspring of Adam, keep away from your Lord's chastisement and do not become lusty. Lie weak in the world and habituate your physique to labor and obtain provision sustenance for your uplift as well as slavery. Praise Allah more and more when you are in trouble, because one of the reasons of being saved from sinning is that you cannot do what you want." He used to say, "O group of disciples, make Allah your friend by becoming enemies of sinners and the rebellious. Be near to Allah by remaining away from them. Earn Allah's pleasure by being angry with them." One day the materialistic world appeared before Isa in guise of a gray-eyed woman. He asked her, "How many husbands did you marry?" "Innumerable," she replied. He inquired whether all of them divorced her. She said, "No, I killed them all." Isa said, "Woe unto your remaining husbands who did not take lesson from the fate of your murdered husbands." According to another authentic hadith, Isa used to say, "You do not know when the fearful calamity of the resurrection day will catch hold of you. Then what comes in the way of making preparations? Before it strikes you suddenly, the provision of hereafter has become very hard, but when you extend your hand to take up something from the worldly provisions, a criminal picks it up before you. However, you will find no one to be helpful to you in the matter of the provision for the hereafter." According to another narration from the same source, Imam as-Sadiq said that once the companions of Isa came to him and said, "O teacher of the good, show us the right path." He said, "Musa Kalamullah had commanded you not to swear falsely in the name of Allah, but I order you not to swear by Allah either truly or falsely." They requested, "O Spirit of Allah, preach something more." He said, "Musa had ordered you not to commit adultery. I say never ever even think about adultery, because a heart which allows a thought of adultery is like a house having golden paintings on its walls, but it is on fire. Though it does not burn, smoke spoils all the adornment and paintings, etc." According to authentic chains, Horace Orr has narrated, "One day I was going to the city of Hira with Amir al-Mu'minin Ali. By chance we came across a church wherein they were blowing a conch. Ali asked me, 'O Horace, do you know what this conch say?' I replied, 'Allah and his messenger and his brother know better.' He said, 'It is describing the world and its evils, and says, I give witness to the oneness of Allah, that He is truth, He is truth. Verily the world has deceived us and have made us careless about the hereafter and destroyed our intelligence and have misguided us. O sons of the world, postpone your worldly affairs. O son of the world, you are being crushed every day under calamities. For gathering worldly wealth, either all of you will destroy one another or you will vanish very soon. Oh, son of the world, how long will you go on collecting material properties? The world destroys 1 century after another century. Qarn means either a period of 100 years or of 30 years. Not a single year of our age passes by without the weakening of one or the other limb of our body. Doubtlessly, we have destroyed our permanent abode and made the transient house our residence. We do not feel this loss now in the world, but will realize only after death with no avail." Thereafter Amir al-Mu'minin asked me, O Harris, did the Christians follow this call of the conch? Had they followed it, they would have never made Isa a partner of Allah. Harris says he went to a Christian the next day who lived in that church. I told him, for the sake of Jesus, please blow this conch as you were blowing it earlier. He began blowing it, and I began to compare each and every phrase of Ali with its tune and found that it tallied fully. Hearing all this, the Christian asked me, by the truth of your prophet, please tell me who told you all this. Harris said, the great man who accompanied me here yesterday acquainted me with this call of the conch. He inquired whether Ali was related to the Prophet. I said, he is his cousin. Then he asked whether he had heard this from the Prophet. I said, yes. Hearing this, that Christian became a Muslim and said, by Allah, I have read in Torah that the last prophet will explain the call of the conch. SD, the ascension of Isa to heaven, his descent to the earth toward the end of time, an account of Shaman bin Hamun al-Safa. Almighty Allah says, and when Allah said, O Isa, I am going to terminate the period of your stay on earth and cause you to ascend unto me and purify you of those who disbelieves, so that you will not be between them and you will receive no harm from them. Some said the word Tawafah in this verse of the Holy Qur'an means death, and that Allah killed him first, then made him alive after 3 hours, and fetched him up into the heavens. Some others say that his death will occur after coming back to earth in the last era, and make those who follow you above those who disbelieve you on the day of resurrection. Accordingly, the Christians have always been above the Jews in might, and similarly the Ummah community of the Prophet of the last era Muhammad too, who also believe in Isa, has always remained above the Jews, and kinship went out of the hands of Jews. It is also one of the miracles of the Holy Qur'an that whatever was foretold by it is coming true. At another place, the Lord has said it, and for their unbelief, and for their having uttered against Maryam a grievous calumny. Allah chastised those Jews because of their disbelief, and for making a grievous allegation against Maryam. Ali ibn Ibrahim has said, the Jews made allegation of adultery against Maryam. Sheikh Tabarsi has narrated that when Isa passed by a group of Jews, they uttered, lo, the son of magician and adulterous woman has come. Hearing these ugly words, Isa prayed to Almighty Allah, O Allah, you alone are my Lord. You have created me without a father, and therefore these people are addressing me as a son of the fruit of adultery. O Allah, condemn those who abuse me and my mother. Instantly they became pigs, and they're saying, surely we have killed the Messiah, Isa son of Maryam, the apostle of Allah. And they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but it appeared to them so like Isa. There is a difference of opinion about this doubt. According to Ibn Abbas, when Allah Almighty disfigured in the form of swine those who had abused Isa and his mother, and when King Yehuda of the Jews came to know that Isa had cursed him also, he gathered the Jews, and all of them unanimously decided to kill Isa. Allah Almighty sent Archangel Gabriel to help Isa. The Jews had gathered around Isa and were questioning him. Isa told them, O Jews, Allah considers you his enemies. Hearing this, all of them rose up to assassinate him. But Archangel Gabriel took Isa up to a window of that building which was situated at a great height. From there Archangel Gabriel lifted Isa to heaven. Yehuda sent one of his companions named Tetanus to go up to that window and catch hold of Isa. He went up there but could not find Isa. There Allah changed Tetanus's face in such a way that it resembled the face of Isa. Anyone looking at him would take him to be as Isa. When he came out of the house to tell the others that Isa was not in that house, the people caught hold of him, killed him, and nailed him to the cross. Almost similar events have been narrated in the version of Imam al-Hasan al-Askari. Anyway, when Tetanus was killed, and when nobody else was found in that house, they began to talk. If the one we killed was Tetanus, then what happened to Isa? And if he was Isa, then where did Tetanus go? This caused doubt among them. According to another tradition, when Isa fled with his 17 companions fearing the Jews and hid inside a house, the Jews surrounded that house. When they entered that house, Allah made the faces of all of them appear like the face of Isa. The Jews claimed, all of you have been magic-stricken. Tell me which one of you is Isa, or we will kill all of you. Isa asked his companions, who among you is prepared today to have my appearance, get killed, and be admitted to paradise? One of them, named Sarges, came out and announced that he was Isa. So the people killed him and nailed him to the cross. Allah Almighty raised Isa up into heaven that very day. Some say when Isa was raised up and the people could not catch him, they arrested one of his companions, took him up to a height and crucified him with a view to deceive the people, and said that he was Isa. They did not allow anyone to approach him. Hence, the matter became doubtful for them, and most surely those who differ therein are only in a doubt about it. They have no knowledge regarding it, but only follow a conjecture. And they killed him, and for sure, nay, Allah took him up to himself. And Allah is mighty wise. 4:157-158. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam Muhammad al-Baqir said, Isa once gave a promise to his companions about a night wherein Allah would take him up. So they gathered around him from evening that day. There were 12 persons. Isa made them enter a house. In one of its corners, there was a spring. Isa bathed himself therein and came to them while the water was still dropping from his head. Then he said, Allah has revealed to me that he will lift me up right now to the heavens to save me from the evil of the Jews. Who from you agrees to take my appearance so that they may take him as me and then kill and crucify him? Then that person will be with me in paradise in the hereafter, and he will be in my class. Hearing this, a young man from his companions said, O Spirit of Allah, I am prepared for it. Isa said, Yes, you can do it, and added, One from you will become a disbeliever in my matter 12 times before the next morning. One of them said, I am not that person. Isa said, If you find this thing in your heart, then you will be that person. Then Isa said, You will from 3 groups after I have gone. 2 sects will attribute falsehood to Allah and enter hell because of that, and the 3rd sect will follow and obey my successor, executor of the will. Shammon will not attribute falsehood to Allah and therefore will go to paradise. Shortly after that, from a corner of the house, Isa was taken up into the heavens. As the people were observing this, the Jews came in search of Isa. They arrested the man about whom Isa had foretold would become a denier, and another who had agreed to appear like Isa. The latter was killed, while the other one, as foretold by Isa, denied the prophethood of Isa 12 times. Ibn Babway has, with authentic proofs, narrated that the Holy Prophet said that Archangel Gabriel once brought a communication for the Holy Prophet which contained information about worldly kings. It was mentioned therein that when Ashanj ibn Ashhan became a king, he ruled for 266 years. After he completed 51 years of his rule, Isa was made a prophet by Allah. Allah had bestowed on him Isa light and knowledge and wisdom, along with the knowledge of all the past prophets. Isa began his mission with all this God-given science's awareness for propagation of Allah's word. Allah gave him Injil Bible and guided him toward Jerusalem. He was sent to guide the people of the Israelites, but they became deniers and rebelled. So Isa cursed them and prayed to Allah against them. Consequently, some of them were disfigured in the shape of shaitans, so that he may show them one of the signs of his prophethood, and they may take admonition. Anyhow, Isa continued to propagate among them for 33 years in Jerusalem and give them encouragement to rush toward divine rewards. But their rebellion only increased. At last Allah raised him up to heaven. Then the people began to look for him. Some claimed that they had punished him and buried him alive, and some said they had killed and crucified him. But all of them were speaking untruths. Allah never allowed them to gain control over Isa, and this matter became doubtful for them. They never had enough power to kill or bury alive or punish Isa. But as mentioned in the Holy Qur'an, Allah lifted him up into the heavens, and when he decided to take him up, he revealed to him to entrust his light and wisdom and the knowledge of the divine scripture to Shammon bin Hamun, who is called Safa. Isa willed him as his caliph on the believers' mu'mineen. Then Shammon kept on propagating Allah's word and continued to give the directives of Isa to his community and to struggle against the disbelievers. Whoever obeyed him and believed, put faith in the things which he possessed from Allah, became a mu'min faithful, and whoever denied and disobeyed him became a kafir, until Allah called Shammon back to him. Then he sent another messenger from his virtuous slaves to guide the people. He was Yahya, son of Zachariah. When Shammon passed away from this world, Erdishir, son of Scottish, became king and ruled for 14 years and 10 months. When he completed 14 years of his rule, the Jews martyred Yahya, son of Zachariah. At the time of the martyr of They did so. According to authentic narratives, it is noted that Imam al-Hasan said that Isa went up into the heavens on the 21st night of the month of Ramadan. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that during the night in which Isa was lifted up into the heavens, blood sprouted from every stone that was lifted from the ground. until morning. The same thing happened on the days of the martyrdom of Imam Ali and Imam Hussein. In another reliable and authentic hadith, it is mentioned that the Holy Prophet said, when Isa was lifted, his eyes saw these words inscribed on his arms. When Isa recited this supplication, Allah revealed to Archangel Gabriel, raise him up to my place of grandeur and lift him up to the heaven. The Holy Prophet said, O sons of Abul-Muttalib, pray to your Lord in these words. I swear by the same Lord in whose hands is my life, whenever anybody prays to Allah in these words with honesty of purpose and selflessness, the holy throne of the Lord begins to tremble. So Allah directs the angels and tells them that, be witness that I have responded to the prayer of this slave due to the auspiciousness of these words and have fulfilled all his needs in this world and the hereafter. According to authentic narrations, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is reported to have said that when Isa went up to the heaven, he had put on a woolen coat, the wool whereof was spun by Maryam and also woven by her. She had even sewn it. When he reached heaven, a divine voice came, O Isa, give up your worldly adornments. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that Imam al-Rida said that, except in the case of Isa, the killing or the death of any messenger or hujjah proof had never been doubtful to people, because he was raised alive from the ground and his soul was retrieved between the earth and the heavens. When he reached the heavens, his spirit was again put into his body, as says the Lord, O Isa, I am going to terminate the period of your stay on earth and cause you to ascend unto me. 254. And he describes to Isa, O when thou didst cause me to die, thou wert the watcher over them. 5:117. Both these verses prove that Isa was raised up by Allah. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam as-Sadiq said, when Imam al-Mahdi will appear, 9,000 angels will descend, and there will be those 313 angels who had accompanied Isa when he was raised up to the heaven. According to many reliable and authentic narrations, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir and Imam as-Sadiq had said that Sahib al-Amr has 4 features of the messengers. One of them belongs to Isa, about whom it is said he either died or was killed, whereas he neither died nor was he killed. According to a reliable tradition, Imam al-Rida said that when the Jews desired to kill Isa, he swore by the truthfulness of all al-Bayt. Allah saved him from execution and raised him up to the heaven. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said, after the departure of Isa, his followers split up into 72 sects. One of them got salvation, and the remaining 71 went to hell. According to another reliable tradition, Amir al-Mu'minin Ali called the greatest religious leaders of the Christians and the Jews and told them, I want to ask you a thing of which I am more knowledgeable than you, so do not hide the truth and give the right answer. Then he called the Christian priest and asked him, I give you the oath of the Lord who descended Injil Bible to Isa. He had given strength to the legs of Isa. Isa was curing the blind and the lepers with his hand. He formed a bird of clay and then blew spirit into it, and the bird became alive and flew away. He used to tell the people what they were eating and what they were hoarding. Tell me how many sects sprang up in the Israelites after Isa. He said there was no sect except one community. Ali retorted, you have lied. By the Lord except whom there is no Allah. There were 72 sects, out of whom only one earned salvation. Remaining all were confined to hell, as says the Almighty. There is a party of them keeping to the moderate course, and as for most of them, evil is that which they do. 566. It is narrated by Ibn Babawayh that on many occasions Isa had been in occultation out of sight from his community. He kept on touring and visiting several cities, but his partisans, Shias, and the people of his community did not know where he was. Thereafter he reappeared and made Shamun bin Hamun his legatee. When Shamun passed away, the Hujjah's signs of Allah remained out of sight. Oppressors and rebellious people searched them and subjected the faithful to added torture and hardship. The religion of Allah became old-fashioned and discarded. Rights began to be trampled. People gave up their duties and responsibilities and traditions. They became dispersed in the matter of religion, and everyone took to his own way. Religion became a doubtful affair for the common man. This period of occultation lasted for 250 years. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said that until 250 years after Isa, people lived without an apparent imam or al-hujjah. Their guide and proof was in hiding. In another true hadith, it is mentioned by him that there was a span of 500 years between the times of Isa and the Holy Messenger Muhammad. During 250 years in this span, There was neither a prophet nor an apparent imam. The narrator asked, how did the people of the era act? Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq replied, they belonged to the faith of Isa and were following his Sharia code of life conduct. He added that the earth never remains void of a prophet or an imam, but sometime they live apparently and sometimes in hiding gaybat or occultation. 12. It is mentioned in a reliable narration that Imam Al-Baqir said that a time will come when people will not know what is Allah and what is meant by oneness of Allah. Dajjal will come out at that time and Isa will defend in the heaven earth and he will kill Dajjal. Will for prayer in the leadership of Al-Qam and had we all albeit not been better earlier mentors Isa would not pray behind us. According to another authentic hadith, the Holy Prophet said that Al-Mahdi is one of my sons, that when he will appear, Isa will descend from the heaven to assist him and will pray behind him. What? Possibly. It was Yahya and not Isa, and the hadith and the writers of narrations may have misunderstood Isa for Yahya where we say, the beginning of the formation of fetus of Isa may have started in the womb at the might of Allah, and as Archangel Gabriel had blown spirit's soul and the fetus pregnant, he may have become apparent only 9 hours prior to the actual birth. It is also possible that this hadith might have been based on taqiyya. It is possible that this could be a spring other than one that had sprung at the time of S birth. It is also possible that Bethlehem was some other place where he had camped while returning from Al-Kufa. It is also likely that he might have in the beginning gone there and then it might have been destroyed, and as a miracle of it might have appeared from Karbala and Al-Kufa. Anyway, there are several reliable traditions to show that the birthplace of Isa is somewhere near Euphrates and Al-Kufa. There is some hearsay going round sunny circles. Some things are such which cannot be comprehended by those who do not believe in the tradition of all al-Bayt. They deny mutawatir hadiths merely due to their dislike for them, but such mutawatir traditions cannot be rejected on basis of their denial. It is also possible that some hadiths that are found contrary to this might have been recorded by way of taqiyya, or some might have been written as prevalent among people of the book for furnishing proof. Likewise, several varying hadiths about the date of birth and the period of pregnancy etc. were possibly noted due to any one of the above-mentioned reasons. Trying to make them conform can create apprehensive descriptions of which would be very lengthy. Allah knows best. 3. The re-enlivening of Yahya has already been narrated in his story earlier. Both these stories tell us that the bitterness of death and agony changes after being brought back to life and living in the world for some time with worldly relations, and anyway one way or the other one has to die. It is learned from this story that, for a mu'min true believer, it is not hard and painful to die again after coming out of the grave. Maybe it is for warning others that the beloveds of Allah say that there is relief in death. It is also possible that despite the said relief there may also be some hardship. May Allah protect us all from the agony of death and also from subsequent pains. These words make an indication towards what historians and commentators have described, that when Baqir, the king of Syria, heard about the birth and the miracles of Isa, he became sorrowful and worried, as some people had observed through astrology that a man was about to be born who would remove their sins and change their way of life. Therefore Baqir planned to kill him. So Allah sent an angel to Yusuf Najjar, who was a cousin of Maryam and who used to serve and protect her Maryam and Isa. The angel told him to shift Maryam and Isa to Egypt and to return only after Baqir died. Yusuf took them to Egypt. Most of the commentators have said that the place mentioned by the name of Rabwa in the ayah was Egypt, and that Mian was the Nile River. It is said that they lived in Egypt for 12 years, where many miracles were shown by Isa. When Baqir died, Allah inspired them to go to Nasra, situated in Syria. So they returned and lived in Nasra, and Isa performed his mission of propagation there. The purpose, perhaps, is to convey that the followers of Isa were required to remain aloof from worldly affairs most of the time. But since this community of Muslims is loaded with a double and harder responsibility of remembering Allah even while living and working in society, their reward is greater, but they do not have those facilities in this life which were available to the disciples of Isa. Therefore, their reward in heaven too has been enhanced, as is mentioned in this hadith. In other words, there is an indication to the narration of Sheikh Tabarsi, according to which when the companions of Isa became hungry, they only said to Isa that they were hungry, whereupon Isa used to hit the ground wherever they would be, and lo, 2 loaves would come up for each of the gentle fellows. Similarly, when they became thirsty, they only said, O Spirit of Allah, we are thirsty, and Isa used to hit his hand on the ground and water would spring up instantly then and there. Once the disciples said to Isa, O Rohala, are there any other people who are better than us? For we have put faith in you, and you feed us whenever we become hungry, and you provide water for us wherever and whenever we become thirsty. Isa replied, those who earn their livelihood by working with their hands are indeed better than you. Thereafter they adopted the occupation of washermen, and they earned their sustenance provision by hard work. This hadith contradicts many mentioned earlier and to be quoted hereafter, which say that the knowledge of these 72 names is reserved with the last prophet and his Awsiya, the willed or authorized ones. Maybe these Asma'i Azam are other than those names. Perhaps the first hadith was regarding the revelation of Injil in Beit al-Ma'mur, as is indicated in the first hadith. It is recorded from the Prophet of Allah that Injil had come down at a time written on Allah's stone slates. This address, like all other addresses, is though apparently to Isa, the real addressees are the people and also all other servants of God. Nair, love of worldly things is called the head of sins, as in one's body the head is the part which if cut off, ends life. Hence when love for worldly matters, which has been described as the head, is cut off, there can be no sins at all. Or if this Persian word is pronounced sir, meaning secret, then it would mean that the secret behind all sins is love for the world, and that if one understands the secret one would refrain from sins. Meaning, while praying to me your heart should remain fully attentive. It should not be that there is supplication on the tongue but the heart is leaning towards something else, as it is a sign of a dead heart. 11. Diffel is a kind of grass which resembles very attractive colorful flowers. Its taste is very bitter and is fatally poisonous. 12. Both prominent and common people have narrated that Isa will descend from the heaven at the time of Al-Mahdi, the family of Muhammad, to earth, and will offer salat prayer behind Imam Al-Mahdi, and will be among the helpers of Imam Al-Mahdi, as will be discussed hereafter inshallah. The Lord Almighty says, meaning, and there is not one of the followers of the book but most certainly believers in this before his death. 4:159. Many commentators of the Holy Qur'an have said that this verse means no one from among the Al-Kitab, that is, the Jews and the Christians, will die before believing in Isa when he will descend from the heaven at the time of the Imam of the last era. Some have said that this assertion pertains to the particular people who will be living in that era. Perhaps it means all of them, because the wording is of a common nature, and as in the time of Raj returning or resurrection all will be brought to life. They will see that Isa believes in the religion of Prophet Muhammad and follows the Sahib al-Amr Imam al-Mahdi, though the faith at that moment will be of no avail to them. It is recorded from reliable chains that Hadith called Shar bin Joshab and asked him to explain this verse and warned him that he had killed many Jews and Christians and had observed that they died without even moving their lips. Then how he becomes faithful. I am unable to understand the meaning of this ayat. Shar replied, O ruler, the meaning of this verse is not what you have imagined, but it means that, before the final day of the resurrection day, Isa will come down to earth, and everybody following any faith will put faith in him and will pray behind Imam al-Mahdi. Hajj asked, from where did you obtain this explanation? He said, from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir. Hajj said, you have drawn knowledge from a pure spring. It is mentioned in authentic sources that according to Imam al-Hasan Mujtaba, after this, no one from us al-Bayt will outlive the oppressor of his time except Imam al-Mahdi, who is the 12th Imam, and except Isa ibn Maryam, the Spirit of Allah will pray behind him, as these two gentlemen will never give the Bayt allegiance to any oppressor. An account of Irmiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, and Uzair. Allah says in the Holy Qur'an, or the like of him Uzair, who passed by a town, and it had fallen down upon its roofs. 2:259. Some say that the one who passed by that town was Uzair, as said by Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq. Some say that he was the prophet Irmiah. So Imam Muhammad al-Baqir is reported to have said that, according to some, that town was Jerusalem, which was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. Some say that the township mentioned here was the one from where thousands fled for fear of death, and all of them died. The Quranic verse, he said, when will Allah give it life after its death? 2:259. These words of the Prophet did not indicate his disbelief, but were uttered by him only to express the might of Allah. Or, like Ibrahim, he said this just to know the details of the coming alive of the dead. Since the words of the ayat show some sort of apparent weakness of faith, some commentators have said that the one who said this was not the Prophet Irmiah or Uzair, but was a denier. But this version is against a number of hadiths. So Allah caused him to die for 100 years, then raised him to life. He asked, "How long have you tarried?" And he replied, "I have tarried a day, or a part of a day." 2:259. When he saw that the sun had not yet set and it was about the evening time, he said, "Rather, I slept for less than a day." Some say that the one who asked this question was Allah, and that they heard a voice from the heaven. Some say it was an angel or a prophet or an old man who had recognized them after becoming alive. Said he, "Nay, you have tarried 100 years, 2:259. He said, "But you have remained dead here for 100 years and have become alive now. Then look at your food and drink, years have not passed over it." What? Look at your food and drink. They have not changed at all. It is reported that when they reached that place they had grapes and figs and grape juice with them, and despite having delicacy therein, they had not decomposed at all, and, by the power of Allah, had remained fresh for 100 years. And look at your donkey 2:259. Its bones have rotted and disintegrated, and that we may make you a sign. We have, after keeping you dead for such a long time, made you alive so that you may likewise be an evidence/argument about the resurrection of people in the hereafter. And look at the bones, how we set them together, then clothe them with flesh. 2:259. Most of the commentators have said that Allah enlivened their ass before their eyes so that they may see how Allah makes the dead alive. Some have said that Allah first enlightened their eyes. They then saw their disintegrated and dilapidated bones come together and join with one another, and flesh begin to cover them. So when it became clear to him, he said, "I know that Allah has power over all things." 2:259. That is, I knew it earlier, but now my knowledge has strengthened. It is reported of reliable fiends that Imam Jafar said that when the Israelites became disobedient, they ignored Allah's commandments totally, and when Allah desired to impose someone on them who would kill them and degrade them, he first sent a revelation of the prophet Irmia that he may have the Israelites, which was the city like of all other cities, and bettered it, and planted many good trees therein, and saved it from every undesirable tree. Then the condition of the city deteriorated, and now it has become full of the worst trees of Kara and those of the good trees. Irmia put this question to the religious scholars of the Israelites, and they said, "We do not know. Please ask Allah, and let us know." So Irmia fasted for 7 days and prayed. Allah sent a revelation to him that city is Jerusalem, and that tree is the Israelites whom I had planted and made to live in that city. Who would be told the worst for who would be the word kind, and you give them as what and he would destroy the roof of it is therefore have them was there where Herod and he would throw down the stone and the would stone in it or throw out of the world. This would continue for 100 years. Irmia made the Israelites aware of this. They again requested him to ask Allah what was the sin of the poor and the powerless, who would also suffer the said calamities. So Irmia passed the next 7 days only on one morsel of food, and yet he did not receive any revelation. So Irmia again fasted fully for the next 7 days and took only one morsel after that 7-day fast. Even then, no revelation arrived. Therefore, he fasted for another 7 days. Allah revealed to him, "O Irmia, refrain from such asking. Otherwise I will turn your face back. Do you intend to make a recommendation in a matter which has already been resolved? Tell them that their sin was that they observed others indulging in sins, but did not stop. Then they neither admonished them nor got away from them." Then Irmia prayed to Allah, "O Lord, just tell me whom will you impose upon them so that I may approach him for asking safety for myself and my family members." Allah said to him, "Go to that village. There you will find a boy suffering from the worst inflicted chronic ailments. His birth is of the worst and the dirtiest kind. That is, he is the outcome of adultery, and his chastisement is worse than all." Irmia reached there and saw a boy in a caravanserai whom the people had thrown on a dunghill. He was lying on ground. With him was only his mother breaking dry bread in a bowl and brought it before him along with swine milk. That boy ate the bread and drinks the milk. Irmia understood that this must be the boy hinted by Allah. He went to the boy and asked him his name. He answered, "Nebuchadnezzar." After hearing his name, Irmia became sure that he was the one. He treated the boy who recovered. After his recovery, Irmia asked him, "Do you know me?" He said, "No, I only know that you are a virtuous gentleman." Told him, "I am Irmia, the messenger for the Israelites. Allah has informed me that you will gain control over the Israelites and kill their men and do such and such things." Hearing this, Nebuchadnezzar felt pride in his heart. Then Urmia asked him to give him a warrant of safety. He wrote it and handed it over to Urmia. He then began to pass his days by cutting wood from the forests and selling it. At last, the people encouraged him to fight against the Israelites. When he got the assistance of a group of people, he invaded the residence and shelter of the Israelites, that is, Jerusalem. At that time, innumerable people came from all around to join him. When Urmia came to know that he was advancing toward Jerusalem, he stood in his path but could not approach him due to the huge army around him. So he tied the said warrant of protection on a staff and raised it up. Seeing it, Nebuchadnezzar asked, "Who are you?" The messenger replied, "I am Urmia, the prophet, who had given you the tidings of overcoming the Israelites, and this is the warrant of safety written by you for me." Nebuchadnezzar said, "I assure protection to you, but as regards your family members, it depends upon the arrow that I shoot toward Jerusalem. If this missile hits that place from this much distance, I will not give protection to them. But if it does not reach there, then they are also protected." He released that arrow which by the will of Allah reached Jerusalem. So he said, "I will not protect them." He went on to conquer Jerusalem. On reaching there, he saw a hillock in the midst of the city. Fresh blood was gushing out of it. The more earth the people threw on it, the more forceful became its gushing. He inquired as to what kind of blood it was. They replied that it was the blood of a divine messenger whom the kings of the Israelites had killed. Ever since that day, the blood continued to boil. It did not stop despite throwing earth over it. It was the blood of Yahya, son of Zachariah. In his time, there was a king who used to indulge in adultery with the women of the Israelites. Whenever Yahya passed by his residence, he admonished the king, telling him, "O king, fear Allah. This deed is not lawful for you." One day, when the cursed fellow was out of his senses due to drinking of wine, one of the adulterous women told him to kill Yahya. The condemned king at once passed the order for cutting off the head of Yahya and to bring the head to him. So Yahya was killed and his head was taken to the king. Yet the decapitated head continued to admonish that cursed king to refrain from his illegal deeds and to fear Allah. At that time, a drop of the blood of the martyred prophet fell on the ground, and since then that blood continued to boil until the time Nebuchadnezzar entered Jerusalem, though 100 years had passed since the incident. However, after reaching that place, Nebuchadnezzar began to kill the men, women, children, and animals of the Israelites living in those cities. The pious blood of the executed prophets still continued to boil on the said hillock until all were done to death. Then he asked, "Is anyone from the Israelites still alive?" He was informed that a very old lady of the Israelites was still alive and living in a certain village. She was called, and her head too was cut off. Only then did the boiling blood of Yahya calm down. She was the last person from the Israelites to be killed. From there, Nebuchadnezzar went to Babylon and resided there. There he dug a well and threw Daniel along with a tigress. The remaining part of this hadith will be presented afterwards together with a full account of Daniel. That tigress was living by eating the earth, and Daniel was drinking her milk. A long period passed in this way. Allah sent a revelation to one of his messengers living in Jerusalem then and asked him to take food and drink to Daniel and to convey his salam to him. The messenger inquired, "My lord, where is he?" "In such and such well and in such and such village of Babylon," came the divine reply. Hearing it, he reached there and shouted, "O Daniel." Daniel replied, "La Baqir, I am hearing a new voice." The messenger said, "Your Lord sends you salam." Lowering the eatables into the well, he added, "Allah has sent these things for you." Daniel exclaimed, "I praise Allah who never forgets whosoever calls him. I praise the Lord who never leaves the one to the mercy of others who relies on him. I praise the Allah who bestows good for good. I praise the Allah who gives salvation from the chastisement of the grave and the hereafter to the one who bears patiently. Praise belongs to Allah who removes our troubles and losses. Worthy of praise is Allah who is the center of our hopes when we miss all other avenues of salvation and success. Praiseworthy is Allah on whom alone we depend hopefully after committing misdeeds based on misunderstanding." Thereafter Nebuchadnezzar saw in his dream that his head was made of iron, his legs of copper, and his chest of gold. He called astrologers and inquired about the meaning behind his dream. They said, "We know nothing. But if you describe to us what you saw in your vision, then we will explain the dream." Nebuchadnezzar retorted, I have been giving you so much salary for such a long time, and yet you cannot tell me what I saw in my dream." Angrily, he killed all of them. Then some of his courtmen told him that what he wanted to know could be told to him by a man whom King Nebuchadnezzar had thrown into a well, as he was still alive and living on the milk of a she-tiger which was eating the earth, and had not at all harmed that man. Nebuchadnezzar called Daniel and asked him to describe what he saw in his vision. Daniel described the king's dream. The king said it was correct and added, "Now tell me its meaning." Daniel replied, "Your regime has come to an end. You will be killed after 3 days by a man from Faris." Nebuchadnezzar said, "I have built 7 concentric towns and have fixed weathercocks made of copper at the gate of every city which cry out at the sight of every stranger so that he may be caught." Daniel said, "What I have told you is sure to happen." So Nebuchadnezzar once again ordered his soldiers to continue their rounds and to kill anyone moving towards him, whosoever he may be. He detained Daniel, warning him that if Nebuchadnezzar was not killed within 3 days, Daniel would be executed. As evening approached, his restlessness increased so much he came out, gave his sword to one of the slaves who belonged to Faris, and roared, "Kill anyone you see, even if it is I." The slave took the sword from his hand and decapitated him in one stroke, thus sending Nebuchadnezzar to hell instantly. After the mass massacre of the Israelites, Irmia came out of Jerusalem, rode his ass, took figs and grape juice with him, and reached a place where the dead bodies of many people were scattered, and animals of the land, sea, and air were devouring their corpses. Irmia halted there for a while. Then he uttered, "How will Allah enlighten those whose limbs have been eaten up by beasts?" Allah immediately retrieved his soul and made him alive after 100 years. Allah showed his mercy to the Israelites and killed Nebuchadnezzar. The Israelites flourished in the world, and the messenger who came to life after remaining dead for 100 years was Prophet Irmia. As regards Uzair, when Nebuchadnezzar overpowered the Israelites and became king, Uzair escaped from his evil regime and disappeared in a stream of water. The first portion of the corpse of Irmia to be made alive was his eyes. The pupil of his eye moved like the whiteness of an egg, and it could see. Allah sent a revelation asking him for how many days had he remained at that place. He said, "For a day." Then when he observed that the sun had gone up, he said, "Even less than a day." Allah said, "No, but 100 years have passed since you were here. Look at the figs and the fig juice. They have remained fresh for all this time. And see your ass. It has turned into a heap of rotten bones. Now see how I make it alive." Uzair saw the broken bones drawing near one another and joining until the entire body of himself and all the limbs of his ass became all right, and both of them arose. Irmia said, "I know that Allah is omnipotent, and it is mentioned in a reliable tradition that 2 Kafir disbeliever kings had ruled over the entire world. They were Nimrod and Nebuchadnezzar." According to a reliable source, Imam as-Sadiq said that when Irmia saw the destruction of Jerusalem and the people lying dead in that city, he exclaimed, "Will Allah ever make all of them alive?" Allah retrieved his soul also. Then after 100 years, when he was made alive, he saw how various parts of his body joining one another, flesh was growing on them, and the joints and veins coming together. Finally, when he became all right, he sat up, said, "I know for sure that Allah is able to do everything." It is reported in a reliable tradition that Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said that a man who becomes gloomy concerning his sustenance has a sin listed in his account. Verily, Daniel had lived in the time of a heartless and oppressor king who arrested him and had him thrown in a well. Allah sent his revelation to another messenger of that time, asking him to take food provision to Daniel. He submitted, "O my nourisher, where is he, Daniel?" Then came a divine indication. When you get out of the city, a voice will come to you. Just follow that voice. It will take you to a well wherein lies Daniel. When that messenger approached Daniel and dropped food and water in the well, Daniel recited the prayer which has been quoted earlier. Thereafter Imam as-Sadiq said, "Almighty Allah provides sustenance to the faithful mu'mineen from unthinkable sources." In another hadith, it is said by Imam Jafar as-Sadiq that when the time of Sulayman's death came near, he made by the command of Allah Asif bin Barqiyah his caliph successor. His Shia's companions were always going to Asif to learn about religious issues. Once, Asif absented himself from them for quite a long time. Then he came back and lived among them for a long period before he allowed them to go. The Shias asked him, "Now when and where will we meet you?" He replied, "Near, sir, at the bridge in hereafter." Then he disappeared. The Israelites was subjected to difficulties and pains. When Nebuchadnezzar got control over them, he killed everyone who was caught and sent his men after those who escaped from him. He arrested their children. Accordingly, he picked up 4 persons of great personalities from the Israelites. One of them was Daniel, another was Uzzur, a progeny of Harun. They were quite young. He arrested them. He tortured the Israelites severely and subjected them to all sorts of disgrace and dishonor. At that time, their Israelites' guide and leader was Daniel, who remained imprisoned in Nebuchadnezzar's jail for 90 years. When Nebuchadnezzar came to know about Daniel's greatness, and when he heard that the Israelites were awaiting Daniel for the removal of their troubles, he imprisoned Daniel in a very spacious and deep well and released a tiger in it so that it would kill him. He also ordered that nobody should offer food to Daniel. However, the tiger never approached Daniel, and Allah provided food and water to Daniel through one of his messengers. Daniel fasted during the day and broke his fasts in the evening with that provision. During this period, his Shia's companions and friends were put to more and more troubles and tortures, and all were in wait for his appearance. Many of them had, due to the lengthening of the period of his occultation absence, begun to doubt their religion. Finally, when the calamities on the prophet Daniel and his community crossed all limits, Nebuchadnezzar had a dream. In that dream, he saw armies of angels descending from the heaven and proceeding to the well in which Daniel was imprisoned. They were saluting Daniel and gave him good tidings of the removal of all his calamities. When Nebuchadnezzar woke up in the morning, he felt ashamed of his misdeeds. He brought Daniel out of the well, begged his pardon, and entrusted all the affairs of his regime to him and made him the ruler of his country. Then all the people of the Israelites who were in hiding came out and gathered around Daniel. They drew a sigh of relief. Time passed by peacefully. Eventually Daniel passed away into the mercy of his Lord, leaving his vicegerency and caliphate to Uzzur. Believers joined and obeyed the latter and continued to obtain solutions to their affairs from him. Allah made him also disappear for 100 years. After 100 years, he was again reappointed over them. After him, the Hujjas of Allah remained in hiding, and calamities continued to fall on the Israelites until the time Yahya arrived. According to reliable sources, Imam Muhammad al-Baqir, in reply to people's query whether Daniel knew the science of explaining dramas and whether he had taught it to others too, replied, "Yes, because Allah was sending revelations to him. He was a prophet and was one of those who was given the knowledge about dreams or visions. He was very truthful and wise, and his heart was full of love for us all, albeit." According to reliable narrations, Imam al-Rida said, "In the time of Daniel, there was a king who had told Daniel that he wished to have a child just like him, Daniel of good character. Daniel asked the king how much respect and value he had for him. The king replied, 'I have high regards and much respect for you.' Daniel told him, 'When you go to your wife for sexual intercourse, keep my thought in your mind wholeheartedly.' Complying with this advice, the king got a son who was the best of all others and resembled Daniel a lot. According to authentic reports, the Holy Prophet said, Nebuchadnezzar ruled for 187 years. After 47 years of his rule, Allah Almighty appointed Uzzur as a messenger divine for those city dwellers who were made alive after a 100-year-old death. They were residents of different townships who had fled for fear of death and had resided near about Uzzur. All of them were believers. Uzzur talked pleasantly with them and heard them with interest. He loved them due to their faith and tied the knot of brotherhood and faith with them. One day he had gone away for them for some reason. When he returned the next day, he saw all of them lying dead. He became very sorry and surprisingly exclaimed, "When will Allah enliven them?" Allah retrieved his soul also then and there. Thus, all of them remained there in the same state for 100 years. After 100 years, Allah made Uzzur alive along with the others. They were warriors numbering 100,000. But Nebuchadnezzar overpowered them and killed each and every one. Thereafter Nebuchadnezzar died and his son Mariah became king. After ruling for 17 years and 20 days, Mariah dug a very big cavern and threw Daniel and his Shias in it and torched it. But nobody was harmed. When Mariah saw that the flames of fire did not touch them, he imprisoned all of them and released many beasts of prey therein and tortured them in various methods until Allah Almighty released them from his clutches. The group referred to as makers of the pit in the Holy Qur'an were these people. When Allah desired to call back Daniel to his mercy, he commanded him to turn over his divine light of wisdom to his son Yahya and to make him his caliph. According to reliable chains, Imam as-Sadiq said, Amir al-Mu'minin said, Daniel was an orphan. Neither his father nor mother were living. An old woman of the Israelites had nourished Daniel. The king of that time had appointed 2 cadis judges. A very virtuous man was a friend of both of them. He had a very beautiful, pious, and God-worshipping wife. That pious man used to meet the king also. Facing a problem, the king told the 2 judges that he required a reliable man to whom he could entrust such and such work. The 2 judges recommended the name of the aforesaid person. The king dispatched that pious man on that job. While going away, that pious man asked his 2 friends to look after his wife during his absence. They went to his house to inquire about her well-being. As she was extraordinarily beautiful, both of them fell in love with her at first sight and desired to have an illicit relationship with her. But she did not agree. They threatened her as such, we will give witness before the king that you have committed adultery and he will stone you to death. But she was adamant and retorted, do whatever you can, but I will not tolerate such a heinous misdeed. Both those dishonest men helplessly went to the king and gave a false statement that she had committed adultery. The king was shocked to hear it because he had heard a lot about her piety and chastity and was all praise for it. On the other hand, he could not reject the witness given by the 2 judges. At last, after a lot of thinking, he told them that he would accept their witness, but would give the punishment of stoning her after 3 days. He announced in the city that there would be a stoning of a Allah-fearing and virtuous woman of the town, as she had committed adultery according to the witness given by 2 judges, and called upon the people to gather at a certain place for the stoning. The people were not prepared to agree with this allegation, which they knew was false, and continued to argue with the king. The king consulted his vizier and asked him whether he could show him a way by which the woman could be saved. He said, no. On the 3rd day, when that lady was to be stoned to death, the vizier got out of his home and proceeded toward the king's court. On his way, he saw some children playing, among whom was also Daniel. The vizier did not know Daniel. When the vizier approached them, Daniel told the children, let us stage a play. I will act as the king. This boy will act as the pious lady, and those 2 boys will take the role of the 2 judges. They made an earthen stage, and Daniel sat on it. He took a sword made of reed in his hand and ordered the rest of the boys to take one of the 2 witnesses and make him stand afar, and to make the other witness stand at a distance on the other side. Then he called one of the witnesses near him and said, tell the truth, otherwise you will be decapitated instantly. The vizier was observing this game. The boy witness said that the pious woman committed adultery. Daniel asked, when? He said, at such time and on such day. Then Daniel asked, with whom? He replied, with the son of such and such man. Daniel then asked, at what place? He replied, at such and such place. Then Daniel called the other witness and asked him, what is your witnessing? He said, I give witness that this lady has committed adultery. He was asked, when? He replied, at this time. He asked, with whom? He said, with that person. He asked, at what place? He said, at such and such place. As there was contradiction in the statements of the 2, Daniel exclaimed, Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest. These 2 have given false witness. Then he ordered that an announcement should be made that the people should gather to witness the execution of the 2 persons who gave false testimony. Observing this wonderful judgment of Daniel, the vizier rushed to the king and described it to him. The king called those 2 cadis, made them stand apart at an out-of-hearing distance. Then he called one of the 2 and questioned him about the pious woman as Daniel had done. Then he called the other person and interrogated him likewise. As there was obvious difference between their accounts, the king called upon the people to come together and witness the execution of the false witnesses and passed orders for their killing. It is reported authentically that Imam Al-Baqir said, Allah Almighty revealed to Messenger Dawud and ordered him to go to Daniel and to tell him, you disobeyed me and I forgave you. Again you disregarded my command and I pardoned you. Once more you did not comply with my orders and I will not forgive you. Dawud conveyed the divine commandment to Daniel. Daniel said, you have fulfilled your mission of the divine messengership. Then Daniel arose before next daybreak, wept profusely, and prayed earnestly to Almighty Allah, saying, "O my nourisher, I disobeyed you on 3 occasions, and you are kind enough to forgive me. Now that you are not to pardon me on the 4th occasion, I humbly submit before you, swearing by you honor and grandeur. If you will not continue to be kind to me, and if you will not guide me, surely I will err, I will err, I will err, I will err." According to an authentic narration, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said, "Once the Holy Prophet said, appreciate the value of bread for its making. The entire creation of Allah situated between His throne." According to an authentic narration, Imam as-Sadiq, the Holy Prophet once said, "Appreciate the value of bread, because for its making the entire creation of Allah situated between His throne and the earth have toiled." Then he told the people around him, "Do you want me to tell you something?" They replied, "Surely, O Prophet of Allah, may our parents be sacrificed for you. Do enlighten us." The Holy Prophet said, "Before your time, there was a divine messenger named Daniel. Once upon a time, he gave a bread loaf to a shipfarer and requested him to take him across the river. That fellow threw away the bread, retorting, 'What shall I do with this bread? A number of it is being wasted all around us all the time.' Shocked by the behavior of that man, Daniel raised his hands toward the heavens and exclaimed, 'O nourisher of the universe, you have already seen what this man has done to this loaf and what he said about it.' Almighty Allah ordered the sky to stop raining and commanded the earth to become as hard as baked bricks so that even grass may not sprout there. Consequently, there was a famine which became so severe that people began to kill and eat one another. The intensity of famine reached the extent willed by Allah so as to make the people disciplined. One woman who had a baby son told another woman who also had a baby son, 'Today I will slaughter my son so that both of us may eat his flesh. Tomorrow you should do likewise with your son.' Then she killed her son and both ate his flesh. The next day, when both became hungry, the other woman refused to kill her son. Quarreling with one another, they approached Daniel for judgment. He exclaimed, 'Has the condition worsened so much that you are prepared to eat up your own offsprings?' They said, 'Yes, O Messenger of Allah, the situation is even worse than that.' So Daniel raised his hands to pray to Allah and said, 'O Provident of sustenance to all, resume your mercy upon us and please do not chastise the poor and their children because of the sins of proud men like the shipfarer and other thankless people.' So Allah commanded the sky to shower rain and ordered the earth to grow grains and said, 'Compensate the loss of my creation which they suffered until now. I have shown my mercy to them due to the young children.'" According to a reliable tradition, Amir al-Mu'minin Ali said, "Whenever you see a beast of prey recite, I come into the protection of the Lord of Daniel and of the well in which he was thrown, from the harm of the tiger and of every animal." It is recorded that Imam Zayn al-Abidin said, Almighty Allah told Daniel through a revelation, "In my view, the most inimical and most ignorant and unwise among my creation is he who underestimates the rights of the knowledgeable and does not follow him, and most dear to me is a pious person who is eager to gain my reward and who serves the learned and does not go away from him and who follows the patient and takes lessons from the wise." Through authentic chains, Al-Qulub al-Ruwani and Ibn Babawayh have narrated from Ibn Munbah that when Nebuchadnezzar became king, he was expecting only sinfulness from the Israelites because he knew that he would not be able to overcome them until they became unworthy of Allah's help. Hence, he was constantly spying on them to ascertain their condition until all their virtues turned into vices and evils. When they began to kill their prophets, Nebuchadnezzar arrived with his armies and encircled the Israelites. As the Holy Qur'an describes, "And we have made known to the children of Israel in the book, most certainly you will make mischief in the land twice, and most certainly you will behave with great insolence." 15:4. So when the promise of the first of the two came true, we sent over to you our servants of mighty prowess. So they went to and from among the houses, and it was a promise to be accomplished. 15:5. Accordingly, they arrested and killed many according to Allah's word. Wahab bin Munabah has said that the said group was that of Nebuchadnezzar and his army men. Commentators have said that their first haughtiness was opposing the commandments of the Torah, and the second misdeed of corruption was the murder of Soia or Ermia or Zechariah or Yahya, and their intention to kill kill Issa. Some commentators have written that those mischief makers were Nebuchadnezzar and his fellow travelers, and some have said they were Jalut. Some say they were Sakhadib, who were residents of Nineveh. Then the Qur'an goes on to mention, "Then we gave you back the turn to prevail against them, and aided you with wealth and children, and made you a numerous band." 15:6. Commentators describe that from the side of the king of Babylon, Laros, Nebuchadnezzar finished them off, and when his son Gustav came to throne, he showed mercy toward the Israelites, released their captives, and sent them toward Syria, and made Daniel their king. Then the Israelites overpowered the companions of Nebuchadnezzar. According to another wording, this indicates the killing of Jalut by Dawud. Wahad has narrated that when Nebuchadnezzar surrounded the Israelites and the latter could not stand against the former, they turned toward Allah and wept and did good deeds, and also prevented ignorant from doing evils beside enjoining them to do good. So Allah made them overpower Nebuchadnezzar, even though they had been defeated and their cities conquered. Nebuchadnezzar returned left because an arrow hit the forehead of his horse, which ran and carried him out of the city. Thereafter the Israelites became rebellious and corrupt. As they once more drowned themselves into the sea of sins, Nebuchadnezzar intended to invade them, as says Almighty. So when the second promise came true, we raised another people that they may bring you to grief, and that they may enter the mosque as they entered it the first time, and that they might destroy whatever they gained ascendancy over with utter destruction. 15:7. The commentators have commented that the king of Babylon came again to fight with them, and Webb has narrated that when the Israelites reverted to evil-doing and corruption, Irmia informed them that Nebuchadnezzar was coming to fight them, and that Allah had become very angry with them, and that He, Allah, says, "If you repent, I will be kind to you due to your previous ancestors," and asks, "Have you ever seen someone rebel against me and become successful, or someone obey me and become unlucky or lose because of my obedience? By you reason, infantierversmen of my servants, and narration orders and contraband can my you can null people for the camera through my downs and the world, but made them pro and readers support and you thirst me literature, so all you can reserve and loyal and king and are getting them most born in amazing, and they are to being me for being them, and their son, though being the wrong and ignorance to others. Despite all this rebellion and waywardness, I continued to protect them. Now I swear to turn their honor into disgrace and tranquility into troublesome danger. I will not answer when they make supplications to me. When their prophet conveyed this command of their Lord to them, they denied it and said, "You are attributing untruths to Allah and are claiming that Allah will suspend worship in His prayer houses." So they arrested and jailed the Prophet. At last, Nebuchadnezzar invaded their cities and surrounded them for 7 months until they were obliged to devour their wastes due to hunger. He overpowered them completely and massacred them like furious oppressors. He executed many and cut off the tongues of many, broke down their teeth, and imprisoned their womenfolk disgracefully. People told Nebuchadnezzar that among these people was one who had warned them about all that they are facing now, but they denied him and jailed him. Nebuchadnezzar ordered that he should be brought to him from jail. People brought Irmia to Nebuchadnezzar. He asked him whether he had warned the people about what would happen to them. Irmia replied, "Yes, because I knew it all. Allah had informed me about it, and He appointed me as a messenger for them." Nebuchadnezzar asked, "Did they beat you up and jail you?" Irmia replied, "Yes." Nebuchadnezzar said, "These are bad people and also evil, as they beat up their prophet and they deny their Lord's message. If you please, you may live with me. I will keep you with honor, or if you wish, you may live in the cities. I give you security." Irmia said, "Ever since I have awakened, I have remained in the shelter of Allah and have never been out of His protection. Had the Israelites too not been out of His asylum, they also would not have feared you." However, Irmia remained in the land of Ali where he was. At that time, that city had been destroyed and a part of it had been totally ruined. When the remaining people of the Israelites heard this, they collected near him and said, "O Messenger of Allah, we have recognized that you are our prophet. Please give us admonition. We are obedient to." He asked them to remain with him. They said, "We will live in the protection of the king and ask for his asylum." Told them the protection of Allah is the best protection. You should not go out of His protection and enter the asylum of others. But they left Irmia and went to Egypt and asked the king for his asylum. He gave them asylum. When Nebuchadnezzar came to know this, he wrote a letter to the king of Egypt stating, "Arrest them and send them to me, otherwise be prepared for a war. When Urmia came to know this, he showed mercy on them and went to Egypt so that he may relieve them from the evil of Nebuchadnezzar. He told the Israelites that Allah Almighty had revealed to him that he will make Nebuchadnezzar overpower that king, and a sign of it is that he has shown me the place where Nebuchadnezzar will ascend the throne after conquering Egypt. Then he fixed 4 stones at the place of the throne. When Nebuchadnezzar invaded and conquered Egypt, he gained control of them and arrested them. He intended to distribute the booty. He thought to kill some of the captives and to set some free. When he saw Urmia among them, he said to him, I respect you, but you have joined my enemies. He replied, I had come here to inform these people that you will win over them, and I warned them of your power and might even while you were in Babylon. Yet I have shown them the place of your throne, and even fixed stones at the place of each leg of your throne. They have seen all this. As ordered by Nebuchadnezzar, the throne was moved aside, and the ground beneath every leg of the throne was dug. When the said stones were seen, he was convinced that the words were true. He said, Now I will kill these people because they did not believe in your words and denied you. At last, all of them were killed. Thereafter Nebuchadnezzar returned to Babylon. Urmia stayed in Egypt for some time. Allah commanded him to go to the city of Aliyah. On his way back to Urmia, when approached Jerusalem and saw its destruction, he exclaimed, When will Allah make the city flourish? Then he camped on the outskirts of the city and fell asleep. Allah retrieved his soul and kept him hidden from the sight of people. He remained dead there for 100 years. Allah had promised him that that city would be inhabited. When 70 years passed by after his death, he permitted the settlement of the city of Aliyah. Allah then sent an angel to the king of Faris called Gom with the message, Allah orders you to proceed to Aliyah with your army and men and treasure and rebuild that city. The king of Faris appointed 30,000 persons and gave each one of them 1,000 helpers and provided all the material required for building that city. The city of Aliyah began to flourish after 30 years. Allah made Urmia alive as has been mentioned in the Holy Qur'an. Again, it is reported from the same Wahab bin Munabba that when Nebuchadnezzar arrested the Israelites and took them with him, Daniel and Uzair were also among them. Nebuchadnezzar enslaved the Israelites after reaching Babylon. After several years he saw a dream which frightened him, but forgot about it entirely when he woke up the next morning. He collected his people and asked if anyone could tell him what he had seen in his dream. He also warned them that if they did not tell him the details of his dream within 3 days he would kill all of them. Daniel was then in jail. When he heard about Nebuchadnezzar's dream, he told the jailer, You have done much good for me. Can you do a little more for me? Please intimate to the king that I know his dream as well as its meaning. The jailer came to Nebuchadnezzar and conveyed Daniel's message. The king called Daniel. Everyone arriving in his court used to prostrate before him first, but Daniel did not do so. He stood silent for quite a long time, but the king did not speak to him. Then he asked the watchman to go out of his presence and asked Daniel, Why did you not prostrate before me? He replied, My Lord who has given me the knowledge about dreams has prohibited me from prostrating before anyone except him. If I bow before anyone except him, this knowledge of mine will vanish from me, then you will not get its benefit. Hence I did not prostrate before you. Nebuchadnezzar said, Since you have fulfilled you Lord's condition, you are saved from my harm. Now tell me about what I dreamed. Daniel said, You saw a very huge idol. Its foot was on earth, and its head touched the sky. Its upper part was made of gold, the middle of silver, and the lover of copper. The shin of its legs was of iron, and feet of bricks. You were observing its grandeur and strength, and the difference in the various limbs of its body. Suddenly an angel threw a stone on that idol, which hit its head and made it small in such a way that all the parts of its body, which were made up of gold and silver and copper and iron and brick, mixed with one another, and you thought that even if all the men of the world joined together and tried to disintegrate those parts, they would not be able to do so. Then you thought that a little breeze of wind could also sweep off all of them. Then you had a vision that the stone thrown by the angel began to enlarge until it covered the entire earth. Then, despite all efforts, you could not see anything except the sky and that stone. Nebuchadnezzar said, You are quite correct. I had seen the same things. Now please tell me what it all means. Daniel said, The example of the idol seen by you is like the communities of people who will appear like that of the past, medieval times, and the last ages. The golden part resembles your community in your regime. Silver is like that of your son who will rise after you, and copper indicates the people of Rome Byzantine. Iron hints at the Iranians and the kingdoms of non-Arabs, and the brick is that the kingdom of two communities. Their king will have two wives, one in the east of Yemen and the other in the west of Syria. The stone which came from the sky and belittled the idol indicates the religion which will cover the people of the last age. It will defeat all other religions and falsify them. The Lord of the world will send an unlettered prophet in the Arab land, and through him subjugate all other people and religions. As you have seen in your vision, that stone enlarged until it encircled the entire world. Hearing this, Nebuchadnezzar said, "The extent of your kindness to me is unprecedented, and I want to reward you for it. If you intend to go to your cities, I will send you there, and will rebuild those cities for you. If you would prefer to live with me, I will keep you with me with full honor and respect." Daniel said, "Until Allah so desires, our cities will continue to ruin as destined by him, and he will rebuild them when he wants to do so. I prefer to live with you." Nebuchadnezzar gathered his sons and servants and tribesmen and told them, "This gentleman is very wise and knowledgeable. It was because of him that Allah relieved me from a calamity regarding which you could not help. So now I have entrusted all my affairs as well as that of yours to him. O my sons, earn knowledge from this great man and obey him. If you get orders from me and from him simultaneously, then first comply with his commandment. Thereafter, he did not do any work without consulting Daniel." When the people of Nebuchadnezzar's community saw this, they became jealous of Daniel. They went to him, Nebuchadnezzar, and told him, "You are the owner of the entire world, then how is it that you have made even yourself subject to his orders? Our enemies think you have lost your senses, and hence you have given up your kingship." Nebuchadnezzar said, "I obtain help from this gentleman who belongs to the Israelites for reforming your affairs because his Lord makes him aware of good things." They told him, "We are making a god for you who will help you in your affairs, and then you will have no more need of Daniel." Nebuchadnezzar said, "It is up to you." Hearing this, all of them went away and constructed a very huge idol and fixed a day of festival on which all were invited to attend a sacrificial ceremony wherein many animals were to be slaughtered and offered to the gigantic idol. A big fire was lit in front of the idol like the fire of Nimrod. Anybody who refused to prostrate before that idol was thrown into that fire pit. Daniel had 4 youth friends named Yushal, Yuhin, Eswa, and Marsus, all belonging to the Israelites. They were both faithful and sincere. They were caught and brought there and ordered to bow before the idol. They said, "This idol is not Allah. It is a log of wood having no sense, carved up by men. We can prostrate before the only one Allah who created this idol." Angered by this reply, they tied up all the 4 and threw them into the blazing fire. Next morning, Nebuchadnezzar saw from the balcony of his palace that all of them were alive and another aged personality was sitting near them. He also saw that the fire has cooled down. On seeing this, he got frightened and called Daniel and inquired about them. Daniel said, "All those 4 youths belong to my faith. They worship only my Allah. Therefore, he protected them from your evil. The person sitting near them is an angel who is in charge of heat and cold. Allah has sent him to help those youths." Nebuchadnezzar ordered them out of the fire pit and asked them, "How did you pass the night?" They reply, "Ever since we were born, we have not passed a night which was not better than the previous one." Hearing this, Nebuchadnezzar respected them and allowed them to live with Daniel. 30 years passed by. Then Nebuchadnezzar saw another dream which was more frightening than the previous one, and again he forgot the whole of it. He called scholars of his country and told them that he had seen a dream which he was afraid would indicate his death, and asked them to enlighten him on its meaning. They told him that they did not know its meaning. He turned out all of them and called Daniel and consulted him about his dream. Daniel, describing his dream, said, "In your dream you have seen many green trees with their branches reaching up to the sky. Birds of the sky were sitting on that tree. Under it were wild animals of the land. You were looking at that tree, and its freshness and greenery astonished you. Suddenly an angel descended from the heavens with an axe-like iron instrument hanging round his neck. That angel asked another angel standing at the gate of the heavens in what way Allah had ordered him to cut off the tree, that is, downright from its roots, or to leave it standing on a shortened trunk. The angel replied that Allah had commanded him to cut off some part of the tree and to leave some part of it intact. Then you saw that when the angel hit the tree with that axe, it fell down crashing, and all the birds flew away, and all the animals scattered from under its shade. Only the trunk of that tree stood on the ground. Its greenness and freshness vanished." Nebuchadnezzar said that was exactly what he had seen in his dream. Then he he requested for its meaning. Daniel said, "The tree was you yourself. The birds on it were your family members, and the beasts under it were your servants and slaves, etc. You made Allah angry because of your idol worship." Nebuchadnezzar asked, "What will your Lord do now?" Daniel replied, "He will involve you in the matter of your body. Your body will be metamorphosed for 7 years. Then you will revert to the shape of man as you are now." Nebuchadnezzar was severely shocked. He kept weeping for 7 days. After 7 days, he went to the top floor of his palace, where Allah turned him into an eagle and he flew away. Daniel ordered his sons not to make any changes in his regime until their father's return. Finally, he was metamorphosed in the shape of a mosquito and returned to his palace flying. Allah turned him into a human being again. He took a bath, wore jute clothing, collected his people, and said, "You and I worshipped, instead of only one Allah, a thing which cannot either give us any benefit or any loss. Verily, in the matter of my own self I am convinced Allah's might has become manifest, and I have understood that there is no Allah except the Allah of the Israelites. So whosoever will follow me is from me and will have equal status, and whosoever opposes me I will cut off his head, until Allah makes a final decision between me and him. I give you respite until next morning. Return all of you next morning." Then he went inside his palace and reclined on his bed. Allah retrieved his soul then and there. Wahab says he heard the whole of this story from Ibn Abbas. Then Al-Qut al-Rawani relates, when Nebuchadnezzar died, people obeyed his son, who consulted Daniel regarding his vessel's containers, which were made by shaitans and jinn for Suleiman from pearls and rubies etc., fetched out from rivers which could not be crossed by ships. Nebuchadnezzar had obtained them as booty from Jerusalem and Babylon. Daniel said, "These vessels are clean and pure. They have been made by a prophet and his son so that they might become means of worship of the Lord. So do not make them impure with pork and other dirty things, because their inheritor is someone else to whom Allah will send them very soon." But he did not act according to the instruction of Daniel and drove him out and freed him. He had a very intelligent wife who was educated by Daniel. She tried her best to advise him, saying that, "Your father consulted Daniel in every difficult problem and obtained his help." But he did not heed her advice and indulged in every vice until, because of his innumerable sins, the earth complained to Allah. Finally, one day when he was in the festival ground, he saw a hand come out of the heavens and inscribe 3 words on the wall, and then both the hand and the pen disappeared. He called Daniel and asked for its meaning. He said, "The first word means your intelligence was weighed in balance and it was found very light. The second word means you had promised that after becoming a king you would do good deeds, but you did not keep that promise. And the third word means Allah Almighty gave you and your father a very great kingdom, but you destroyed it with your misdeeds. Now until the last day of the resurrection day, no one from your dynasty will ever become a king." He asked, "What would happen after our deprivation from the kingship?" He said, "You will fall prey to Allah's chastisement." In the meanwhile, Allah sent a mosquito which entered into his nose and began to eat his brain. It stopped biting only when his head was hit. As a result, he loved most the man who would hit his head with an iron club. After passing 40 days like this, he entered hell. 3. It is reported by Ibn Abbas, one day Uzair prayed to Allah, "O Lord Nourisher, I have pondered over all of your affairs and orders and am convinced that your justice is perfect. Of course, there is one thing which my mind could not understand. It is that when you become angry with a community and send your punishment on them, it sweeps even sinless innocent children. Get out of the city and go to the desert," came the divine voice. He complied with it and went to the forest. When the heat increased, he took shelter under a tree and fell asleep. While asleep, an ant bit his leg. Bothered by it, he hit the ground with his leg, killing hundreds of ants at that spot. He understood then that Allah had taught him a lesson through this example. Allah told him through revelation that, "O Uzair, whenever a group becomes liable to my punishment, I fix a time for their chastisement in such a manner that the children who had lived for their appointed terms of life die at the hour, and the sinners are destroyed by way of my chastisement." It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam Jafar as-Sadiq said, Allah appointed a prophet called Irmia for the Israelites. Allah revealed to him, "Ask the Israelites what is the name of the city which I selected and honored. wherein I grew nice quality trees, every one of them being different and better than the other, and I purified it. Then it became a dirty city, which was then spoiled, wherefrom trees with good fruits vanished, and in their place grew up carob. When Irmiyah asked this question to the Israelites, they laughed and made a mockery of him, complained to Allah. Allah asked him to tell them that that city is Jerusalem, and that tree is the Israelites, whom I had spared from the control of every king, but still they spread corruption and disobey me. So now I will impose upon them such an oppressor that he will shed their blood and plunder their wealth and properties. They will complain much, but I will not hear them or have mercy on them. They will make supplications before me, but I will not accept it. This will continue for 100 years. Then after 100 years I will make them flourish. When Irmiyah narrated this foretelling to the Israelites, their religious scholars began to cry, O Prophet of Allah, where is our fault in it? Our deeds are different from those of the sinners. So please pray to Allah. Irmiyah fasted for 7 days, but he did not get any revelation. He continued his fast for another 7 days, and again for further 7 days. On the 21st day it was revealed to him, refrain from your intention. Do you want to intercede with me a thing which has already been decided finally by me? If you say anything again about it, I will turn your face toward your back. Tell the ulama, religious scholars of the Israelites, that your sin is that you continued to see them sinning. You connived at their sins. You did not prevent them from sinning. Allah imposed Nebuchadnezzar on you. You have already heard what he did with them. At last Nebuchadnezzar called Irmiyah and said, I have heard that you had already informed them what was going to happen to them by me, but they did not care. Well, now if you please you may stay with me, otherwise you can go wherever you please. Preferred to remain separate and took with him, as provision, grape and figs. According to another narration, he took grapes and garlic and went away from the city as far as an eye could see. Then he turned around and looked at the city and exclaimed, how will Allah make these people alive? So Allah retrieved his soul and kept him dead for 100 years. He had died in the morning hours, but when Allah made him alive it was evening and the sun was about to set. The first part of his body which was made alive was his eye. He was asked, how long did you stay here? He replied, for 1 day. But when he looked at the sun which had not yet gone down, he said, rather less than a day. He was told, no, you have been here for 100 years. Just look at your ass, how disintegrated it has become. Then, before his eyes, Allah joined parts of his body as well as that of his animal with one another and recreated veins and flesh and skin, etc., and he became all right. Then he arose and said, I know that Allah is able to do everything. Imam as-Sadiq has said, Nebuchadnezzar's name is like that because he was fed with the milk of a bitch. Bakht was the name of a she-dog, and Nasar was the name of her owner. Nebuchadnezzar was a fire worshipper. He invaded Jerusalem and entered the city with 600,000 flags and did what he did. It is related from Amir al-Mu'minin that Jerusalem was destroyed on the last Wednesday of the month, and on the same day Masjid Suleiman was burnt in Iran. According to authentic narration, Ibn Kuwa asked Amir al-Mu'minin, people narrate from you that you had said that there had been a boy apparently much older than his own father, though my mind does not believe it. Ali said, when Uzair went out of his home, his wife was pregnant, and then she delivered a son. The age of Uzair was 50 years when Allah retrieved his soul. Then after 100 years, when he was made alive, Allah raised him up in the same condition in which he was at the age of 50 years. Thus when he returned home, his age was 50, but his son was much older than him in age. It is recorded in reliable sources that when Hisham bin Abdul Malik took Imam Muhammad al-Baqir with him, a great Christian religious scholar then living in Syria, asked some questions to them. Hearing his replies, he became a Muslim. One of his questions was, enlighten me about a man who went into his wife and she got pregnant with 2 sons, both of whom were born at the same time. Both died at the same time and both were interned in the same grave, and yet the age of one of them was 150 years and that of the other only 50. Ali said, those 2 brothers were Uzair and Ezra, who were born twins. When they were 30 years old, Allah Almighty turned Uzair dead for 100 years. After Allah made him alive, he lived with Ezra for another 20 years, and thereafter both of them entered the mercy of Allah, expired at the same time. Thus the age of Uzair was 50 years, and that of Ezra 150 years. 4. What? Surah Baqarah 2:259-2. The meeting of Dawood with Daniel is indeed strange in view view of the earlier hadiths according to which there was a vast distance of time between the two. Perhaps Daniel had become very aged, or maybe this was another person named Daniel, though it too is quite strange. For these stories which have been narrated by Wahhab have spread through common people and hence are not authentic. Reliable traditions do not indicate that Nebuchadnezzar had become a Muslim. Since Ibn Babawayh and Rawandi had noted this narration, I also quoted it. In Tawhid Mufa currency al, there is a hint of the metamorphosing of Nebuchadnezzar, but without specification. Thor to the head of the it is also likely that the event might have occurred to both the gentlemen. What has come in this verse relates to Urmia. It should be remembered that this story also provides proof of Raja resurrection like the recurring traditions mentioned by us earlier, and that what happened to the Israelites would happen to this also. An account of Yunus ibn Matta and his respected father, says Almighty in the Holy Qur'an. And wherefore was there not a town which should believe so that their belief should have profited them, but the people of Yunus? When they believed, we removed from them the chastisement of disgrace in this world's life, and we gave them provision until a time. 1098. He asserts at another place, and Yunus, when he went away in wrath, he thought that we would not straiten him. So he called out among afflictions, There is no Allah but thou, glory be to thee. Surely I am of those who make themselves to suffer loss. So we responded to him and delivered him from his grief, and thus do we deliver the believers. 2187-88. Imam al-Rida is reported to have said that he, Yunus, as the fish-related prophet, was convinced that Allah Almighty would not narrow down his provision. Some have said that he had imagined that, on his error of leaving the preferable Tark Allah would not take him to task. Hence it is related from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that he, Yunus, cried out in the darkness, and Imam al-Rida has said that he cried out in the triple darkness of the night, the sea and the inside of the fish which had swallowed him up. O my Lord, there is no Allah except you. I glorify you, clear you from all things which are not becoming you. You are absolutely faultless. Doubtlessly I have erred in walking away from the people while it was better to remain among them. Or he uttered these words by way of humility without having indulged in any sin or undesirable deed. Imam al-Rida is reported to have said that when Yunus remembered Allah with so much peace of mind in the belly of the fish and said that I have never worshipped Allah like this before, then Allah said, we accepted his prayer and delivered him from grief and sorrow, and we relieve believers like this from grief and sorrow whenever they seek our shelter, uttering these words, as reliably and authentically said by Imam as-Sadiq. And Allah says at another place, and Yunus was most surely of the apostles, when he ran away from the midst of his people to a ship completely laden with passengers and their goods. So he shared with them, but was of those who were cast off. So lots were drawn between the voyagers when a fish blocked their way, and he became among the defeated as his name came out in the lots. So the fish swallowed him while he did that for which he blamed himself. But had it not been that he was of those who glorify us, he would certainly have tarried in its belly to the day when they are raised. Then we cast him onto the vacant surface of the earth, where there was neither tree nor greenery. While he was sick, it is said that his body had become as soft and weak like that of a newborn baby. And we caused to grow up for him a gourd plant which cast its shadow on him, and we sent him to 100,000, rather they exceeded, that is, in the land of Nineveh, which is one of the cities of Mosul. Some say, in this verse, the word av means va, meaning and indicating 1 lakh and more. Some say it means we sent him toward many groups, and that if anybody would see them, they would say they were 1 lakh men or more. About this more, some are of the opinion that it meant 20,000, and according to some 30,000, and in the opinion of some even 70,000. And they believed. So we gave them provision until a time, that is, until they completed their ages of life. We deferred our chastisement from them. 37:139-148. And at another place he says, were it not that favor from his Lord had overtaken him, he would certainly have been cast down upon the naked ground while he was slain. Then his Lord chose him, and he made him of the good. 68. 49-50. According to reliable narrations, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is reported to have said that Allah has never deferred from any people his chastisement after its signs had become apparent except in the case of the community of Yunus. Yunus went on inviting his people toward Islam and they continued to deny. Finally, he intended to curse them. There were two men. One of them was a worshipper and the other was scholar. The name of the worshipper was Tahoka and that of the scholar Rubiel. The worshipper said to curse, but the scholar insisted that they should not be cursed. He said to Yunus, though Allah will not turn down your curse, he would also not like to annihilate his slaves. Yunus accepted the talk of the worshipper and cursed his community. Allah revealed to him that his chastisement would come down on them on such and such day of such and such month of such and such year. When the day drew near, Yunus went out of the community with the worshipper, but the scholar remained among the people. Seeing the signs of the divine punishment, he advised his people, cry and pray to Allah. Perhaps he will defer his anger. Maybe he will shed his mercy on you. People asked him how they should appeal to Allah. He said, leave your homes and go to the forest. Make children separate from their mothers. Also separate the little ones of sheep and goats and cows from their mothers and weep earnestly with humility before Allah. All did likewise. They went to the jungle and cried and wept and lamented profusely. Allah became kind to them and deferred his chastisement, even though its time had almost arrived. Then Yunus came there to see how they were destroyed. But what he saw was a farmer was plowing his field. He asked him what happened to the people of Yunus. They did not recognize Yunus and replied that Yunus had cursed his community. Allah accepted his curse and his chastisement almost arrived on their heads. But then the people gathered and cried and wept and repented in the presence of their Lord. He became kind to them, showed his mercy and sidetracked the chastisement from them and made it scatter over the mountains. Now the people were searching for Yunus so that they could put faith in him. Hearing this, Yunus became angry and walked toward the seashore frowning. He saw a ship which was loaded and was about to sail. He got into it with the permission of the ship owners. In mid-sea, Allah sent a huge fish which blocked the way of the ship. Seeing the fish, Yunus became fearful, and others who were also frightened exclaimed, surely a sinner has got into our ship. Let us see who he is. They drew lots, which revealed the name of Yunus. So they threw him into the mouth of the fish, which went away into the sea water. A rabbi once asked Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, which prison went around the world with its inmate. He replied, the fish in which Allah had imprisoned Yunus. That fish went in the Red Sea or the Arabian Sea. From there it went to the river of Egypt. Therefrom it reached Tiberias, and then entered the river Tigris in Baghdad. Then it dived under the earth until it reached Qarun Korah. Discussion of Yunus with Qarun have already been mentioned in the events of Qarun. Allah ordered an angel in charge of Qarun to withhold chastisement from him during his worldly days. Anyhow, Yunus cried out in the belly of the fish. Allah responded to his prayer and ordered the fish to disgorge him onto the shore. His flesh and skin had dissolved. So Allah caused a gourd tree to grow near him, which cast its shadow on him so as to protect him from the heat of the sun. Then he moved the tree away from him. When the heat of the sun caused him pain, Yunus became restless and complained. Allah revealed to him, saying, O Yunus, you did not feel pity for over a lack of people, yet you have started complaining within a short painful time. Yunus submitted, O my Lord, forgive me and pardon my error. Finally Allah gave him health and he came back to his people. All put faith in him. Yunus has remained in the belly of the fish for 9 hours. According to another narration attributed to Imam Baqir, Yunus remained in the belly of the fish for 3 days, and all that time continued to invocate. Allah responded to his supplication. The fish disgorged him, and Allah provided a gourd tree as shade for his weak body. Yunus sucked it like a mother's breast and lived under its shade. Hair on his body had fallen down. He glorified Allah and kept remembering him throughout the day and night. When he got his strength back and his body became vigorous, Allah created an insect which ate out the root of the gourd tree, which then dried up. This made Yunus restless and sorrowful. Allah asked him, O Yunus, why are you grief-stricken? He replied, My Lord, this tree was benefiting me. You imposed an insect on it and it made it dry. Allah asserted, O Yunus, you are grieving for this tree, though you had neither sown it nor watered it. You had neither attended to it nor worked for it. Yet you are concerned why it dried up, though you are no more in need of it. But you did not worry for over a lack people of Nineveh and wanted that chastisement should fall on them, though all of them had become faithful and had given up sins. So now go to them. Hearing this, Yunus went back to his community. When he arrived near Nineveh, he felt ashamed of entering the city. He saw a shepherd and asked him, "Go into the city and announce that Yunus has arrived here." The shepherd said, "You are lying. Are you not ashamed of speaking such an untruth? Yunus has drowned in the sea and vanished." Yunus said, "This sheep will testify that I am Yunus." Then, as commanded by Allah, the sheep said, "This is Yunus." The shepherd took that sheep in his arms and ran toward the town. When he cried out that Yunus had arrived, people took him to be a joker and rushed forward to beat him up. But the shepherd boy said, "This sheep testifies that Yunus has indeed come." Then that sheep spoke up, "This shepherd tells the truth. Almighty Allah has indeed sent Yunus to you." The people rushed toward Yunus and brought him to town and proclaimed their faith in him. Their faith was better and fruitful. Allah kept them alive until he had destined and protected them from his punishment. According to another hadith, when Allah instructed Yunus emphatically to intimate his community contrary to what he had told them about the arrival of divine chastisement, he left them in their own condition. He imagined that even if he did not convey this latter message, Allah would not question him. The Imam said Archangel Gabriel had made an exception regarding the chastisement and had not finished, but Yunus did not hear the exception. It is reported through reliable chains that Imam As-Sadiq said, "One day Salama heard the Holy Prophet praying in these words, 'My Lord, never leave me on my own for a split second.' Salama asked, 'O Messenger of Allah, you too are asking like this?' The Holy Prophet replied, 'How can I rest assured when Yunus bin Matta did what he did when he was left to himself just for a split second?" It is mentioned in another reliable tradition that Abu Bakr asked Imam As-Sadiq what made Allah to defer his chastisement from the community of Yunus even when it was hovering on their heads. Such thing had never happened in the case of any other people. Imam replied, "The divine knowledge had got it that he would defer the chastisement due to their repentance." Yunus did not know this, so he desired that Yunus should be spared in the belly of the fish so that he may qualify for his reward. According to an authentic tradition, the same Imam is reported to have asserted that when Allah had sent his chastisement upon any people, he never deferred it except in the case of the people of Yunus. The audience asked, "Had the chastisement come down near their heads?" He said, "Yes, it had been so near that a hand could reach it." They asked, "Then why did Allah defer it? Why did he not cause it to rain down on them suddenly as had been done in the case of other defiant communities?" Imam said, "Because it had occurred in the secret hidden knowledge of Allah that he would spare them due to their repentance, and this thing would happen was not made known to anyone." It is mentioned that when Yunus went toward the hilly land of Raha, he was reciting, "My Lord, I have come running to you and have accepted your call, O reliever of all sorrows and hardships." In a reliable tradition, it is mentioned that Imam Muhammad al-Baqir said, "The first person for whom a lot was drawn was Maryam. Thereafter it was for Yunus when he entered a ship with a group, and when that ship was stalled in midstream. Lots were drawn thrice then, and on every occasion it came out in the name of Yunus. So Yunus came to the middle portion of the ship and saw a giant fish was facing them with its mouth wide open. He jumped off into its mouth. It is recorded through Ya'fur that once Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq raised his hand toward the heavens and said, "My Lord, do not leave me on my own even for the twinkling of an eye." Neither a little more than that nor a little less, and tears ran down his cheeks and rolled on his beard. Then he turned toward me and said, "O son Abba Ya'fur, Allah had left Yunus for much less than a split second when he left the better option. Had he died in the same condition without divine care, his status would have gone down very much." Ibn Babawayh has said, Yunus is called Yunus because when he became angry with his people, he went out of them and took up liking for his Lord, and thereafter when he returned to his community, he became their Munis admirer. It is recorded from reliable chains that Amir al-Mu'minin Ali said, "Allah presented my wilaya obedience to all the residents of the heavens and the earth. Those who wanted to accept it accepted it, and those who did not want it did not. Yunus too did not accept it as it deserved to be accepted. Allah imprisoned him in the belly of a fish. Thereafter he accepted it as rightly as it deserved." Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq has, according to reliable sources, said that when Yunus observed the misdeeds of his community, he admonished them, but they did not heed him. Becoming angry, he went away from them, reached the seashore, and entered a ship with a group of men. A fish blocked the way of that ship to overthrow it. Yunus said, "This fish wants me, so throw me out." Those in the ship hesitated and said, You're better than all of us. Why should the fish want you?" Then they drew lots. Yunus's name appeared in the lot thrice. Then they threw him out into the sea, and the fish swallowed him. Allah revealed to the fish that Yunus was not its food, and that it should neither eat his flesh nor break his bones. The fish took him around the high seas, and Yunus continued to pray to Allah in the darkness. When the fish reached the river containing Qur'an, he heard a voice which he had never heard before and asked the angel overseeing him about it. The angel told him, "It is the voice of the Prophet Yunus who is remembering Allah in the belly of a fish." Qur'an asked, "Do you permit me to talk with him?" The angel agreed. So Qur'an asked, "O Yunus, what has happened to Harun?" Yunus said, "He has died." When Qur'an inquired about Musa, Yunus replied, "He too has expired." Qur'an wept. So Allah commanded through a revelation the angel in charge of Qur'an to reduce his punishment as he had mourned his near relatives. According to other narrations, Allah revealed to that angel to withhold punishment until this world lasted. Imam Azag said, "The Holy Prophet used to say that it is not befitting for anybody to say that due to my ascension to the heavens I have become nearer to Allah than Yunus, who has remained in sea, because indeed with Allah the heavens and the sea are same. Allah had taken me to the heavens to show me his marvels there, and he took Yunus into the sea to show him the marvels of the underwater world." It is narrated that Imam al-Baqir said, "It is written in some of the books of Amir al-Mu'minin that the Holy Prophet had told me that Allah had informed him Muhammad through Archangel Gabriel that he had appointed Yunus son of Matta over his community when he was 30 years old. He was very strong but did not possess much patience and did not care much for the people. He did not engage himself in bearing the burden of messengership, rather he wanted to remain away just as a young camel runs away from carrying a load. Anyway, he remained among his community for 33 years and continued to invite them toward his messengership and obedience, but they did not believe nor follow him. The only exception was that of two persons. One was Rubiel and another Tanakah. Rubiel belonged to a family having knowledge and prophethood and wisdom and had lived with Yunus since long before he became a prophet. Tanakah was a constant worshipper and a devout ascetic. He prayed a lot, but was lacking in intelligence and wisdom. Rubiel used to graze sheep for a living. Tanakah used to fetch wood from the forest and sell it. Yunus held Rubiel in higher esteem than Tanakah because he had wisdom and intelligence and was living in his service since long. When Yunus saw that his community did not obey him and did not put faith in him, he became very sorry. His heart was restless and he complained to Allah about the state and said, "O Lord, you made me a messenger for this community when I was 30 years old. I lived among them for 33 years and conveyed to them your message and invited them toward your oneness Tawhid and requested them to testify my prophethood. I warned and threatened them of your punishment and anger, but they denied me, did not believe in me, and made a mockery of me. They continued to threaten me. I am afraid they may kill me. So send your chastisement on them, as these are people who will not believe." Allah sent a revelation to him saying, "There are pregnant women, minor children, weak men and women, and unintelligent persons among them, and I am just sovereign ruler. My mercy surpasses my anger. I do not punish the young due to the sins of the elders. O Yunus, all of them are my slaves. They have been made and created by me. They live in my city and they eat my provisions. I want to delay their punishment and continue to be kind to them and wait for maybe they will repent." But you became harsh toward them and did not treat them kindly and did not behave with them like a merciful messenger. Now when you are no more able to keep your patience, you have become angry and straightway ask for their chastisement. The patience of my slave Noah was more than yours. His behavior with his people was much better. His tolerance was much higher and his excuse for chastisement was perfect. Hence I chastised his community for his sake when he became angry with them. I accepted his prayer when he prayed. Yunus said, "My Lord, I became angry with them only because they opposed you, and I cursed them only when they defied your commands. So, by your grandeur and honor, I cannot be kind to them now, nor will I admonish them kindly. Now that during this period, they have become unbelievers and are denying your oneness and are denying my prophethood. So now send your punishment on them, as they will never believe." Allah said, "O Yunus, they numbering over 1 lakh are my creation. They flourish my cities and will cause more of my slaves to come into the world. I prefer to wait and be lenient with them, as certain things have heard my knowledge, as my opinion as you have a message, I am the wise Lord, My knowledge regarding them is secret and hidden. The unseen things known to me are such that no one else knows its limit, and your knowledge and awareness is limited to the apparent. You do not know the beginning and its end. So, O Yunus, I accept your prayer regarding them and will send chastisement to them, but the acceptance of your prayer will not add to the reward from my side, nor will it raise your status and nearness to me. The chastisement will fall on them on a Wednesday of the month of Shawwal after sunrise. So inform them of this. Hearing this, Yunus became very glad. He did not become sorry, nor did he what would be its end result. Then he came to the worshipper Tanakh and informed him about the chastisement to fall on his community. He asked him to accompany him for informing the people. Tanakh said, "Leave it. Where is the need of warning them? It is better if the chastisement rains on them while they are unaware because of their sinfulness and cover denial." Yunus said, "Let us go to Rubil and attain his opinion." So they went to Rubil. Yunus told Rubil, "Allah has informed me that he will send his chastisement on my people at such and such time. What is your opinion about my going and informing them of this?" Rubil said, "Go back and like a tolerant prophet and a merciful messenger request your Lord to forgive and pardon them. Recommend to your Lord to withhold the divine punishment because the Lord is surely not in need of punishing them. He prefers to remain kind and merciful toward them. This will be more beneficial to you too, as it will make you nearer to him and raise your status in his view. Perhaps your community will give up denial and cover faithlessness. They may put faith in you, so be patient and wait." Then Tanakh retorted, "Woe unto you, O Rubil, what contingency is there that makes you think that it is in favor of Yunus? How do you imagine it is beneficial to recommend in favor of those persons who denied Allah and opposed the prophethood/messengership of Yunus and drove him out and who wanted to stone him to death?" Rubil said, "Keep silent. You are merely a worshipper and do not have wisdom." Then turning toward Yunus he asked, "Tell me, if Allah sends his punishment, will it kill all or only some?" Yunus said, "It will kill all, and I have asked for the same from Allah, as I do not feel any pity for them, so that I may recommend the deferring of punishment to them." Rubil said, "O Yunus, it is possible that when the chastisement comes upon them and they see its signs and seek forgiveness of Allah and repent, maybe Allah will be kind to them as he is the kindest of the kind. He may defer the chastisement from them, and then all may think that you are a liar." Tanakh said, "Woe unto you, O Rubil! How do you utter such things to a divine messenger who has received a revelation that chastisement will fall on his people? Rather, you have rejected the word of Allah. You have doubted in both the divine and the prophetic words. Go away. Your deeds have become fruitless." Rubil said, "O Tanakh, your opinion is weak." Then he told Yunus, "Is it not possible that when the chastisement falls on your people and all are annihilated, Allah will remove your name from the list of his messengers and your prophethood will vanish and you will become like any ordinary person because nearly a lakh of people would have been killed due to you?" Finally, Yunus did not accept the advice of Rubil and went away from the city along with Tanakh. Then Yunus came back and warned his people that divine chastisement would fall on them on such and such day after sunrise. Hearing this, the people denied him and insulted him and drove him out of the city. So Yunus and Tanakh went far away from the population and waited for the divine chastisement. Rubil continued to live with the people. When the first of Shawwal arrived, Rubil climbed up a high hill and called the people and cried, "I am Rubil. I pity you. I am kind to you. The month of Shawwal has begun and your prophet, the messenger of Allah, that is, Yunus, has already informed you that Allah has revealed to him that after sunrise on the middle Wednesday of this month divine punishment would befall you. Allah never does contrary to what he says to his prophets. So now think seriously about what you should do." Hearing these words of Rubil, the people became frightened and then were convinced that Allah's wrath would fall on them. So they rushed to Rubil and requested for his opinion concerning them. They said, "You are a wise and intelligent man, and you have always been kind to us. We heard that you had made many recommendations in our favor to Yunus, so now we are prepared to do whatever you ask." Rubil said, "My opinion is that at the appointed time for divine chastisement, i.e. at daybreak on the mid-month Wednesday, separate women and suckling babies and non-suckling children from one another. Keep the women in wait in the valley of the mountain, stall the children in the way of the flooding river, and also separate the offspring of animals from their mothers, and all this should be done before daybreak. Then when you see a yellowish dust coming from the east, cry out all of you elders and youngsters in supplication to Almighty Allah. weeping and praying and repenting. Raise your heads toward the heavens and say, O our Lord, we have oppressed our own selves. We denied your messenger. We repent over our sins wholeheartedly. If you will not pardon us, and if you will not be kind to us, we shall surely be caught in your chastisement, and we will be the losers. O Lord, accept our repentance and shed your mercy on us. O the most merciful one, you must not be meanwhile crying and weeping and repenting and persist in so doing until either the sun sets or the punishment is warded off from you. All agreed with Rubiel. On the appointed day, Yunus went out of the city and stood at a place where, from he could hear the sounds of all, and when chastisement fell he could see it. The people too did as advised by Rubiel. When the sun rose and a strong, harsh, yellowish and blackish wind began to blow with a frightening noise, all cried and wept together and engaged themselves in constant prayers and repentance. Babies began to cry for their mothers. Young ones of animals also began to shriek for their mother's milk. Cattle moved to get grass. Yunus and Tanaka, hearing these noises and voices, were cursing that Allah may punish them even more harshly. On the other hand, Rubiel heard their cries and prayed to Allah for the withdrawal of his chastisement. At the time of Zuhr midday, the gates of the heavens were opened up. Allah's anger subsided. Allah showed his mercy to them and pardoned them all. He had responded to their prayers. Allah accepted their repentance and forgave them their sins. He revealed to the Israfil, since the community of Yunus has wept and repented and begged my pardon, I have pardoned them, as I am the greatest acceptor of repentance, and I am very kind to my slaves. I accept soon the repentance of those who become ashamed of their misdeeds. As my slave Yunus had wished chastisement for his people, and as he did not ask for their actual killing, I ordered a punishment on them. Now you go and turn away the chastisement. Israfil said, My Lord, the chastisement has already reached their shoulders, and it is about to kill them. By the time I go there, they would have been killed. Allah Almighty said, I have commanded the concerned angels to keep the punishment hanging over their heads until they get my final word. So, O Israfil, you go there and turn the chastisement from over their heads and rain it down on the mountains adjoining that city. Rivers and springs as they mountains have become proud of their height, which is more than the other surroundings, and so make them mild and disgraced. Turn them into iron. Israfil came down, opened his wings and removed the chastisement from the city and made it fall on the mountains as commanded by Allah. All those mountains are in the vicinity of Mosul, and they have become like iron until doomsday, the resurrection day. When the community of Yunus saw that the chastisement had been removed from them, they came down from the hills and entered their homes and brought back their families and property. The next Saturday, when Yunus and Tanaka did not hear their voices, they understood for sure that chastisement had befallen them, and they wished to see their condition as to how they were killed. When they came near the city, they saw that woodcutters and shepherds were arriving, and that the city folk were busy in their work as usual. Yunus told Tanaka, What has happened actually is contrary to what was revealed about punishment to me. Now the city folk will call me a liar and henceforth will not give me any respect. So he turned back from that spot angrily and went toward the sea in such a way that nobody would recognize him. He was trying to hide himself from the people of his community who would call him a liar. However, Tanaka entered the city. Then Rubiel asked him, whose opinion was more sound, yours or mine? Tanaka said, Your opinion was better, and whatever you said was the opinion of the wise and the learned intelligentsia. I always thought that I was better than you, as my worship and prayer rituals were more than yours. Now your grace has come to know us because of the knowledge given to you by Allah. I have now understood that wisdom, that God-fear is better than piety, and that worship which is not complete without knowledge. Then they became one another's companions and began to live with their community. Yunus reached the seashore on Thursday and remained under the gourd tree for 7 days. A week after that, he returned to his community. People put their faith in him and testified to his messengership and obeyed him. According to another hadith, the community of Yunus harassed him. He cursed them. Allah promised that he would send chastisement on them. So, on the first day, their faces turned yellow. Next day, black, and chastisement came so near to them that their spears could approach it. They separated babies from their mothers. They also separated animal kids from their mothers. They wore rough and thick clothes, put ropes around their necks, threw dust on their heads, and started weeping all together simultaneously before the Lord and announced, "Our Lord, we put faith in the Allah of Yunus." So Allah turned the chastisement toward the mountains. Next morning Yunus thought that all had been annihilated, but when he saw that all were well, he became angry and turned toward the sea. He got into a ship. 2 more persons were with him in that ship. The ship began to swing in mid-sea. The boatman said, "A renegade has boarded the ship." Yunus said, "I am that fugitive. I have run away from my Lord." He stood up and prepared to jump into the sea when he saw that a giant-sized fish was facing him with its mouth wide open. Seeing this, all were frightened, and the 2 men clung to Yunus, saying, "Perhaps one of us is the cause of this trouble to the ship." So they drew a lot. It came in the name of Yunus. Thence the practice of drawing lots came into vogue, with a guess that if the lot has 3 arrows it never fails. Anyhow, Yunus threw himself into the sea, and the fish swallowed him and carried him under water for 7 days. Finally, it entered River Mastur, where Qur'an was being punished by Allah. When he heard the voice of Yunus praising and sanctifying Allah, he asked the angel who was punishing him, "Whose voice is it?" He said, "It is the voice of Yunus, who has been imprisoned in the belly of a fish." Qur'an asked, could he talk with him? The angel permitted. So Qur'an asked Yunus, "O Yunus, what has happened to Musa?" Yunus said, "He has died." Then Qur'an asked, "What about Harun?" Yunus said, "He too has expired." Hearing this, Qur'an wept much and complained to Allah. So Allah ordered that the angel should defer his chastisement until the world existed, because Qur'an had mourned his near and dear ones. It is recorded from authentic chains that a man Al-Ridis said, when Allah ordered Yunus to inform his people about the impending chastisement, and when the chastisement came upon them, they created separation between women and children and animals and began to weep. When their cries reached heaven, Allah deferred the punishment from them, and Yunus angrily went toward the sea, where a fish swallowed him. The fish carried him for 3 days and ferried him in the 7 seas. Finally, when he came out of the belly of the fish, his flesh and skin had faded. Allah caused a gourd tree to grow for him. It provided shade to him. When his body became strong, the tree began to dry up. Yunus complained, "O Allah, the tree which was giving me shade has dried up." Divine revelation said, "O Yunus, you are becoming restless for a tree which was providing you shade, but you are not feeling sorry for over a lack of people and want them to be chastised." 1. Abu Hamza Thumali has narrated that one day Abdullah bin Umar approached Imam Zain al-Abidin and said, "You say that my grandfather Ali's wilaya was presented to Yunus, but he was reluctant, so Allah dropped him in the belly of a fish." Imam said, "No doubt, I did say so. May your mother sit in mourning for you." Abdullah said, "If what you say is true, then show me some signs supporting it." Abu Hamza says, Imam put a band on his Abdullah's and my eyes, and after a few moments asked us to open the bands. When we untied the bands, what we had a vision was that we were on seashore. Its waves were rising high. Abdullah bin Umar said, "O my leader, my blood responsibility of my death will be upon you." Yunus said, "Do not become restless. I want to show you the sign of my truthfulness." Then he called upon the fish. A giant fish like a big mountain raised its head out of water, saying, "Labbaik, O Wali of Allah." Imam asked it, "Who are you?" It replied, "I am the fish of Yunus." Imam said, "Narrate the story of Yunus to us." It said, "O my leader, right from Adam up to your grandfather Muhammad, Allah had not appointed any prophet to whom the wilaya of you, al-Bayt, was not presented. The one who accepted it remained protected, and the one who denied it was involved in trouble until Allah sent Yunus with his message and asked him through revelation to accept the wilaya of Amir al-Mu'minin Ali, and thereafter of the rightly guided Imams born of Ali's lineage, along with other matters revealed to him. Yunus said, "How can I accept the wilaya of those whom I have not yet seen nor know?" Then he came to the shore of the sea. Allah revealed to me to swallow him, but without damaging his bones. Yunus remained in my belly for 40 days. I ferried him in rivers and oceans and darkness, and he was crying, "La ilaha anta subhanaka inni kuntu minaz zalimin," and continued to pray to Allah Almighty that I have accepted the wilaya of Amir al-Mu'minin and of the rightly guided Imams from his progeny. When he put faith on the wilaya of you gentlemen, Allah ordered me to throw Yunus out, so I disgorged him on the shore. Hearing this, Imam said, "O fish, go back to your abode." So it went away. The waves settled down and the water became calm. According to a reliable tradition, Imam Ja'far as-Sadiq said, the Prophet Dawood prayed to Allah, "O my Lord, in heaven, who will be like me and equal to my status?" It was revealed to him, "He will be Mata, the father of Yunus." Dawud sought permission to visit him. Allah allowed him, so he, along with his son Suleiman, went to his house. They saw that the house was made of the leaves of a date tree. On inquiry, they were told that he had gone to the bazaar. The people in the bazaar said he must be coming now, so they sat there waiting for him. Soon he arrived with a load of wood on his head. People arose to give him respect and they welcomed him. Mata put down the load and thanked Allah and asked, "Is there anyone who would purchase a pure thing with pure money?" Hearing this, one person offered a price. Another said somewhat more than that. Finally, he sold his wood to somebody. Then Dawud and Suleiman came forward to meet him and saluted him and said, "Salamun alaikum." He responded to the salam and took both of them to his house. He bought wheat or barley from what he had earned. He reduced it to flour himself, made a fire and prepared loaves. Then he sat down to talk. He broke the loaves into pieces and put them in a vessel and put some salt on them. He kept a bowl of water with him and sat down on hams, uttering Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, and put a morsel of bread in his mouth and ate it, chewing thoroughly, and said, "Alhamdulillah, praise be to Allah." Then he took another morsel and did the same thing. Next he took up water, saying Bismillah, in the name of Allah, drank it and said Alhamdulillah. Then he said, "O my Lord, to whom else have you given so much bounty? You have given me a healthy body, eyes and ears. You gave me enough strength to go to the tree which I did not plant nor took any trouble in protecting it. You made it my provision. It is you who sends me a purchaser for the wood who buys it, and then I purchase my food from it, which also I did not sow. You made the fire subservient to me in which I baked my loaves. You made it so nice that I ate it willfully so that I may get enough strength to worship you. So praise belongs only to you." Then he wept. Dawud said to Suleiman, "Get up, O my son. We have never seen a slave who is more thankful than this person." What? It is difficult to collect different traditions regarding the stay of Yunus in the belly of a fish. Perhaps some of the common among them might have been narrated by way of taqiyya, hiding of facts to avoid trouble. The error of Yunus was that of tark al-Allah, giving up the preferable and an undesirable deed, because Allah had permitted him to stop preaching and had promised that chastisement would overtake them. Then it was not obligatory for him to return to his people until Allah ordered him to preach to them again. A better course was to be kind to the community despite all of its evils and to recommend their case before the Lord and await the divine decision. But he did not do that. So Allah, by way of discipline, raised his status by showing the marvels of the underwater world and made it like a Miraj ascension. His anger was against the misdeeds of the community. He was not displeased with Allah Almighty. He believed that the merciful and kind Allah would not frown on him. Other reasons have also been recorded in various traditions and commentaries. Possibly Allah might not have made it absolutely compulsory for the messengers to accept the wilayah of the pure imams so that ignoring it might become a sin, or perhaps all accepted it and some did not. Allah knows better. Sheikh al-Tusi has recorded in Misbah that Allah brought Yunus out of the fish on the 9th of Muharram, and this is contrary to some traditions. An account of the people of the cave and inscription. The Lord of the world says, "Or do you think that the people of the cave and the inscription were of our wonderful signs?" 18:9. Some say the people of the cave, the 7 sleepers, are the same who are mentioned as people of the inscription, and that inscription is the name of a mountain or a cave or the city from where they had fled, or of the plate on which their story was inscribed and hung at the opening of the cave, or the name of their dog. Still others say a Shabi inscription is another group whose story will be told later on. According to reliable authorities, Imam Ascetic has said that people of the cave and inscription were a group which had become untraceable, and that the king of their time had inscribed their and their forefathers' names on lead slates and hung the slates at the opening of the cave. When the youths sought refuge in a cave, they said, "Our Lord, grant us mercy from thee, and provide for us a right course in our affair." 18:10. It is recorded in authentic traditions that somebody asked Imam Jafar as-Sadiq, "May we be sacrificed for you?" We used the word fatah for the youth. Imam said, Perhaps you do not know that the people of the cave were aged, and yet Allah has mentioned them as fitya young because they had believed, showing much courage, and the one who believes puts faith in Allah is pious and fato even if he is old. So we prevented them from hearing in the cave for a number of years. 18:11. Then we raised them up that we might know which of the two parties was best able to compute the time for which they remained. We relate to you their story with the truth. Surely they were youths who believed in their Lord, and we increased them in guidance, and we strengthened their hearts with patience when they stood up and said it. Our Lord is the Lord of the heavens and the earth. We will by no means call upon any Allah besides him, for then indeed we would have said an extravagant thing. These, our people, have taken gods besides him. Why do they not produce any clear authority in their support? Who is then more unjust? He who forges a lie against Allah. And when you forsake them and what they worship save Allah, betake yourselves for refuge to the cave, your Lord will extend to you largely of his mercy and provide for you a profitable course in your affair. And you might see the sun when it rose from their cave toward the right hand, and when it set behind them on the left, while they were in a wide space thereof. This is of the signs of Allah. Whomsoever Allah guides, he is the rightly guided one, and whomsoever he causes to err, you shall not find for him any friend to lead him aright. 12:17. And you might think they are awake while they sleep. And we turned them about to the right and to the left, while their dog lay outstretching its paws at the entrance. Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that the said terming makes one think that they are awake, and that Allah is turning them so that their sides may not be damaged by the earth hard rock. Ali ibn Ibrahim says that Allah makes them turn sides twice in a year. If you looked at them, you would turn back from them in fright, and you would certainly be filled with awe at their sight owing to their huge bodies or open eyes or the horrible environment. Imam Al-Baqir has said that these words are not addressed to the Holy Prophet, but is the description of the awful situation shown to all. And thus did we rouse them that they might question each other. A speaker among them said, "How long have you tarried?" They said, "We have tarried for a day or a part of a day." Others said, "Your Lord knows best how long you have tarried. Now send one of you with this silver coin of yours to the city, and let him see which of them has the purest food. Let him bring you provision from it, and let him behave with gentleness, so that by no means is your case known to anyone." Ali ibn Ibrahim has said that here pure food means lawful food. For surely, if they prevail against you, they would stone you to death or force you back to their religion, and then you will never succeed. And thus did we make men to get knowledge of them, that they might know that Allah's promise is true, and that as for the hour there is no doubt about it. When they disputed among themselves about their affairs and said, "Erect an edifice over them, their Lord best knows them," those who prevailed in their affairs said, "We would certainly raise a masjid over them." Some say they are three, the fourth of them being their dog, and others say 5, the sixth of them being their dog, making conjectures at what is unknown. And others yet say 7, and the eighth of them is their dog. Say, "My Lord best knows their number. None know them but a few. Therefore contend not in the matter of them, but with an outward contention, and do not question concerning any of them. And do not say of anything, 'Surely I will do it tomorrow,' unless Allah pleases. And remember your Lord when you forget, and say, 'Maybe my Lord will guide me to a nearer course to the right than this.'" And they remained in their cave for 300 years, and some add another 9. 18:25. Say, Allah knows best how long they remained. To him are known the unseen things of the heavens and the earth. Ali ibn Ibrahim says that what Allah has mentioned is the statement of the people of the book, and therefore he has added, "Say, Allah knows better." It is related that that group lived in a period between the time of Isa and the Prophet of the last age, i.e. Muhammad, and that inscription were 2 copper plates on which their events were inscribed, such as their becoming Muslims, the intention of King Dishas to kill them, their entering the cave, etc. According to authentic reports, Imam Jafar as-Sadiq is reported to have said that the cause of the revelation of Surah Qaf in the Holy Quran was this: the infidels, unbelievers of the Quraysh tribe sent Nafar bin Haris, Aqaba bin Abi Mu'ayt, and Amr bin Wal to religious scholars of the Jews who were living in Najran to obtain some information from them so that they might put questions before the Holy Prophet. The Jews told them to put 3 questions to the Holy Prophet. If his reply is the same, we will know then that he is a true man. Moreover, ask one more question. in response to which, if he says that he knows about it, then Allah forbid he is a liar. The trio asked what the questions were. The scholars said, in earlier times, how many youths were there who became untraceable after quitting their town and who had remained asleep? For how many days were they asleep, and what was the non-human companion with them? What was their story? Another question is, who was the knowledgeable man to whom Allah had sent the Musa for acquiring knowledge, and how did Musa reach him? The third query is, who was the man who traveled the whole of the east and the west and reached the point of sunrise and sunset until he went up to the wall of Yajuj and Majuj, and what is his story? Then they narrated the replies known to them and said that if he Prophet Muhammad says what we have said, then he is a true messenger. If his reply is other than this, do not testify to his prophethood. Then they asked what the fourth question was. They said, ask him when the resurrection day will arrive. If this says that he knows when it will occur, then he is a liar, because the knowledge of the last day is with none but Allah. So they left the Jewish clergy and came back to Abu Talib and told him that his nephew claimed that he was getting news from the heaven. So we want to test him by some questions. If he gives the correct replies, then he is true. Otherwise, we will know that his claim is false. Abu Talib said, ask him whatever you want. They asked the aforesaid 3 questions. The Holy Prophet said he would reply the next day, but did not utter the words Inshallah. Consequently, he did not receive divine revelation for 40 days. As a result, he became very sorrowful. Those who believed in him also began to doubt in his prophethood, and non-believers of Quraysh began to ridicule him joyfully. Abu Talib too grieved. After 40 days, when the archangel Gabriel arrived with Surah Qaf, the Holy Prophet asked the reason for this inordinate delay. Archangel Gabriel replied, we have no ability to arrive without command of Allah. Then he recited the verses of Surah Qaf and related the entire story of the people of the cave. Imam Jafar as-Sadiq has said that the people of the cave and inscription had lived in the time of a cruel and oppressor king. He called upon his citizens to worship idols and killed all those who refused to do so. These people of the cave were Mummin worshippers of only one Allah. The king had posted a team of watchmen at the gates of the city so that they would not allow those persons to go out who did not prostrate before the idols. The people of the cave left the city under pretext of hunting. On their way, they met with a shepherd. The Ashab invited him to Islam worship of only one Allah and asked him to accompany them, but he did not accept. However, his dog accompanied them. Imam as-Sadiq says, no animal except the ass of Balaam, bear, the wolf of Yusuf, and the dog of people of the cave will enter paradise. Anyway, the people of the cave defied the religion of the king and left their town. In the evening, they entered a cave. The dog was with them. Allah subjected them to a deep sleep. They remained asleep until Allah finished that king and his men. That age ended, another period dawned, and another generation came up. After a long interval, they woke up and saw one another and asked, how long have we slept? Seeing the sun high in the heavens, they said, we have slept for a day or a little more than a day. Then giving some coins to one of them, said, go to the bazaar in such a way that no one recognizes you and bring us some food. If they come to know who we are, they will kill us or force us into their religion. When that person entered the town, he found that it was very different from before. He saw people he had never seen before. They did not follow his language, nor could he understand their talk. People asked him, from where have you come? When he told them everything, the king of that city and his court men went up to the cave and looked therein. Some of them said, there are 3 men in it, and the 4th is their dog. Some said that there were 5 men, the 6th being a dog. Some stated that there were 7 men, the 8th being a dog. Allah hid them under the cover of awe and horror. No one had the courage to enter the cave to try and reach them. At last, their companion who had been to the bazaar came back. They were frightened, imagining that the mob at the mouth of the cave were men of King Dishus. But their companion informed them that Dishus died long ago, and that they had been asleep for ages and had become a thing of wonder for all. Whosoever hears about us gets absolutely astonished. Hearing this, the cave men prayed to Allah earnestly and humbly to put them to sleep again. In short, the king of that time said, It is preferable if we build a masjid out of this cave and continue to visit this place, as this is a group of the faithful. Allah makes them turn sides twice a year. They sleep on their right side for 6 months and on the left for the next 6 months. Their dog sits extending his front legs at the entrance of the cave. In some reliable traditions, it is narrated by the same Imam that they told his companions that if your community puts pressure on you to do what the community of the people of the cave has put, then act upon it. It was asked what it was. Imam said, polytheism. They made a show of shirking by way of taqiyya, but faith was hidden in their hearts until Allah freed them from their community. Then he said, when they refuted their king, Allah rewarded them for it, and when they attested to him by way of taqiyya, Allah gave them a reward thawab, and they were money changers. In other traditions, it is clarified that they were not bankers of gold and silver, but of words who knew the testing of truth and untruth. He added, they left the city one by one and collected it in a forest. There they met one another and exchanged promises and oaths and revealed the secrets of their hearts. Then it was revealed that all of them were mu'min and that all had left their residences with a common intention. Imam said, they had concealed their faith and were making a show of being infidels by way of taqiyya strategy. Hence, the reward of their kufr was more than that of concealing man. In some other authentic hadiths it is mentioned that nobody's taqiyya can equal that of people of the cave, as they had worn zinar strings and had attended the festival ground of the polytheists. Allah increased their reward. Ibn al-Babawayh and al-Qutb have through their chains quoted from Ibn Abbas that during the caliphate of the second caliph, a group of Jewish clergy came to them and asked, what are the locks of the skies? Who is the one who warned his community of the anger of Allah, though he was neither a man nor jinn? What are those 5 animals which did not come out of their mothers' wombs and yet were walking on earth? And finally, what do they say when a francolin, a cock, a horse, an ass, a frog, and a hachin? The caliph could not reply and bowed his head. Then turning toward the Amir al-Mu'minin Ali said, O Abul Hassan, I do not think anybody except you knows the answers to these questions. So Ali addressed the Jewish clergy and said, I will reply to your questions, but on condition that if my replies are in accordance with the Torah, you will become Muslims. They agreed. He said, what locks up the heavens is polytheism, meaning the deed of a polytheist man or woman does not go beyond the heavens to heaven. They asked, what is the key to the skies? He said, the announcement of La ilaha illallah, who Muhammadan Rasulullah, confessing that there is no deity besides only one Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger. Then they asked, what was the grave which carried its inmate from one place to another? He said, that was a fish which had swallowed Yunus and carried him into the 7 seas. They asked, who is the warner who is neither a human being nor a jinni? He replied, it is the ant which had frightened its community about the army of Suleiman and asked them to enter their ant hills so that Solomon and his army might not crush them. Thereafter they asked, which are the 5 creations which have not been delivered from their mother's wombs but yet were walking and moving? It is said, they are Adam and Hawa and the she-camel of Sally and the ram of Abraham which had replaced Ismail at the time of intended slaughtering and the staff of Musa. Finally, they asked, what is the meaning of the calls of the 5 animals? He said, the hedgehog says Ar-Rahman Astawa, and the cock says Azgiru, meaning O careless people, remember Allah. The horse says Allahum, O Lord, help the faithful against the denier infidels. The ass curses those who levy tax on grain, and the frog says, Subhan, holy is my Lord, and the residents of the sea are praising him, and the Hajj says, O Allah, curse the enemies of Muhammad and of the family of Muhammad. 2 of the 3 scholars became Muslims, and the third one said, the light of Islam which has appeared in the hearts of my companions has also radiated in my heart, but one more question remains. If you provide its reply, I will also become a Muslim. Ali said, do ask. He said, enlighten me about a group of people who had lived in the past ages and who had remained dead for 309 years and were made alive thereafter by Allah. Tell me their story. Ali started reciting Surah Qaf. He said, I have heard your Qur'an several times. If you are a scholar, then give the details about that group's events, their names, their period, and the names of their dog, their cave, their king, and their city. Ali said, La hawla wala quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. My prophet has informed that in the country called Rum, Byzantine, there was a city named Ephesus. Its king was a pious gentleman. When he died, there arose a dispute. When dishes one of the kings of Faris came to know about it. He invaded them with an army of 1,00,000 soldiers, captured Ephesus and made it his capital. He built a palace in it measuring 1 parasang 6 kms in length and width. He made a meeting hall in that palace with a ceiling of shining glass measuring 1,000 feet in length and width. There were 4,000 pillars of gold. 1,000 lamps of gold were hanging by chains made of silver. The lamps burnt with the most fragrant oil. There were 1,000 windows on the eastern side which allowed in the sunlight until the time of sunset. He had made a throne of gold with silver legs. It was studded with various jewels. A best quality carpet was spread on it. On the right side of the throne there were 1,000 golden chairs decorated with green chrysolite which were occupied by army officers and emirs. On the left side of the throne there were 1,000 silver chairs decorated with red topaz. The kings of Rum used to sit on them. In short, Dishas sat on that throne and put a crown on his head. In the meantime, a Jew stood up to ask, "Oh Ali, just tell me, what was the crown made of?" Ali said, "It was made of gold and musk having 7 corners. Every corner was studded with white pearls which shine like lamps in the darkness of the night." He had 50 slaves belonging to Cain's dynasty who stitched the clocks of red-colored brocade and pants of silk. They wore crowns and had bangles on their hands and feet. He made 6 of them his ministers. 3 used to stand on his right and 3 on his left. The Jew again asked the names of the 6 ministers. Ali replied, "The 3 on his right were Talmikah, Maktamina, and Manchamina, and those on his left were Marnus, Virnus, and Shazarius." The king took their advice in every affair. He used to sit in his court daily. Emirs and sultans used to sit on his right and left. Then the 3 slaves used to enter the court. One of them had in his hand a golden cup filled with powdered musk. The glass in the hand of another slave was filled with rose water, and the 3rd slave used to hold a white sparrow in his hand. Its beak was red. When the king looked at it and called out to it, it used to plunge first in the cup of rose, then it used to dive in the glass of musk. Her wings would be covered with the contents of both glasses. Then the king would call out to it, and it would come and sit on the king's crown and shower everything from its wings on the crown. In short, the king, due to all this pomp and luxury, had become extremely proud and haughty to such an extent that he claimed to be Allah. He would call people of great personalities from his kingdom and order them to prostrate before him and to accept him as Allah. Whoever obeyed was made very rich, and whoever defied him was killed. His entire populace became obedient to him. He fixed one day in the year for festivity. Once on the festival day, he was sitting on his throne with emirs and sultans on his right and left. Suddenly a sultan came and informed him that the army of Faris was coming to fight with him and that it had arrived very near to them. Hearing this, Dishas became very gloomy. He shivered and his crown fell down. Tamlikah, an elderly man, seeing this, told himself, had this man been a guy as he claimed to be, then he would never have been frightened like this, nor would he urinate, nor go to the toilet, nor would sleep overtake him. These are not the attributes of Allah. Those 6 people used to gather daily in a house for talk and gossip and pastime, in each one of their houses in turns. When it was the turn of Tamlikah, he prepared good food for his companions. When they gathered after feasting, he said, "My brothers, a thought makes me restless all the time. I have lost my hunger, thirst, and sleep." His companions asked what his worry was. He replied, "I have pondered about the sky very much, as to how high is its ceiling without any pillar, as to who has made the heavens and the 2 shining lamps of sun and moon, which are the signs of radiance, who has decorated the heavens with stars. I also thought deeply about the earth, as to who has spread it so wide on flowing water and kept it steady by fitting mountains so that not all on it may drown. I also pondered over my own self, as to who is it who has created me in the womb of my mother, provided food for me and nourished me. He must be someone other than Dishas, who has created all these things and who is directing all the affairs. Dishas is only one of the unjust and oppressor kings of the world." Hearing this, all the companions of Tamlikah fell at his feet and kissed him and said, "Allah has guided us through you. Now tell us, what should we do?" Tamlikah got up hurriedly, sold out his date garden for an amount of 3,000 dirhams, concealed the amount under his sleeve, and all 6 of them rode on horses and went out of the town together. After traveling for 3 miles, Tamlikah said to his companions, "O brothers, now stop thinking about the worldly kingdom and be prepared to bear hunger and hardship for the sake of the life of the other world hereafter. Get down of your horses and walk on foot." Maybe Allah will relieve us from our current troubles and difficulties." Then they got down from their horses and walked for 7 parasangs until their feet began to bleed. Suddenly they met with a shepherd. They asked him whether he could give them milk or water. He said, "I can give you whatever you want, but you look like princes, and I presume you have fled from the king." They replied, "We cannot speak an untruth, but we are also convinced that undoubtedly telling the truth will save us from your harm." Then they narrated their story in detail. The shepherd fell down at their feet and kissed their feet and said, "You have indeed told me what was and is in my heart, but give me some respite so that I may hand over these sheep to their owner and return to accompany you." So they stopped there. The shepherd went, returned the sheep to their owner, and came back. His dog also came running after him. Hearing all this, the Jew jumped up and said, "O Ali, tell me, what was the name of that dog? What was its color?" Ali said, "Its color was black and white, and its name was Kitmir." When the group of 6 saw that dog, they became frightened. They feared if it started barking, they would be exposed. So they wanted to throw stones to make it run away. But Allah gave power of speaking to that dog, and it said, "Leave me to protect you from your enemies." Finally, the shepherd made them climb a hill, and all of them hid themselves in a cave of that mountain. That cave was called Wasid. There was a spring of water near it, and so also a fruit tree. They ate fruits of that tree, drank water from the spring, and when night fell they slept in the cave. Allah Almighty, the Lord of the whole world, commanded the angel of death to retrieve the souls of the inmates of the cave. The angel complied with the divine order. Allah appointed 2 angels for each one of them for turning them from one side to the other during their deep sleep of death, according to one tradition once a year, and according to another tradition twice a year. And Allah Almighty ordered the angels in charge of the sun not to allow the falling of the sun's rays on them from sunrise to sunset. When Dishus returned from the festival ground and inquired about those youths, he was told that they had fled. He went with 80,000 men on horses in search of them and arrived up to the cave. There he saw them asleep in a very tired and pitiable condition. He thought that even if he wanted to punish them, he would not have been able to do more than what they had done to themselves voluntarily. Then he called masons and closed the opening of the cave with lime and stone. Then he asked his companions to tell the cave men to appeal to their Allah so that he may deliver them from this trouble and bring them out of that cave. Thereafter they remained in that cave for 309 years. Then when Allah desired to make them alive, he ordered Israfil to instill their souls in their bodies. So they woke up, and seeing the sun rising they said, "Last night we remained unmindful of worshipping our Lord." Then coming out of the cave, they saw the water springs were dry, and so also the trees. One of them exclaimed, "Events are indeed very strange. Despite a lot of water and overflowing springs, everything has dried up within a night." Becoming restless due to hunger, they consulted one another and decided that one of them should bring food from the bazaar, but so stealthily that nobody could recognize him. Tamlikas said he would go. He wore the old clothes of the shepherd and went toward the town. Nearing the city, he saw that everything had changed. When he reached the gate of the city, he noticed that there was a green flag with the words La ilaha illallah, Isa Rasulullah, there is no Allah but Allah, and Jesus is his messenger. He rubbed his eyes and stared at the flag for quite a while, murmuring to himself, "This is as if I am seeing a dream." He did not choose to enter the city, but went to a bread seller out of the city gate and asked him the name of the city. He said, "Its name is Ephesus." Then he asked the name of their king. The baker replied, Abd al-Rahman. Then he gave him a dirham coin for purchasing bread. When the shop owner saw that the coin was much bigger and weightier than usual, he was very surprised. In the meanwhile, a Jew asked what the weight of that coin was. Ali said, "Each dirham with the caveman was 10 plus 2/3 times heavier than then current dirham." Then continuing his narration, Ali said that the baker told Tamlikas that perhaps he the latter had found a treasure. Tamlikas said, "These dirhams have been obtained by me by selling my date trees 3 days ago in this city. But I left this city because the people were worshipping Dishus." The baker took Tamlikas to the king and told him that this man had a treasure. The king said to Tamlikas, "Do not be afraid, tell the full truth, because our Isa has ordered us not to take more than 1/5 of a treasure. So give us 1/5 of it and take back all the rest conveniently." Tamlicar replied, "Please listen to what I have to say. I have not found any treasure. I am a resident of this very town." The king asked him surprisingly, "Are you really a citizen of this city?" He said, "Yes." Then the king said, "Does anyone in this city know you?" He said, "Yes." Then the king asked him his name and he said, "Tamlicar." The king said, "No one of our time has such a name." Then he questioned him, "You must have your house also in this city." He said, "Yes, come along with me, I will show you the house." Hearing this reply, the king riding his horse and a group of people also accompanied them. Tamlicar led all of them to the gate of a grand mansion which was the tallest and nicest in the town. He said, "This is my house." The people knocked at the door. A very aged man came out whose eyebrows were hanging on his eyes and asked the reason for the knocking. The king told him, "This youth Tamlicar is a newcomer in town who speaks strange things and claims that this building is his property." The old man asked Tamlicar, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am Tamlicar, son of Castellilian." Hearing this, the old man fell at his feet and began to kiss his feet, saying, "By the Lord of the Kaaba, he is my great-grandfather." Then he narrated, "O king, they were a group of 6 who had fled the city fearing the anger of Odysseus." Hearing this, the king jumped off his horse and held Tamlicar by the hand. All began to kiss his hands and feet. Then they asked, "O Tamlicar, what happened to your companions?" He said, "They are in a cave." At that time, there were 2 kings in that city, one of the Muslims followers of Jesus and another of Jews. On hearing this, both the kings walked toward the cave along with the other citizens. When they neared the cave, Tamlicar told them, "You may wait here. Let me go in first and inform them. Otherwise, hearing the horse steps, they will be frightened, thinking that soldiers of Odysseus have come to arrest them." So Tamlicar entered the cave. His companions embraced him and thanked Allah for saving them from the evil of Odysseus. Tamlicar said, "Leave aside the story of Odysseus and tell me, how long have we slept here?" They said, 1 day or less than a day. Tamlicar said, "No, we have slept here for 309 years. Odysseus died long back. Centuries after his death, Allah sent a messenger whose name is Isa. He is also called Messiah. He is the son of Maryam. Allah Almighty has raised him up to heaven. Now here with me is today's king and the citizens of this town. They have come to see you." They said, "O Tamlicar, do you intend that our Lord may make us a means of test for the people of the world?" Then Tamlicar asked his companions, "What do you want to do?" They said, "Let us pray to our Lord that he may again retrieve our souls." And they raised their hands toward the heavens. Allah ordered the retrieval of their souls. Both the kings and their mobs kept on circumambulating the cave for 7 days, but could not find its door. Finally, the Muslim followers of the Prophet of that age, Isa, said, "These people cavemen have died on our faith, and so I will build a masjid here." The king of the Jews said, "I will build a synagogue as they were following our religion." Then there was war between the two. The Muslim king won and he built a mosque at the cave. After narrating all this, Ali said, "O Jew, now tell us whether or not all this is according to Torah, the divine message brought by Musa." The Jew said, "Undoubtedly, it is exactly according to Torah, not a word more nor a word less. So I testify the oneness of Allah and the messengership of Muhammad." It is narrated that Imam Muhammad al-Baqir said, and others have also related from reliable chains, especially Thalabi in his tafsir, that one day the Holy Prophet, after performing his Isha prayer, went toward the graveyard of Baqir, called Abu Bakr, Umar and Ali, and told them, "Go toward the people of the cave and convey to them my salam. And O Abu Bakr, you may salute them first as you are elder in age, then Umar, and next Uthman. If any of you gets a reply, then he should convey to them my salam. In case they do not respond to your salutation, then O Ali, you should step forward and salute them." Then the Holy Prophet ordered the breeze to raise all of them up and take them to the cave of people of the cave. Another tradition says that the Holy Prophet made them sit on a board and commanded it to carry them all to the cave. After reaching there, Abu Bakr stepped forward and said, "Salam." There was no response. Next, Umar and Uthman too did the same, but there was no reply. Finally, Amir al-Mu'minin stepped forward and said, "Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, O residents of the cave. You believed in your Creator. May Allah increase your guidance and keep your soul sound on faith. I am a courier of Allah's last messenger." Hearing the voices of the people of the cave, they rose and they said, "Welcome. Long live the Prophet of Allah and his legatee courier. O Wasi of the Prophet, may peace and blessing of Allah be upon you." Ali asked them, how did you know that I am the legatee of the last prophet? They said, a kind of barrier has been put on our ears so that we may not be able to hear anyone's voice, nor will we be able to talk with anybody except a prophet or a legatee of a prophet. O legatee of the prophet, how is the prophet? How is his army? And they inquired very extensively about the holy prophet and his events. Then they said, tell us also about your companions, because we can talk only with the prophet or his legatee. Wasi addressed his companions and asked, did you hear whatever the people of the cave said? They said, yes, we did. Then Ali said, be witness. In short, all of them thereafter turned towards Medina. The air then raised them up and carried them to the Holy Prophet. They related to him whatever they had seen and heard. He also asked Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman to be witness to what had happened. They said, all right. Then he told them emphatically to remember their witnessing well and went to his residence. On the basis of some reports, it is reported that the Holy Prophet said, these were 3 people who traveled together. It rained and they took shelter in a cave. Suddenly, a big rock rolled down from the mountain and closed the door opening of the cave. One of the 3 said, O servants of the Lord, it is not possible to be freed from this trouble but with the help of truth. So let every one of us who might have done any good work truthfully for pleasing Allah describe it. Perhaps then our Lord will remove this huge rock. So one of them began to relate his story. He said, oh my Lord, my parents had become aged. I had my little children also to look after. I used to graze goats. Every night I would first feed my old parents and thereafter my children. Once I returned home late to find my parents asleep. I took a can of milk in my hands and stood near them. My hungry children were restlessly crying for food, but I did not think it proper to break the rest of my parents by awakening them from their sleep. So I kept standing there so that as soon as they woke, I would offer them the milk. The whole night passed by in this waiting, and a new day dawned. My Lord, if this gesture of mine was truly for your pleasure, please relieve us from this imprisonment. The rock at the opening of the cave moved a little, and they could see some of the heavens. Then another person began to say, my Lord, I had a cousin sister whom I loved very much. Once I became so passionate as to indulge in a prohibited deed with her. She said she would not allow me to approach her again until I brought 100 coins for her. At last I brought the amount, and when I intended to get intimate with her again, she said, fear Allah, and do not break the divine seal illegally. I refrained from that evil. My Lord, you know everything. If this gesture of mine was truly for your pleasure, kindly free us from this bondage. The rock moved a little more aside. Then the third person said, I had engaged a laborer for some work. While making payment, he disputed with me and went away without taking his wages. I invested that amount which was his dues in my agriculture work. When his profit increased, I purchased some cows. Another tradition says that the payment to be made was only half a dirham, but the business profit multiplied it up to 10,000 dirhams. After a long time, that laborer came to me. I gave him the entire amount, which had become manifold of the original amount. Oh, my Lord, if this gesture of honesty was truthful in your view, please open the way for us completely. The stone moved away entirely, and all the 3 came out of the cave. The Holy Prophet said, whosoever behaves truthfully with his Lord attains salvation. Some have said that the Shabi inscription was this group of 3 men, an account of the makers of the pit. Almighty Allah says in the Holy Qur'an, killed or cursed be the makers of the pit of the fire kept burning with fuel, when they sat by it, and were witnesses of what they did with the believers, that is, they give witness before their king or on the day of judgment, or their own limbs and organs will testify against them, and they did not take vengeance on them for aught except that they believed in Allah, the Mighty, the Praise. 85:4-8 Ali ibn Ibrahim has narrated that the man who had incited the people of Abyssinia to fight against the people of Oman was Zunawaz, the last of the kings of Himyar. He had adopted the religion of Jews, and the Himyar tribe had also become Jews. He had also adopted the name Yusuf for himself. They continued to follow that religion for quite some time. Then the people informed them that there was a group of people in Najran who followed the religion of Jesus. Of course, they had remained steadfast in the religion of Isa and were acting according to the commandments of Injil Bible. Their leader was Abdullah bin Yamin. The flatterers of Zunawaz incited him to attack Najran and to destroy them or to force them to revert to Judaism. So Zunawaz entered Najran, gathered the people, and forced them to enter the Jewish faith. They refused to do so. He applied much force, but still the people did not agree. Finally, Zunawaz got pits dug in the ground, filled them with wood and put it on fire. He threw many people in that fire, killed many with swords and tortured some to painful death. Thousands were killed in this way. One of the oppressed Jews mounted a horse and fled. The king's men followed him but could not catch him. Then Zunawaz returned to Sana'a with his army. The above verses of the Holy Qur'an refer to that event. It is recorded from authentic chains from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that once Amir al-Mu'minin called a Christian priest from Najran and inquired about the story of the makers of the pit from him. He narrated it in his own way. Ali said, "No, it is not like that. Listen, I tell you what had happened. Allah had appointed a prophet for the people of Abyssinia from among themselves, but the people rejected him and fought with him. He killed many companions of the prophet and arrested many along with the prophet. Then he dug pits in the ground, filled them with fire, and announced that safe will remain the one who rejects the religion of this prophet, and those who do not do so will be burnt in this pit. Many rejected the faith of the prophet, and many were hurled in the fire. At last, a woman was brought forth who had a babe in arms aged only 1 month. The king was informed that the woman refuses to obey the king's order, so she was threateningly asked whether she was prepared to obey the king or was prepared to be burnt alive. They intended to fling her in the fire. On looking at her child, the woman hesitated. The child, according to divine commandment, spoke up, "O my kind mother, enter the fire with me. By Allah, this burning will pleases him." So the woman jumped into the fire with her child. According to another tradition, Ali said that the faith of Majus fire worshippers was also ordained in a book and that they too had a king. One day the king, in a moment of passion, indulged in adultery with his own mother and sisters. When he came to his senses, he abhorred this misdeed, but to save his face told his people that this deed of his was proper and admissible. When the people refused to agree with him, he made pits in the ground and hurled them into the fire ignited in those pits. Maytham al-Tamr has reported from Ali that Amir al-Mu'minin said, "The makers of the pit were 10 people who were burnt in the fire. Likewise 10 persons will be killed by people in this bazaar of Al-Kufa." He intended to say that the cursed man Ibn Ziyad had, after his arrival in Al-Kufa, ordered a group to oppose Ali, and that those of them who did not fulfill his wish were killed. As will be narrated henceforth, Inshallah, Maytham al-Tamr and Rashid Hujri were also among that group. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam al-Baqir said that Umar sent a man as the head of an army to a Syrian city. That city was captured and its residents accepted Islam. A mosque was built for them. When it was completed, it fell down. It was reconstructed, but again fell down. This happened thrice. When this strange happening was reported to Caliph Umar, he called the companions of the Holy Prophet. When none of them could explain this happening, he asked Ali, who said that the reason was that in the old days Allah Almighty had appointed a prophet for the residents of this place, but they killed the messenger of Allah and buried him at the spot where the mosque is being constructed. The body of that prophet is still wet with blood. Write to the commander of the army to dig that place and take out the body of that prophet, which they will find fresh. Ask them to offer prayer on him and to rebury the body at such and such place. Thereafter, if the masjid is rebuilt, it will not fall. When Ali's assertion was complied with, the mosque remained safe. According to another tradition, Ali asked them to write to the army chief to construct the masjid on the right side, where they would find a man sitting with his hand on his nose. Umar asked Ali as to who he was. Ali said, "Just do what I say. When that person appears, I will tell who he is." In short, the army chief was asked to do what Ali said. After some time, the commander wrote to the caliph to inform his that the instructions of Ali were carried out, and now the masjid did not fall. Then Umar asked Ali about that man. Amir al-Mu'minin informed him that he was the prophet of the makers of the pit, and his events have been mentioned in detail in the Holy Qur'an's commentary. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that one day Ali climbed the pulpit of the mosque and announced, "Ask me whatever you want before you do not find me." The cursed hypocrite Shash bin Qais rose and said, "O Amir al-Mu'minin, why is jizya tax being collected from the Majus when they are not all al-Kitab and when they do not have any prophet among them?" He said, "It was not like that. They are the people of the book, and Allah did send a prophet for them. They had a king who, one night being intoxicated, called his daughter to his bed and indulged in adultery with her. The next morning when his people came to know about it, they gathered before him and scolded him, saying, "O king, you have dirtied our religion. Now come with us so that we may stone you to death in the forest." The king replied, "All of you should assemble and hear what I have to say. If you can accept what I say, then believe it. Otherwise you may do whatever you like." All the residents of the city gathered and, addressing them, the king said, "When Allah created human race, no one was dearer to Allah than Adam and Hawa Eve." The people said, "Yes, it was so." Then the king asked, "Did Adam not marry his sons with his daughters?" The people replied, "He did. So I have followed his practice," said the king. The people said, "O king, you are right. This is a true religion." They were pleased with his explanation and mutually decided that marriage with the nearest kin was permissible. Allah removed all knowledge from their hearts and lifted his book from them. Now they are infidels and will go directly to hell. Many reliable traditions mention that the Magus had a prophet who was called Jamas. He also brought a book for them from Allah. That book was inscribed on the skin of 12,000 cows. They killed their prophet and burnt down that book. According to a reliable tradition, a miscreant asked some questions to Imam as-Sadiq and then became a Muslim. One of his questions was, "Did the Magus also have any prophet? Because I see that they possess weighty volumes, impressive sermons, and precious maxims. They also believe in reward and punishment after death, and they have a code of life to which they follow." Imam replied, "There is no community for whom Allah did not send a messenger. A messenger was sent to Magus also with a book, but they neither obeyed the prophet nor followed the book." He asked, "Who was that prophet?" "That people say he was Khalid bin Sinan." Imam replied, "Khalid was a Bedouin Arab. He was not a prophet. People always talk such nonsense." Then he inquired whether Zoroaster was a prophet. Imam said, "Zoroaster circulated some wrong deeds and claimed to be a prophet. Some believed in him and some rejected him. Then they left him in a forest where the animals killed him." He asked, "During the times of ignorance pre-Islam, who were nearer to the truth, Magus or Arabs?" He said, "In the time of ignorance, the Arabs were nearer to the pure religion of Ibrahim compared to the Magus. The latter denied all prophets and had rejected all miracles and divine books. They never acted according to the ways of the prophets. The king of the Magus had killed 300 kings in the past. Magus did not perform the bath after sexual intercourse, whereas the Arabs used to do so. This bath is one of the distinct conditions of the Abrahamic religion. The Magus were also not circumcising their males, whereas the Arabs were. It is the way of the prophets, and the first person to be circumcised was Prophet Ibrahim. The Magus neither covered their dead with coffin cloth nor bathed them, whereas the Arabs did so. The Magus were throwing away their dead in forests and lakes and caves, but the Arabs were burying them after digging graves for them, as was the way of the prophets of Allah. The first man for whom a grave was dug was Adam. The Magus permit marriages with mothers, sisters, and daughters, but the infidels of the Arabs do not allow it. The Magus denied importance of Kaaba, whereas the Arabs perform Hajj of the Kaaba. The Arabs consider Kaaba as the house of Allah, and Torah and Injil Bible as books of Allah, and keep asking answers to their problems from the people of the book Al-Kitab. In short, the Arabs were nearer to the true religion in every aspect of human life. He said, "It considered marriage with mothers and sisters permissible because it was the way of Adam." Imam said, "How do they regard it permissible when they say that Adam, Nuh, Ibrahim, Musa, Isa, and all prophets have declared it haram prohibited?" An account of Jijis, Ibn Babawayh, and Al-Qib al-Rawani have with documentation narrated from Ibn Abbas that Allah appointed Jijis as his messenger and sent him to the king of Syria called Khorazana, and who was worshipping an idol. Jijis told him, "O king, accept my counsel. It is unbecoming for us to worship anything or anyone except only one Allah, and to ask any of our needs from others except Almighty Allah." The king asked, "Where are you from?" He replied, "I am from Rome Byzantine and live in Palestine." Then the king retorted, "You are under arrest." He had his holy body scorched with an iron comb, so much so that his entire flesh was torn out. Then vinegar was poured on his body, and his body was rubbed with a harsh cloth. Then the king ordered that his body should be burned, stamped with red-hot iron bars. When the prophet still remained alive despite all this torture, large iron nails were prepared and hammered in his holy head so that his brain drained out. Thereafter molten lead was poured on him. There was an iron pillar in his prison which required 18 men to shift from one place to another. That pillar was put on the belly of that holy person. When night fell and everyone went away to their homes, the people of the prison saw an angel come to Jijis and say, O Jijis, your Lord asks you to be patient and happy and not to fear, as he is with you and will surely relieve you from the clutches of the king. They will kill you 4 times, but I will remove your pains. The next day that oppressor took him from the prison to have him lashed. He was hit innumerable times on his belly and back. Then he was sent back to jail. The oppressor king then ordered his courtmen to collect all the magicians living in their cities. One of them was an expert sorcerer, but none of his works affected the prophet. Finally, the oppressor king fed Jijis with a deadly poison. When the prophet prayed, by smell the poison failed to have any effect on him. Magicians said, had I given this poison to all those living on earth, everyone would have definitely become blind and worthless in every way. It would have totally altered their physique and all their joints would have been disbanded. So, O Jijis, you surely are the light of divine guidance and a lamp in the dark world of ignorance. I testify that your Allah is the only true Allah, and all others are false deities. I believe in your Allah and treat all of his prophets as truth-tellers, and I repent for all of my past sins. The king had the magician killed. Then he sent Jijis back to prison and continued to torture him in various ways. His body was cut into pieces and thrown into a well. Then the king engaged in feasting and drinking. Allah ordered the air to raise up a black cloud. Lightning began to flash. Earth and mountains began to tremble, and the people were frightened that they would die. Allah ordered Mikhail to go to that well. At the well, the angel called out Jijis to get up by the order of Allah. The angel then took him out of the well and asked him to be patient and gave him good tidings of Allah's pleasure. Jijis again went to the king and told him that Allah had sent him to conclude his evidence through him. Hearing this, the commander-in-chief of the royal army spoke up, saying, I put faith in your Lord who raised you alive after you were dead, and I bear witness that he is true and all deities besides him are false gods. Along with him another 4,000 men also became Muslims believers who testified to the prophethood of Jijis. The king became furious and killed all of them. He made a huge plate of copper, turned it red hot, laid Jijis on it, and threw molten lead in his mouth. He dug big steel nails in the eyes and head of Jijis, took them out and filled the gaps with molten lead. Jijis did not die even after all this. Then he ordered that fire should be ignited on his body, and his body turned into ashes. Then he blew that ash into the air. Again, by the order of Allah, Mikhail called out to Jijis to get up, and he became alive and again approached the king. He preached Islam to the king in the assembly of his courtmen. One of the king's misguided companions rose up and said, we have 14 pulpits and a big tray of wood made from various kinds of trees. Some of the trees bear fruit and some do not. He asked Jijis to pray to his Allah so that he may turn that wood into original trees with branches and leaves and fruits to make him believe in him. Hearing this, Jijis sat up on his knees and prayed to Almighty Allah. Instantly the wood turned into trees bearing branches, leaves, and fruits. Seeing all this, the angered king sandwiched Jijis between 2 wooden planks and cut him vertically with a saw, brought a big cooking pot, filled it with oil, sulfur, and molten lead, flung the body of Jijis in that boiling pot, and fanned the fire beneath it. The holy body melted completely and mixed with other elements in the pot. The earth became totally dark due to this dark black deed of the king. Allah sent Israfil, who raised a terrific shriek between them, and all fell down face. Israfil turned the pot upside down and said, O Jijis, get up by the order of thy Lord. He arose hale and healthy, and again went to the misguided king and tried to give him guidance. The people were extremely surprised. A woman approached Jijis and said, O dear slave of Allah, I had a cow. We were being maintained by her milk. Now she has died, and I request you to make her alive. Jijis gave her his staff and asked her to put it on the corpse of that cow and to say, O cow, Jijis asks you to arise by the order of Allah. The woman did so, and the cow became alive. That woman became Muslim. The cursed king then said, if I let this magician go away alive, he will surely destroy my kingdom. His people agreed with him and decided to kill Jijis once again. The king told them to take Jijis out of the city and decapitate him. When they took him out, Jijis prayed to Allah, my Lord, if you have decided to destroy this community, then pray make me and my memory a cause and means of patience and tolerance for those who want to please you at every hardship. In short, they decapitated Jijis. When they came back to the city, they were hit by divine chastisement and got killed en masse. An account of Khalid bin Sinan. It is recorded in reliable sources through Imam Muhammad al-Baqir and Imam as-Sadiq that once a woman came to the Holy Prophet. He welcomed her held her by the hand, and seated her beside him on his own sheet, and then said that she was the daughter of a prophet killed by his community. His name was Khalid bin Sinan, and he belonged to the tribe of Aus. He used to call his community toward only one Allah, but they would not believe. A fire used to light up every year, and it burned some of them. According to a tradition, that fire used to burn down whatever stood in its path, like animals, etc. That fire was called Nar al-Harmain. It used to come out of a cave situated near their city. Khalid bin Sinan asked those people would they believe if he spared them from that fire. They agreed. When that fire appeared, Khalid approached it and with a powerful attempt reverted it right into the cave and followed in after it. His community gathered at the opening of the cave thinking that the fire had burnt Khalid inside and that he would not come back. But he came out after a while and clarified that all of his works and deeds were as directed by Allah and also enabled by his will. Banu Eyes had thought that I will not come out of the cave, but I have. Then he returned from there and announced that he would die on such and such day and asked them to bury him. He further informed them that after some days a herd of animals would come from a forest. One of those wild animals would be without tail. It would stand on his grave. At that time, whatever you like it, I will tell you about all the when he expired, the people of his community buried him. Thereafter, at the time predicted by him, some animals came out from a jungle and stood near his grave. The people wanted to dig his body out. Someone said, "When you did not believe him in his lifetime, how will you do so after his death? You will be disgraced among the Arabs if you extricate him from his grave." So they returned home without doing anything. This happened in the period between the lives of Jesus and the Holy Prophet. The name of that girl was Hayat. This hadith is more reliable than the earlier one, indicating that Khalid was not a prophet. Moreover, his mention in the prayer of Dawud also supports these traditions. Accounts of some unnamed messengers. According to an authentic tradition, Amir al-Mu'minin said that the Holy Prophet said, Allah appointed a messenger for the people. He propagated to them for 40 years, but they did not believe in him. They used to enjoy a festival on a certain day in their house of worship. When they assembled there on that day, their prophet also went there and told them to believe in only one Allah. They replied, "If you are telling the truth, then ask your Allah to provide us with fruits having the color of our clothes." Their clothes were yellow. The Prophet pushed a dry piece of wood in the earth and prayed to Allah. That staff became green and bore yellow fruits. They ate the fruits. Then miraculously, what happened was that the pulp of the seeds thrown out by those whose intention was to believe became sweet, and that of those who did not intend to become faithful turned bitter. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that Imam al-Ridha said, Allah revealed to one of his messengers that he should eat the first thing that came before him the next morning, hide the second, accept the third, not disappoint the fourth, and evade the fifth. The Prophet proceeded from his place the next morning. First of all, a big black hill came in front of him. He thought, "My Lord, you have commanded me to eat it up, but how?" Then he pondered, "Surely my Lord will not ask me to do a thing which I cannot do." So he walked toward that mountain. And as he advanced closer, it became smaller and smaller until finally it took the form of a morsel and he devoured it. It tasted better than anything he had eaten before. Going on further, he confronted a golden plate. He told himself, "My Lord has ordered me to hide it." So he dug a pit and concealed it. After walking further, when he looked back, he observed that the plate could be seen. He told himself, "I have done what my Lord had instructed me to do, and therefore I am not responsible for its reappearance." After walking still further, he saw a bird followed by an eagle. The fleeing bird came to the Prophet and began to hover over him. The Prophet thought that his Lord had enjoined upon him to accept it. Therefore, he opened up his sleeve and the bird entered it. In the meanwhile, the eagle also arrived there and said to the Prophet, "You have caught my prey even though I was after it for several days." The Prophet thought he should not disappoint the eagle, so he cut a piece of flesh from his own thigh and gave it to the eagle and proceeded further until he reached a corpse which had decomposed and was giving out a bad smell. It was full of worms. The Prophet recalled that his Lord had dictated him to avoid it, so he ran away from it and returned home. At night, he had a dream wherein someone asked him whether he knew what was behind all those things which he had done according to his Lord's orders. He replied in the negative, so he told him, The mountain stood for anger, rage, or fury, because when a man becomes furious, he forgets himself, but when he looks at himself and recognizes himself, his anger cools, and finally it becomes like a morsel of food pleasing enough to eat, and you got an idea of its tastefulness. That golden plate is a good deed. Sally. Whenever a slave hides his good deed from the eyes of others, Allah makes it apparent to them so that people may admire what lies hidden for them in the hereafter. The fleeing bird is a man who gives you good counsel. It is better for you to accept a good counselor's admonition. The eagle was the embodiment of a man who came to ask something from you. So do not disappoint such needy persons. The rotten and foul corpse was backbiting. So always refrain from talking bad about anyone in his absence. It is narrated from Imam As-Sadiq that Allah revealed to a prophet of the Israelites that if you want to meet me in the holy precinct on the day of judgment, then be gloomy, sorrowful, lonely, and a stranger in the world, like that lonely bird which during the night, being frightened by other birds, hides itself in solitude and seeks refuge in its Lord. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam As-Sadiq that Allah revealed to a prophet of the Israelites to inform his people that my standing law with reference to each and every human in habitation is that if their residence, after enjoying my bounties, turns toward the things disliked by me, then I also do what they dislike. I turn bounties into troubles for them. Similarly, there is no place wherein if the residents, after disobeying me, suffer from my chastisement, and then they turn toward the deeds pleasing to me, then I also turn those deeds displeasing them into pleasing ones. So make it clear to them that my mercy overrides my anger, so they must never despair of my kindness, as it is not difficult for me to forgive their sins. Also inform them that in a fit of fury they must not invite my wrath, and should not hold my friends low in their sight, because some of my chastisements are such which can never be tolerated by any of my creations. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam al-Ridha that Allah directed one of his messengers through revelation that when my slaves obey me, I become pleased with them, and when I become pleased with them, I shower my blessing on them, and my blessings are endless. And when they disobey me, then I become angry, and when I become angry with them, I curse them, which remains effective for them for 7 generations. It is narrated from Imam As-Sadiq that a prophet complained to Allah about his weakness. It was revealed to him that he should cook meat with buttermilk and eat it, as it strengthens the physique. When another messenger complained of impotency, sexual weakness, he was ordered to eat porridge. Yet another prophet complained about dearth of progeny and shortage of sons. It was revealed to him that he should eat meat with eggs. Another reliable tradition says a prophet complained of harshness of heart and dearth of weeping kindness. He was ordained through revelation to eat mass or lentil. He continued eating it, which resulted in his becoming soft-hearted, and he began to weep more for fear of Allah. Another messenger complained of gloominess and excessive grief, and Allah ordained him to eat grapes. It is recorded with authentic chains from Imam As-Sadiq that a group from the past peoples asked their prophet to pray to Allah for lifting up death from them. He prayed, and Allah accepted his prayer. Consequently, their number multiplied so much that they had no houses to live, and their progeny increased so much that right from daybreak everybody had to be busy feeding, cleaning, bathing, and even taking their great-grandfathers to the latrine. They were so busy until night they would not get time to earn their livelihood. Thus their lives became full of hardships. Finally, they asked their prophet to pray to Allah to revert them to their earlier condition, and so it happened. In another authentic hadith it is mentioned that Allah did never pour his chastisement on any of the past people, but on Wednesday, which used to fall in the middle of the month. It is mentioned in yet another reliable tradition that Allah revealed to a prophet that good behavior melts sins as the suns melt ice. According to reliable sources, Imam Ali al-Naki said, "In the beginning, man did not dream. Allah sent a prophet who preached obedience and worship of only one Allah to the people of his time and place. They asked him what benefit they would gain by doing as he advised. Surely you are not superior to us either in wealth or in progeny. How can we hope of gaining profits or preventing losses?" The prophet replied, "If you will obey me, Allah will admit you to paradise, and if you disobey me, he will throw you into hell." They asked, "What is heaven and hell?" When the prophet explained it to them, they asked him when they would reach there. He said, "After you die in the hereafter." They retorted, we have seen our dead turning into broken and rotten bones. Then their disbelief increased more and more. They also made mockery of the messenger of Allah. So Allah decided to show them in their dreams. Thereafter they came to the Prophet and narrated what they had seen in their dreams. The Prophet told them that Allah wanted to complete his argument for you in this way. While you dream, something happens to your souls, and you experience relief or trouble while your bodies are not affected nor are others aware of it. Similarly, from the time of your death until the day of resurrection, your souls will be either rewarded or punished, even though your bones would have been disintegrated and broken. Thereafter, the departed souls would return to their bodies, and reward or punishment would be given to them. Stories of the sages and pious personalities of the Israelites. Sheikh Tabarsi and other commentators have narrated from Ibn Abbas that there was a worshipper named Barsisa among the Israelites who worshipped his deity so much that whatever he asked for was granted. People used to bring to him the ill and the lunatic, and they became healthy through his prayers. By chance, the wife of a nobleman became mad, and she was brought to him. She had a number of brothers. They left her for treatment with the worshipper. The devil misguided the worshipper, and he indulged in adultery with that mad woman. When she became pregnant, he killed her for fear of being caught. On the other hand, the devil approached the brothers of that woman and told them everything, and also showed them where the worshipper buried her body. They consulted among themselves, and the news reached the king, who along with the others went to the place of that worshipper. He confessed to his crime. The king ordered his execution. When the people brought him for being crucified, Satan appeared before him in the form of man and informed him that he had brought this trouble onto him. Satan said, "I have disgraced you, but if you are prepared to obey me, I can relieve you from the sentence." The worshipper asked in what matter he should obey him. The Satan said, "Prostrate before me, make sajda for me." The worshipper said, "How I can bow while I am bound in chains?" The devil said, "Just make sajda by bowing your head a little. I will accept it." The worshipper did so, but the Satan left him and ran away. The worshipper was killed. Allah Almighty says in the Holy Qur'an, but when he disbelieves, he says, "I am surely clear of you. Surely I fear Allah, the Lord of the worlds." 59:16. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam Al-Baqir that there was a worshipper in the Israelites named Jureh. He was always in the worship hall, busy in worshipping Allah. Once his mother came to the worship hall and called out to him, but as he was busy in his prayer, she went back. She came a second time and a third time and called out to him, but he did not respond. Finally she said, "I request the Allah of the Israelites not to help you." The very next day, an adulterous woman came to him. She developed labor pains and delivered a child then and there, and announced that the child was the son of the worshipper Jureh. The news spread to the people of the Israelites. They said, "This is the man who used to scold others for adultery, but has himself indulged in it." The king ordered him to be executed. Hearing this, his mother came to him weeping and crying. Jureh said, "My mother, why are you crying now? Keep quiet. This trouble has been brought on by you through your cursing." When the people heard this conversation, they made inquiries. After knowing more, they asked Jureh how could they rely on what he said. Jureh said, "Bring that child to me. He himself will speak out the truth." So the child was brought to him. Jureh took the child in his arms and prayed to Allah. Then he asked him, "Who is your father?" The child began to speak by the order of Allah and said, "Such and such shepherd is my father, who belongs to such and such tribe." In short, Allah exposed their plan, and Jureh was saved from execution. Then Jureh swore not to be away from his mother in future and to always serve her. The same Imam is reported to have said in other traditions, a king of the Israelites expressed his desire to build a city which would not have any kind of defect that could be detected by any observer. So it was built, and the people said it was so perfect that no such city was ever built by anyone in the past. But one man said, "If I am given protection, I will point out its defect." The king said, "You are sage. Tell us what is its defect." He said, "There are two defects. The first is that you, the king of this city, will die one day, and it will pass into the hands of others, and secondly, after you, this city will be ruined." The king said, "What can be worse than these two defects? Now tell us how these defects can be avoided." That man said, "Build such a house which will remain intact forever and which will never be ruined, and you too may live in it forever in youth, without growing old. After hearing this, when the king narrated it to his daughter, she said, "No one in your domain has ever said anything truer than what this man has told you." In a good tradition, it is narrated from the same imam that there was a man in the Israelites who had two daughters. He gave one of them in marriage to a farmer and another to a potter. One day he left home with an intention to visit both of them. First he went to the farmer's house and inquired with his daughter as to how she was doing. She said that, "This year my husband has sown much grain. If there is good rain, our condition will be better than all of the Israelites." Then he went to the house of his daughter married to a potter. On inquiry she said that, "My husband had molded many earthen pots, and if there is no rain, then all our merchandise will remain safe, and we will be better than all of the Israelites." That man returned therefrom, saying, "My lord, you alone know what is best for both of them, so please do so accordingly." It is narrated from Imam Jafar as-Sadiq authentically that he said there was a worshipper in the Israelites who always recited these words, meaning, "All praise is for the Lord of the worlds, and good end is for the pious." Iblis was very hurt with this recitation of truth, so he sent one of his followers to him in the form of a man to tell the worshipper that good end is for the rich and the wealthy. That cursed creature came to the worshipper and tried hard to convince him of his misguidance, but the worshipper did not believe him. After a confrontation, it was decided that they should seek a decision from whoever met them first. The party in whose favor the arbitrator would decide would cut off one hand of the other party. They went to a man who decided that of course lucky are those who are rich. Hearing this, the Satan cut off one hand of the worshipper. They returned back, but the worshipper continued to recite the same words of wisdom. The Satan argued with him, and again they went to another person for arbitration, who too gave the same decision as before. The Satan cut off another hand of the worshipper. Still the latter continued his recitation, whereupon the Satan insisted on going to a third person for his decision. The party against whom he decided would lose his head. Agreeing with this proposal, they went further. Allah sent an angel in the form of man. When the two narrated their matter before him, the angel put his hand on the cut-off hands of the worshipper at the proper places and scanned them, and the worshipper was healed at once. Then he decapitated Satan and said, "Such is the good end for the pious people." It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that Imam Al-Baqir said there was a Qadi judge in the Israelites who would always pass judgments truthfully. When the time of his death drew near, he told his wife, "When I die, do bathe me, but do not put a coffin cloth on me. Then put my corpse on a board. Allah willing, no undesirable deed will be committed by me." After his death, the Qadi's wife did as he had said and waited for the result. One day she looked at the head of the corpse and found a worm eating the dead man's brain. She was frightened to see it. Next night she saw her husband in her dream, who said to her, "Were you frightened to see this?" She said, "Yes." He said, "By Allah, this happened due to a wish that I had entertained in my mind regarding your brother who had quarreled with somebody, and both had come to me for judgment. Then I had wished the case should go in your brother's favor. When I heard both the parties, it was proved that your brother was right. Yet I am suffering this fate only because of my undesirable wish longing." It is authentically narrated from Imam as-Sadiq that a group from the Israelites came to their prophet and requested him to pray to Allah that he may send rain whenever they wished. The prophet prayed and Allah accepted his supplications. Consequently, it used to rain whenever and to whatever extent they desired for. So their growth was better than past years, but when they began to harvest, they got nothing except grass, no grain at all. The people rushed to the prophet to complain that they had desired rain for their benefit, but what we got is only loss because not a grain has grown. Allah revealed to the prophet that they were not pleased with my planning. This is the outcome of their planning. The same Imam says, "A dove built a nest on a tree, but when its chicken grew, a man used to catch them and take them away. The dove complained to Allah. Allah revealed to it that, I will save you from the evil of that man. The dove produced eggs, and little birdies hatched from it. The man came as usual to take away the birds. He had 2 loaves of bread with him. On the way, a beggar asked him for a loaf, and he gave him one. Then he climbed up the tree and took away the birdies. Allah saved him due to his charity. There was another man in the Israelites who prayed for 33 years to get a son, but to no avail. Finally, he said in his supplication, My Lord, are you too far away to hear me, or despite being near, not answering my prayer? Finally, one night he saw a man in his dream who said to him, You are praying to Allah, but with a shameless tongue and a dirty materialistic heart and mind. Your intention is not pure. First of all, make your soul clean by avoiding undesirable and indecent thoughts and words. Then only will your prayer will be answered by Allah. He did so accordingly, and Allah gave him a son. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam as-Sadiq that there was a wise man in the Israelites who was very wealthy. He had a very good-natured like himself son from a chaste woman. When the time of his death drew near, he told his sons, "All of my wealth is only for one of you." After his death, his eldest son said that he was the one of his father's choice. The middle one said it was him, and the youngest said that their father had willed only in his favor. So all three went to a Qadi for a decision. He said, "I do not know your affair. Go to the three brothers who are sons of Ghanem." They went to one of the sons who was aged and narrated their case to him. He told them to go to his elder brother, whom they found to be a middle-aged man. When they told him their case, he asked them to go his eldest brother, whom they found quite young. Surprisingly, they first asked him to explain as to how he was looking more youthful than his two younger brothers, and how his middle brother appeared more youthful than the youngest brother, and how the youngest brother appeared more aged than both of them. He explained that the one whom you saw first is younger than both of us, but his wife is bad-natured and is always bothering him. Yet he bears all with patience so that something more unbearable might not occur, and that has made him old. My second brother, who looks like a middle-aged man, has a wife who sometimes makes him happy and sometimes gloomy and sorrowful. So he looks between the young and old age. But I have a wife who always keeps me happy and who until today has never bothered me, and therefore I am still youthful." Then after listening to their story, said that for deciding your case you should first go and dig out the bones of your father from his grave and burn them down in the fire. Thereafter you may return to me to hear my judgment. So the two sons who were born of an unchaste woman went to dig their father's grave, but the youngest boy, who was from the pious lady, said, holding his sword, "I can forego my share of inheritance, but will never allow my father's grave to be dug up." Finally all the three brothers went to that man and told him what had happened. He said, "It is enough. Bring all of your property here." It was brought, and the arbitrator gave all of it to the youngest brother and told the other two that, had you been real sons of the deceased, you too would have become restless like the youngest, and you would have never agreed to burn the bones of your dead father. His wife was also good-natured. Once in his dream, a person told him that Allah has decided to give you this much life. From that, half of will be spent in ease and satisfaction, and the other half in poverty and restlessness. Now you yourself decide which part you want first and which the next. Allah has given you a choice in this matter. That pious man said, "Let me first consult my good-hearted wife, because she is my life partner." The next morning he narrated his dream to his wife. She advised him to ask for a prosperous life first and to make haste in obtaining safety, as perhaps Allah may be kind to them and conclude his bounties on them. The next night he saw the same person in his dream, who asked him about his choice. He said he desired a satisfactory life first. So all sorts of comforts and bounties were showered on them from all sides. His wife again advised him to spend the money bestowed on him by Allah on his poor relatives, needy persons, neighbors, and such persons. She continued to give him good counsel about spending his wealth and Allah's bounties for good causes. Finally, the first half of his life passed, and the other part began, which was to pass in poverty. Again the same person appeared in his dream to inform him that the kind and merciful Allah had made the other part of his life also restful and comfortable as a reward of his good and generous deeds of the earlier half. According to another narration, Imam as-Sadiq said a man was very restless in the Israelites. His wife told him very emphatically to look for means to earn money. He earnestly and tearfully prayed to Allah for maintenance. In his dream, he saw a man asking him whether he preferred 2 dirhams of lawful earning or 2,000 dirhams of unlawful earning. He said, "I want 2 lawful coins." He was informed to take out the 2 dirhams lying beneath his bed. When he woke up the next morning, he found 2 coins on his bed. He picked them up, bought a fish with 1 dirham and gave it to his wife. She began to condemn him and said she would not even touch it. So he began to cut the fish himself and found 2 big pearls in it, which he sold for 40,000 dirhams. It is related from Imam Hayat Al-Baqir that a scholar from the Israelites died. After burial, the angels put his soul in his body, made him sit up in his grave, and told him that they would give him a punishment of 100 lashes. He said he did not have the strength to bear that much punishment. The angels said, "All right, we will reduce it by 1 lash." In this way the matter came down to only 1 lash. Yet the scholar said he could not tolerate even that. The angels said it was unavoidable. The scholar asked about the sin which drew this punishment. The angels replied, "One day you offered prayers without making ablution, and on another occasion while you were out on a walk you saw one person being oppressed by others, but you did not care to relieve him from them. Then he was given a lash which filled his grave with fire." It is narrated by Wahab bin Munabba that a man from the Israelites built a grand and solid palace and invited the rich and wealthy people for a feast. He denied entrance to the poor in that party, telling them that the costly foods were not prepared for worthless people. Allah sent 2 angels in the form of 2 poor beggars. That man prevented them from entering his palace and scolded them too. Then the angels were asked by Allah to go there in the form of wealthy and fabulous men. Then the angels in the guise of wealthy men were escorted with much respect and honor and were given a high seat at the party. Allah ordered the angels to press down that city along with all its residents into the earth. The angels complied with the divine order. It is mentioned in another narration that thereafter the people of the Israelites carried small and big sticks so that they may not walk with pride and arrogance on Allah's earth. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam Al-Baqir said there was a scholar among the Israelites who always suffered a loss in whatever he did. He could not undertake any worldly affairs. His wife was maintaining him until whatever she had too was spent. One day they were very restless due to hunger. The woman did not have anything except a rope which she had woven by herself. She gave it to her husband and asked him to sell it and bring something to eat. When he reached the market, all the shops were closed and all the merchants had gone home. Returning empty-handed from there, he went toward the seashore to make ablution and to pour some water on himself. There he saw a fisherman who had cast his net in the sea to catch fish. But when he took out the net, there was nothing in it except a rotten fish. The poor scholar requested the fisherman to sell the fish to him in exchange for the rope. The fisherman thought it worthwhile and gave him the fish. The scholar took that fish to his wife and narrated what happened. When his wife cut the fish, she found a big pearl in its belly. She showed it to her husband, who sold it for 20,000 dirhams and kept the money in his home. In the meanwhile, a beggar came to his door and asked for alms. He called the needy beggar into his house and gave him half the amount. Seeing this, his wife exclaimed, "Wonderful! You have spent half your earnings in one go." After some days, the beggar came back and returned the bag of money to the scholar, saying, "Keep it for yourself." He clarified that he was an angel sent by Allah to test him in order to see whether the scholar was thankful to Allah or not. "Allah is pleased with you," said the angel. According to authentic sources, Hamran asked Imam al-Baqir when his kingdom and regime was to appear. He replied, "O Hamran, you too have your friends and relatives and can understand what kind of people they are and can also recognize what kind of people they are in the matter of faith. This is not that time when a man can appear. In those days, there was a scholar who had a son who was not inclined toward learning, nor was he ready to learn anything from his father. But one of his neighbors always used to question the scholar, and in this way he learned much from the scholar, so that in due course he also became a scholar. When the original scholar reached the time of his death, he called his son and told him, 'You did not learn anything from me, but our such and such neighbor has learnt a lot from me. So whenever you are in need of my knowledge, you should obtain it from him after introducing yourself to him.' After making this will, he died. Thereafter the king of that time had a vision and called for that scholar to learn its meaning. He was informed that that scholar had passed away. He asked them whether he had a son. When they told him that he had a son, the king immediately called for him. The son of the scholar thought to himself, 'I will not understand what the king asks of me. I will not be able to give him a satisfactory answer as I am without knowledge.' Then he remembered his late father's will and went to that neighbor who had acquired knowledge from his late father. He told him that the king had called him, but that he did not know why and what he would ask. Then he told his neighbor that his late father had advised him to approach him whenever need be regarding his knowledge. The neighbor told him, 'I know why the king has called you. I can tell you that, but on condition that you should give me half of whatever you get from the king.' The son of the scholar replied that he would surely do so. Then the neighbor made him swear and give the promise in writing. Then he informed him that the king had a vision and has called you to tell him what kind of time period is this. So tell him that this time is like a wolf." The boy son of the late learned man went to the king's court. The king asked him, "Can you tell me why I have called you?" He replied, "It is because you had a dream and you want to know what kind of time is this." The king said, You are right. Now tell me what kind of time is this? He informed the king that the time was like a wolf. Hearing it, the king rewarded him. He took that reward and returned home, but did not give anything from it to his neighbor, thinking that this wealth will fulfill the needs of my entire life, and I will never require the neighbor's assistance again. After some time, the king had another vision, and again called that boy. The boy was perplexed, thinking that as he had not kept his promise given to his neighbor, how could he approach him again for the required knowledge? Anyway, he thought, let me go to him. I will swear again and promise that this time I will keep my word. Perhaps he will give me the answers to the king's questions. So he went to his neighbor and said, I broke my promise because whatever I had got from the king had been expended and nothing of it was left with me. But I am in need of your help once again and request you not to deprive me of your knowledge for the sake of Allah. I swear and promise to give half of what I get from the king. He has again called for me, and I do not know what he will ask me. The scholars said, He, the king, has seen another dream, and he will ask you what kind of time is it now. You should reply that this time, age, or period is like the sheep example. So the boy went to the king's court, and like earlier the king asked him, Tell me, why have I summoned you? The boy replied, You have dreamed again, and want to know what kind of time is this? The king said, Yes, that is correct. So tell me, what kind of age is this? The boy said, This age is like the sheep. Hearing this, the king rewarded him even more. The boy brought all of it home and began to think whether he should give a part of it to his scholar neighbor or not. At last he decided not to give him anything, thinking that if he kept the reward for himself, henceforth he would never be in need again. After some time, the king had a third vision and again called for him. The boy felt very ashamed of himself, thinking that he had cheated his neighbor twice by not keeping his word. Now how could he go to him a third time, forgetting the answers to the king's questions? Finally, he decided that he must approach him a third time. So he went to him and promised in the name of Allah that this time he would most definitely keep his promise and give him half of what he got from the king, and appealed to him to tell him the answer to the king's question. The scholar again responded to his earnest requests, took it in writing about his oath, and told him that the king had called him again because of yet another vision, and to ask what today's time is like. So tell him that the allegorical name of this time is balance. The boy went to the king's court and answered as taught by the neighbor. The king became much pleased and rewarded him more. This time the boy took all the reward money to the scholar neighbor and told him, I have brought to you the entire reward. Please divide it yourself between us. The learned neighbor replied, The earliest time was like a wolf. You too had a wolf-like nature, and hence you decided not to keep your promise. The period following it was like the sheep. Sheep are always in hesitation whether to do something or not. Hence you also acted like that. Now this age is that of balance, meaning justice and equity. So you have behaved justly and kept your word. Now you may take away all this wealth. I am in no need of it at all. Why? It is narrated with authentic chains that Imam Al-Rid has said, A man from the Israelites worshipped Allah for 40 years and then brought forth a sacrifice before him, though as to know whether or not his worship was acceptable to him. But his sacrifice was not accepted, so he understood that he must have committed some sin or misdeed and imagined himself responsible for it. Allah revealed to him that your condemnation and criticism of yourself is better than your worshipping of me for 40 years. According to another tradition, there was a king in the Israelites who founded a city, the like of which was never seen by anybody before. He arranged a general feast and invited all. He also appointed a person at the gate to ask every person as he was leaving as to what defects he saw in that city. Nobody pointed out any shortcomings except 3 worshipper who wore thick clothing. They said, We saw 2 defects. 1, it will be ruined one day, and secondly, its king will also die one day. The king asked if they knew of any place not having those defects. They replied, Yes, the house in the hereafter will never be ruined, nor will its owner ever die. Their admonition affected the king's heart, who left his kingship to join them and remained busy in worshipping with them for quite a long time. Then when he intended to part from them, they asked him whether he saw any evil or any indiscipline in them, due to which he wanted to separate from them. The king replied in the negative and said, You know me and therefore respect to me. Now I want to live with those who do not know me. It is narrated from Imam Hayat Al-Baqir that some persons from the progeny of olden-day kings had engaged themselves in Allah's worship and were touring the world to get admonition from the events and the conditions of people all around. Once they passed by a grave on which the people had dumped much earth, leaving only a little sign of it. They consulted among themselves and decided to pray to Allah and ask Him to make the man in the grave alive so that they could find out from him how death tasted. Then they prayed, O Lord, you alone are our Lord and Nourisher. There is no Allah except you. You are the creator of everything, and you alone are to last forever and will never perish. You are aware of everything. You are ever alive and will never die. You are continuously engaged in planning the affairs of your creations and know everything without being taught by anyone. Please make this corpse alive for us. Instantly a man with white hair on his head and beard came out of that grave. He was shaking off the dust from his head and was looking toward the heavens fearfully. Then he asked them, Why are you standing on my grave? They said, We have troubled you so that you may tell us how death tastes. The man said, I have been buried in this grave for 99 years, and yet the pain of death has not been removed from me, and the bitterness of death has not yet left my throat. They asked him whether his hair was white like this when he died. He said, No, but now when I heard a sudden call to get up, all my bones joined with one another and I became alive. I frighteningly imagined that the day of judgment has arrived. This fear turned my hair white and my eyes wide open. It is recorded in reliable sources that there was a man in the Israelites who had no son. Allah gave him one. One day he dreamed that his son would die at the time of his marriage. At last the marriage of his son was fixed. On the night of his marriage, that boy saw an old and weak man. He helped him and gave him food. That old man said, You have given me life, so Allah may give you life. That night the father of that boy dreamed that someone told him, Ask your son what kind of good deed he did on the night of his marriage. The next morning he asked his son and came to know how his son helped the old man. At night again that same person appeared in his dream and told him, Allah kept your son alive as a reward of that good deed which he did to the old man. It is authentically narrated that Imam As-Sadiq said, There was a man in the Israelites who spent most of his time in worship. Once while he was busy praying, he saw two boys holding a bird and pulling out its feathers. As he was busy in prayer, he did not stop those boys from that misdeed. Allah ordered the earth to swallow that worshipper, who at once went down in the earth and who will continue to go down until the day of judgment. It is mentioned in another reliable tradition that Allah sent two angels to destroy the residents of a city. In the dark of the night they heard the voice of a man standing worshipping and praying earnestly. One of the two angels said, Let us return and report about this man to our Lord. Perhaps the most merciful may forgive him, or do to him will forgive all the residents of this city. The other angel said, No, we must carry out whatever order we have been given. It does not befit us to go back. But that angel went back to the court of Allah and narrated the event of the worshipper. Allah did not pay attention to the angel and ordered the other angel to destroy all the residents of that city along with the worshipper who had angered Allah, as he did not condemn those people who indulged in sins in front of his eyes. Allah also became angry with the angel who had come to plead the case of the residents of that city and threw him in an island where he is still undergoing Allah's punishment. It is recorded in reliable sources from Imam Al-Ridha that in the Israelites nobody was recognized as a worshipper until and unless he did not worship continuously for 10 years without speaking. Another narration says that only after fully performing extreme worship among the Israelites was he called Salik, traitor of the true path, and Mujtahid, as only then he would be able to help and reform people attentively. It is recorded in reliable sources from Ali bin Hussein that a man rode on a ship with some other people. The ship broke up and all drowned except the wife of a person. She reached an island floating on a wooden board. There was a person of bad character on that island who used to indulge in every evil and who would never refrain from committing any sin. Seeing that woman all alone, he asked her whether she was a human being or a jinn. She replied that she was a human being. He at once caught her and tried to seduce her. The woman began to shiver and tremble restlessly. He asked her the reason, whereupon she said, pointing toward the heavens, I fear Allah. He asked her whether she had ever indulged in such thing. She swore by the honor of Almighty Allah and said, Never. That evil man said, You fear so much despite having never done such a thing, and even though saving yourself, now is beyond your power, whereas I indulge in it willfully and sometimes through force. Instead of you, it should be me who should fear Allah." And he arose, discarding his bad intention. Then he went away to his home without saying anything to that woman, thinking that he would perform repentance as he was regretful. On his way, he met a monk who joined him. After walking for some time, it became very hot. The monk told his companion, "Pray to Allah so that he may send a cloud to give us its shade." The other man said, "I have never done a good deed, and hence I dare not ask anything from Allah." Then the monk said, "All right, I will pray, and you just go on saying Amen." So the monk said a prayer, and after a few moments a cloud came above them, and they continued their walk under its shade. Then they came to a cross road. The youth went on one side and the monk on another. The cloud went with the youth. The monk told him, "You are better than me. Really speaking, not mine, but your prayer was answered by Allah. Now tell me, what good work did you perform which earned divine mercy for you?" The youth related to the monk what happened on that island. Then the monk said, "You left committing a sin fearing Allah, so now He has forgiven you all of your past sins." According to an authentic narration from Imam as-Sadiq, there was a king in the Israelites. His Qadi judge had a brother who was very pious and honest. His brother's wife also belonged to the family of prophets. She too was very pious. Once the king needed a man trustworthy enough to send out on a job. He told his Qadi to provide him with a reliable and trustworthy man. The Qadi said, "In my view, nobody is more reliable than my brother." So he called his brother and informed him about the king's wish. But he refused the offer, telling him that he could not leave his wife alone. The Qadi insisted, saying that the king was in urgent need of his services. His brother said, "I have nothing to do with anybody except my wife, so you will have to take care of my wife, see to her needs, and take care of any job that needs to be done until my return." The Qadi agreed, and his brother left on the king's job, even though his wife was not happy over his departure. Thereafter, as desired by his brother, the Qadi used to go to his house and do the job required by his wife until he fell in love with her to such an extent that he desired that she should indulge in adultery with him. But she rejected. The passion-blinded Qadi threatened to complain to the king if she did not agree, saying that he would tell the king on oath that she had indulged in adultery with him. But she retorted, "Do whatever you want, but I will not spoil my honor and chastity." The Qadi despaired for fear of what would happen once his brother got to know of his intentions, so he himself went to the king and informed him that the wife of his brother had indulged in adultery, and on making inquiries he had found the allegation to be correct. The king said, "Then stone her to death." The Qadi went and told her that he had complained to the king, who had ordered her to be stoned to death, and that if she did not fulfill his desire, he would see that she was stoned to death. But the woman still said, "Do whatever you wish, but I cannot fulfill your evil desire." At last the Qadi gathered the people and took her to a forest, where he made her sit in a pit, and stones were rained on her until he was sure she had died. Then only did they return home. After nightfall, as some life still remained in that woman, she removed the stones from all around her, got out of the pit, and with much difficulty reached a monastery and fell asleep at its door. The next morning, the monk of that monastery opened the door to find a weak and wounded woman lying there. He inquired with her as to what had happened. Hearing her story, the monk felt pity on her and took her into the monastery. The monk was very wealthy. He treated the lady, and soon all her wounds healed. This monk had a young son, and he entrusted his son to that lady for training. The monk also had a slave in his service who fell in love with that chaste woman and asked her to satisfy his passion. He also threatened to kill her if she did not fall in line with his wishes. The oppressed lady replied that he could do whatever he wanted, but she would never commit a sin like that. So the Salaf killed the son of the monk and told him the monk that in response to his kindness the woman had killed his son, whom he had entrusted to her for training. The monk called the chaste and faithful lady and asked her about the murder of his son. She told him the full truth about the slave, but the monk did not believe her. He told her that now he would not allow her to stay there. He gave her 20 dirhams as traveling expenses and drove her out of the monastery. The poor lady walked the whole night and reached a village the next morning. There she saw a man hanging on the gallows, but still alive. She inquired with him, and the half-dead man told her that he was indebted to the extent of 20 dirhams, and that according to the rules of that place, those who were indebted to that extent were to be hung and not released until they paid off their debt. Hearing this, the kind lady gave him her 20 dirhams, and he was then released. That man told her, "O kind lady, you have been merciful to me and have saved me from sure death. Now I will remain in your service." Walking together, they reached seashore where they saw some ships. The man told the lady, "Wait here. I'm going to do some job for the ship owners to buy us something to eat." Then he went to the shipmen and asked them what goods did they have in their ships. They replied that one of the ships was loaded with very valuable materials like jewels and that the other ship was vacant for their own voyaging. He asked them what was the total value of their goods. They replied that it was so valuable that they could not evaluate it fully. Then that person said, "I have a thing which is even costlier than your valuables." They asked, "What is it?" He said, "A very beautiful slave girl, so beautiful that you might never have seen anyone like her before." They said, "Sell her to us." He proposed, "First someone must go to see her, but in such a manner that she does not know the intention behind it. Then return and pay me her price. Then when I go away you may take her in your control." The seafarers agreed, and one of them went to see that lady. He came back to report that he had never seen a more beautiful woman before. So the wicked man sold that chaste woman for 10,000 dirhams and went away with the money. When he disappeared, the shipman came to the lady and said, "O slave girl, come with us on this ship." She asked, "Why?" They said, "We have bought you from your owner." She said, "He is not my owner or lord." They said, "Do not make excuses and come along, otherwise we ill take you forcibly." So she had to accompany them up to the seashore. However, each and every one of them vied for that lady, so much so that to settle the dispute they made her sit in the ship which was full of jewelry, and all of them rowed in the other vessel. When the ships reached mid-sea, Allah sent a storm which overturned the ship which carried the men, and all of them drowned. The stormy winds carried the ship in which the lady was sitting to an island. She came out of the ship, tied it on the shore, and began to walk on the island. She saw a beautiful house near a water spring. All around were trees bearing fruits. She told herself, "I will stay here, eat these fruits and drink this fresh water, and pass the rest of my life in worshipping only one Allah." Allah sent a revelation to one of the prophets of that time to go to the king by whose order the Cadi had stoned the lady and tell him, "On such and such island is a pious slave girl. Go to her along with all of your people. Confess all your past sins and request her to pardon you. If she forgives you, I will also forgive you. Otherwise, I will chastise all of you severely." On getting this message from the divine messenger, the king went to that island along with his people where they saw the woman. He approached her respectfully and said, "This Cadi had complained to me that the wife of his brother had committed adultery. I ordered her to be stoned to death without making proper inquiries and without calling for appropriate witnesses. I am afraid I have behaved unjustly in this matter. Kindly pray to Allah to pardon me." She said, "Sit down. Allah will forgive you." Then her husband came before her. She recognized him and said, "I had a very pious wife. I had to leave town on a job for the king and so had to leave my wife on her own even though she did not wish me to do so. I had asked my brother to look after her and to see to her needs. After returning, I came to know that my brother had her stoned to death as she had indulged in the misdeed of adultery. I am afraid I was at fault in this matter, so kindly pray that I may be pardoned by Allah." She said, "May Allah pardon you too. Sit down." She made him sit by the side of the king. Then came the Cadi, who also narrated his mistakes and begged her to pray to Allah for his pardoning. She told him also to sit down and said, "May Allah forgive you too." Then she turned toward her husband and said, "Listen." Then that monk also submitted his misdeed, and she told him too to sit down and told him that Allah will forgive him. Then the slave of the monk appeared before her and narrated his excesses and oppressions and pleaded for her prayers so that he may also get salvation. She said, "Sit down. May Allah pardon you also." Thereafter she asked the monk to listen. Last of all came the man who had been freed from the gallows by her. He also confessed his crimes and prayed for pardon for his thanklessness. Then the chaste lady turned toward her husband and said, "I am your wife. All that you have heard is related to me. Now I am in no need of a husband. I wish this ship, which is full of jewelry, to be taken away by you for your requirements, and let me remain here only for worship of Allah. You have seen how much torture I have received from the hands of men." Her husband agreed to her wish of staying on that island. He then took charge of the ship and returned with the king and all the people back to the capital. Ibn Babawayh has narrated from Ali bin Hussein that there was a thief among the Israelites. His habit was to open freshly dug graves and steal the coffin cloth from their dead body. One day his neighbor fell ill and feared that he might steal his coffin coffin cloth also. So he called that thief and asked him how did he find his behavior toward him. The other person said he was a very good neighbor indeed. Thereafter he said, I am in need of something. The thief asked, what? He put 2 pieces of coffin cloth before him and asked him to take up the one of his choice and to let the other remain for his corpse. He asked him not to dig his grave after his death and make him naked by stealing the cloth from his body. The neighbor agreed and told him to rest assured that he would not behave like that. The ill man insisted on giving him the better cloth. When he died and was buried, the thief thought, how will the corpse know whether I steal his cloth or not? So he went to dig his grave. As he was digging, he suddenly heard a voice as if someone was telling him not to dig the grave. He became frightened and went back home, gathered his sons and asked them what kind of a father was he to them. They said he was very kind to them. Then he told them, I wish something from you. They said, do tell us so that we may carry it out. Then he said, when I die, burn my body down to ashes. Then crush my bones, and when a strong wind blows, scatter the ash away, throwing half toward the mountains and the other half toward the sea. The sons said, all right, we will do as you wish. So when he died, his sons did as he wanted. Allah commanded the forest to collect whatever of the bones had fallen there. Similarly, he ordered the sea to collect whatever was thrown into it. Allah made him alive and asked him as to why he had made such a will. He replied, it was due to my fear of thee. Allah said, all right, if it was only for the sake of my fear, then I swear by my honor I will please your debtors on the day of judgment and will turn your fear into satisfaction and peace and will pardon your sins. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam Al-Baqir said, there was a prostitute in the Israelites who used to lure youths toward her. Once a man told her, if such and such worshipper sees you, he will surely fall in love with you. She said, by Allah, I will go to his house and bring him on the true path. She reached his house the same night, knocked on his door and said, O worshipper, give me shelter for one night. He denied her shelter. She said, some youths from the Israelites are following me with the intention of adultery. I have run away from them and require shelter. If you do not open your door, they will catch me and rape me. Hearing this, the worshipper opened his house. The woman entered the house and took off her veil. When the worshipper saw her beauty, he lost his sense and felt passionate toward her. When he came to sense, he saw his hand on the body of that woman. He felt a shock and pulled his hand off her. There was a water vessel in his room beneath, which a fire used to burn constantly. He ran to that fire and put his hand in that fire. The woman asked him what he was doing. He replied, I am burning my hand in a worldly fire. Perhaps I will be saved from the hellfire in the hereafter. The woman ran away from there and asked the people of the Israelites to take care of the worshipper as he was burning his own hand. The people rushed there, but by that time his hand was burnt. It is reliably related from Imam As-Sadiq that a worshipper from the Israelites had kept himself totally away from women and had become fearless of the evils of the devil. One night a devil in the guise of a woman came to his house as a guest and began to make evil suggestions to his heart. With every evil suggestion made by that woman, the worshipper pushed one of his fingers into the fire so that he be reminded of hellfire. This happened repeatedly until morning, and in this way he suppressed his evil passions by burning his fingers one after the other. In the morning he said to the lady, you have proved to be a bad guest for me. Please leave this place now. It is recorded in reliable sources that a man went to Imam As-Sadiq and began to praise someone's worshipping and religiousness. Imam asked, how much intelligence does he have? He said he did know that. Then Imam said, reward is in proportion to the intelligence, wisdom of a person. There was a great worshipper in the Israelites. He spent all his time worshipping on an island. It was a very fertile island with clean water springs and fruitful trees. Once an angel passed by that man. The angel was very pleased with his worship and he prayed to Allah, my Lord, please let me know the reward of this man's worshipping. Allah told the angel what he thought was that man's reward. The angel felt that the reward was much less compared to his worship. So Allah asked that angel to go and live with that worshipper for a while. The angel went to that person in the form of a man. The worshipper asked him, who are you? He replied, I am also a worshipper like you. When I learned about this place and heard your praise, I thought of coming here and worshipping along with you. Next morning the angel said to the man, your house is very spacious and very suitable for worship. He said, there is a defect in it. What is it? The angel asked. He replied, My Allah does not have a donkey of his own. Had he one, he would have made it graze here so that this grass might not go to waste. The angel told him that Allah does not require an ass. The worshipper replied, had he a donkey, this grass would not have wasted. Allah revealed to the angel, I have fixed the reward of this man's deed proportionate to his wisdom. It is reliably reported by Hafiz bin al-Bakhtari that once I was late in attending Imam as-Sadiq. He asked the reason for my delay. I said, may I be sacrificed for you? I had stood surety for a person who did not keep his promise and did not pay up his debt, and so it was demanded from me, and that is why I could not come for Hajj in advance. Imam said, why did you stand as surety for others? Do not you know that in the past people were destroyed for standing as surety for others? Then he narrated, a group committed many sins and then became very fearful because of it. Another group, as a gesture of sympathy, told them, we undertake the responsibility of all your sins. Allah chastised the latter group, telling them, they feared my anger, but you dared so much became fearless of me. It is reported in authentic traditions from Hamza the Umali that in the distant past there was a very rich man in the progeny of prophets. He would spend his wealth on the needy and the poor. After his demise, his wife also continued to spend like him. Soon all of the wealth was spent. Now that man had a son who would always hear people wherever he went praying for peace upon his late father and benefaction for him. He asked his mother the reason for such prayers being made by people wherever he went. His mother told him that, your father was very pious. He was a benefactor of the poor. Being rich, he would spend his money on fulfilling the needs of the poor people. After his departure, I also continued to spend his wealth on the needy. Finally, all the wealth is spent. The son said, my dear mother, my late father is getting the reward for whatever he did, but you did not have the right to do what you did, and hence you have earned Allah's displeasure. The mother asked him what he meant. The son said, my father was spending his own wealth, but you spent away the wealth of others, meaning his. The mother replied, my son, you are correct, but I did not think that you would object to what I did and would declare that wealth lawful for me. The son said, I do so now and declare it lawful for you. But is there anything left so that I may make it a means of earning and may seek Allah's grace? Maybe he will make us rich again. The mother said, I have 100 dinars. The son said, if Allah wills, he will provide abundance in it even if the capital is little. Then he went out for earning their livelihood. On his way, he found the dead body of a man whose face showed signs of being a pious and virtuous person. He thought, what can be better than spending my money on bathing, covering and coffining this corpse and praying for him and burying him. So he spent 20 dirhams for this good deed. Now he had only 20 dirhams. He walked further for finding Allah's graceful provision. Along the way, a man met him and asked him where he was going. He said, for finding livelihood and Allah's grace. He asked how much capital he had. He replied, 20 dirhams. The man said, of what use can this little amount be? The boy replied, when Allah wishes, he gives abundance in little capital too. You are right, of course, said the man. Then he asked, you must do exactly what I say, but I will tell you what to do only on condition that you give me half of the earnings. The boy agreed. That man told him, on the path on which you are proceeding you will find a house. The residents of that house will invite you as a guest. Do accept their invitation. When their servant brings food for you, he will be accompanied by a black cat. You should ask that man to sell that cat to you. He will refuse, but you must go on asking. Finally, he will agree to sell it for 20 dirhams. You must pay him the amount and obtain that cat. Thereafter you should slaughter that cat, burn its head and remove its brain, and go to a certain city. The king of that place has become blind. Tell those people that you can treat their king. Be not afraid on seeing the dead bodies of people whom the king had killed earlier for having failed to cure him. You may ask any amount you like as your price for his treatment. On the first day, sting the king's eyes with the brain of that cat. He will find it effective and will ask for more medicine. Do not do so, but apply only one needle on the second and third day too. So that boy went on his way, became a guest of the resident of that house, bought the cat, reached the king of the said city and engaged in treating him. On the first day he applied only one needle to sting his eyes. It proved effective and the king could see a little on the following day. He felt even better on the second day and was completely healed on the third day. The king was now able to see everything like before. He told the boy, You have done me a great favor. You have earned a right on me. You have returned my kingdom to me. As a reward I give you my daughter in marriage." The boy replied, "My mother is alive whom I cannot separate from." The king married his daughter with that boy and told him that he could live there as long as he desired and could go to his mother's place along with the princess whenever he wished. The boy lived with the king with honor and respect for 1 year and then prepared to go. The king gave him much wealth and goods and cows and camels and sheep. The boy departed with all that along with his wife. First he went to the place where he had met the man who showed him how to cure the king. He found that man sitting there. Seeing the boy, he asked, "Boy, why did you not keep your promise?" The boy replied, "Whatever I got and enjoyed while I was with the king may please be declared lawful for me. Whatever is with me now is this. You may take half of it." He divided his wealth equally and asked that man to take the part of his choice. The man said, "You have not acted with justice." "How is that?" the boy asked. The man said, "The woman also is a part of your earning." The boy said, "You are right. Take away all the wealth and leave the woman for me." He said, "No, I want half of that woman too." The boy called for a saw and put it on the head of the woman to give half of her to that man. The man said, "Now you have kept your promise and word. This woman and all this wealth is yours. Take them away. I need nothing of it. I am an angel. Allah sent me only to give the reward of that good which you had done to the dead body on your path." It is related reliably from Imam as-Sadiq that there was a worshipper in the Israelites who never indulged in worldly affairs. This hurt Iblis the big Satan very much. So he whistled through his nose, hearing which his entire army came around him. Then he asked who from them would be able to mislead that worshipper. One of them said he would. Iblis asked, "How?" He said, "Through women." Iblis said, "It will not work, as the worshipper is neither inclined towards women nor is he aware of their taste." Another Satan stood up and said he would mislead him through wine, drinking, etc. Iblis said, "You cannot deviate him in that way also." Then a third one arose and claimed that he would mislead him by pretending to be pious and a worshipper of Allah. Iblis said, "You can win." So that Satan entered the house of the worshipper in the form of a man and went to the area where the worshipper used to pray. He stood beside him and began praying. The worshipper, after worshipping for a long time, would stop to take some rest, but the Satan never rested. Seeing this, the worshipper considered himself very inferior to the newcomer and with much humility asked him what gave him this much strength in worshipping Allah tirelessly. The cursed one did not give any reply. The worshipper approached him again and tried to make him talk and explain how he could worship so long at a stretch. He asked the Satan what gave him such a high status. Then the agent of Satan said, "O slave of Allah, I had committed a sin. I repented over it, but always keep that sin in mind. This thing has given me the power for praying tirelessly." The worshipper asked what was that sin so that he may also commit it. The Satan told him to go to a certain city and enter the house of a certain prostitute and give her 2 dirhams. The worshipper said, "I do not even know what a dirham is." The Satan took out 2 dirhams from beneath his foot and gave it to the worshipper. The worshipper turned toward that city in his prayer holy clothes and inquired about the residence of that prostitute. The people thought he had come there to give guidance to that prostitute, and so they showed him her brothel. When the worshipper entered her place, he threw those 2 dirhams and asked the woman to get up. The woman rose and took him into her room and told him, "O gentleman, you have come to me in a attire in which nobody comes. So first please tell me why and how you became inclined to come to me of all people." The worshipper narrated his whole story. The woman said, "O slave of Allah, giving up a sin is much more easier than repenting after committing it. It is not possible for anyone to deliberately commit a sin and then repent and attain higher status as said by you. Surely one who sent you is a Satan in disguise who has come to deviate you. Go back and you will surely not find him there." The worshipper returned home. That woman died the same night. Next morning the people saw writing on her door saying that all the residents of the town should gather for her funeral prayer because she is from those who will enter paradise. The people were confused and did not bury her for 3 days. Allah revealed everything to the messenger of that time. According to the narrator, Imam said that he, the messenger, was Musa. Allah commanded, Go and pray in the funeral of such and such woman, because I have pardoned her and reserved paradise for her, because she prevented my servant from disobeying me. What? The purpose of Imam behind describing this story was to make you understand that times are similar to the above description. When you observe that your own friends are conspiring against you, how can the Imam rely on their promises, and how can he rise against the enemy? So when the time comes when people will keep their words, and Allah knows that they will remain loyal to the Imam, then will he make the Imam appear and lead the uprising, and thus bestow the reformed society as a mediator gift to Muhammad and the family of Muhammad. Grant this award to them as a grand fortune. Accounts of rulers and kings. Allah says in the Holy Qur'an, "Are they better, or the people of Tuba and those before them? We destroyed them, for surely they were guilty." 44:37. Here they refers to the Qurayshite disbelievers or deniers. There is a difference of opinion about whether Tuba had believed or he died on kufr. Some say the holy verse refers to Tuba and the people of his community, whom Allah destroyed. Some say Tuba had believed and his community remained on kufr and was annihilated by divine chastisement. This conclusion is weightier. It is recorded in reliable sources that Imam as-Sadiq said, Tuba said to Oz and Khazraj, "You may stay here in Medina until the Prophet of the last age appears. If he comes during my lifetime, I will definitely help him in rising against his enemies." And Sunnis non-Shia have mostly reported from the Holy Prophet that do not abuse Tuba, as he was a Muslim. It is related by Kabbalah that Tuba was a good-natured pious man and that Allah has condemned his community, not him. With authentic chains, it is reported from Imam al-Rida that a man from Syria asked Amir al-Mu'minin as to why Tuba was called Tuba. Ali replied, "Because when he was a boy he was a scribe of the king of his time. Whenever he wrote any letter etc. for the king, he started it with these words on the top of the letter, meaning, I begin and seek grace from the Allah who created the morning and the wind." The king used to insist that he begin writing the letter with the name of King Rod, but he insisted that, "I will begin only in the name of my Allah. Thereafter I will write whatever you say." As a reward of this deed, Allah Almighty turned the regime of that king in his favor, and the people followed and obeyed him, and therefore he is called Tuba. It is mentioned in a reliable tradition that Jabir bin Ismail bin Jabir says, "Once I was traveling with my friends between Mecca and Medina, and we were talking about Ansar. Some said that people belonging to various tribes had gathered, and some said they were from Yemen. Finally, we went to Imam as-Sadiq resting under a tree. We sat there. Before we could ask him anything, he said surprisingly, Tuba arrived from Iraq, and the people belonging to Ulama and the Prophet's progeny were with him. They reached the valley known as belonging to the Huzail tribe. People of other tribes came to him and said, 'You are going towards citizens who have been fooling others since a very long time. They have named their city Haram and have built a house there and regard it as their Allah.' They meant Mecca and the Kaaba. Tuba said, 'If what you say is correct, then I would kill their menfolk, imprison their boys, and destroy their houses.' At once his eyes bulged out and hung over his face. Then Ulama and the progeny of prophets were called. He asked them to think and let him know why this trouble overtook him. They asked him, 'First of all, tell us what was in your mind intention.' He replied, 'I had intended that when I enter Mecca I will kill their menfolk, capture their children, and break their house Kaaba.' They at once told him that in their opinion the only reason for his trouble was this intention entertained by him. He asked the reason. They said that city is the Haram, sanctuary of Allah, and that house if the house of Allah, and the residents of that city are the progeny of Prophet Ibrahim. Tuba said, 'You are right. Now tell me what I should do by way of repentance so that this trouble may be warded off.' They said, 'Now decide and intend to do what opposite of your earlier is thought so that perhaps the trouble may be removed.' What they intended to convey was that he should now pay respect to Mecca and Kaaba and think of doing good to the residents of Mecca. With this new intention, his eyes went back to their original place. He then called that group which had inspired him to destroy Kaaba and kill them all. When he reached Mecca, he covered Kaaba with a jilaf and gave a feast to the citizens of the holy city for 30 days. Every day 100 camels animals were sacrificed and its meat was put in big vessels placed in mountains for feeding the forest animals. Grass and grain was provided for four-footed animals in fields and deserts. Then he came from Mecca to Medina and made some Yemenis reside there who belonged to the tribe of Bani Ghassan so that they might await the arrival of the Prophet of the last age. Ansar are their progeny. It is mentioned in another narration that he cut off royal dresses to make a cover for Kaaba and poured perfume on it. According to another tradition, when Tubba bin Hassan came to Medina, he executed 350 Jews and wanted to destroy Medina. At that time, a Jew who was 250 years old said, "O king, nobody is more oppressive than you. You accept false notions and you kill people in fits of anger. You cannot destroy this city." Tubba asked, "Why not?" The Jew said, "Because a prophet from the progeny of Ismail will rise and will migrate to this city." Hearing this, he stopped killing people, came to Mecca, clothed Kaaba, fed people and sang some couplets meaning, "I bear witness in favor of Ahmed that he is a messenger of Almighty Allah, who is the Lord Creator of the universe. If I live up to his time, I will become his minister advisor and will assist him." Ibn Shar Ashad has narrated that Tubba is one of those 5 kings who ruled over the entire world. He reached every part of the world and took 10 wise and learned men from every city with him and came to Mecca. When the people did not respect him, he became angry. He consulted his vizier Ayarisa. He said, "These are ignorant people. They are proud of this Kaaba." So the king decided in his heart to break this building and to kill the residents of Mecca. Allah made his head and brain so sick that dirty material began to flow from his eyes and ears and nose. Doctors could not cure it, and they said this ailment is divine, a trouble arrived from above, and hence they could not help. They went away. At night, a scholar approached the minister of the king and told him in a very slow tone that if the king is prepared to reveal the intention he has in his heart, I will be able to treat him. The minister told this to the king and with his permission called the scholar there. The scholar asked the king whether he had any bad intention about Kaaba. The king said, "Yes, I had intended to break it and kill the residents of Mecca." The learned man advised him to give up this thought and to repent so that he may get the good of both this world and the hereafter. Tubba said, "I repent and I give up this idea." He got relief instantly. From then he believed in Allah and Abraham Khalilullah. He covered Kaaba with 7 pieces of precious cloth and went toward Medina. Medina was situated at a place where a spring was flowing. When they reached there, 400 from the 4,000 ulama came to the king and told him, "We left our cities and traveled with you for a long time. Now we wish you to allow us to reside here forever." The king asked the wisdom behind it. The learned men said, "O vizier, the grandeur of the holy Kaaba is due to Muhammad, who holds the Qur'an and Qibla and flag and pulpit. He will be born in Mecca. He will migrate from there and arrive here to settle. We intend earnestly that we or our progeny may be fortunate to serve him." When Tubba heard this, he also decides to camp there for 1 year, hoping to be able to get the honor of serving the Holy Prophet. He built 400 houses for those 400 scholars there and married them with 400 freed slave girls. He gave them a lot of wealth and wrote a letter for the Holy Prophet mentioning therein his faith and obedience to Islam and appealed to him to intercede for him in the court of Allah Almighty. The opening of that letter was, "This is a letter from Tubba to Muhammad bin Abdullah, who is the last messenger of Allah and a prophet for all the worlds." He handed over this letter to the learned man who had give him good guidance and prevented him from harming the Haram and Mecca city. Then he left Medina and went toward India and died in Ghassan. 1,000 years passed between the date of his death and the birth of the Holy Prophet. Finally, when the Holy Prophet was sent by Allah, most of the residents of Medina had become Muslims. They sent Abu Yala Layla with Tubba's letter to the Holy Prophet. When he reached the Holy Prophet, he, the Prophet, was among the tribe of Bani Salim. When the Holy Prophet saw the courier, he asked, "Are you Abu Layla?" He replied, "Yes." Then the Holy Prophet asked, "Have you brought Tubba's letter?" He replied, "Yes, O Prophet of Allah," and handed over that letter. The courier was astonished that the Holy Prophet knew the details of that man and the letter in advance. The Holy Prophet gave the letter to Amir al-Mu'minin Ali to read. He read it out to the Holy Prophet. Then the Holy Prophet said thrice, "Well done, "O my pious brother," and told Abu Layla to go back to Medina. The events of Tubba and of all others in the days of pre-Islamic ignorance will be narrated to Allah willing along with the details of the Holy Prophet. It is recorded in reliable sources from Salman Farsi through Imam al-Baqir that Salman Farsi said there was a Persian king called Rozan. He was a cruel enemy of the truth and a big oppressor. His oppression increased with the power of his kingship. When his oppression crossed all limits, Allah made him suffer an ailment of the head. The trouble started in the right side of his head and became so severe that it was impossible for him even to eat and drink. It made him very restless. He explained his trouble to his viziers, took many medicines, but to no avail. He became hopelessly disappointed as he could not find a cure for his ailment. Allah sent a prophet and asked him through revelation that, "Go to my cruel slave Rozan in the form of a physician. First give him respect and honor and tell him kindly not to get disheartened about the treatment of his ailment and tell him that he can be cured without any medicine. When he pays attention to you and is inclined to believe your words, then tell him his cure lies in the blood of a suckling infant whose parents may be ready to offer its blood without any coercion and willingly. Dropping 3 drops of that blood in your right nostril will remove the pain." The Prophet did what Allah asked and showed the cure to that king. The king said, "I do not think anyone will be prepared to sacrifice his child willfully." The Prophet said, "If you spend enough money in the search for such a child, it can happen." The king sent out his men in search of such parents. After many efforts, they found a child whose parents were very poor and needy and were prepared to kill their child and give its blood in return for a lot of money. When they were brought to the king, he called for a plate and a knife. The king ordered the mother of the child to hold the child firmly and asked its father to slaughter the child. When the parents ready to do so, Allah made the child speak, and it spoke up saying, "O king, prevent my parents from killing me. They are evil parents for me. Oh, king, when somebody oppresses a weak child, its parents protect it, but mine are killing me. Do not help them in this deed." Hearing these words from the mouth of the child, the king became very fearful. His pain vanished at once, and he fell asleep. In his dream, he saw that someone was telling him, "Allah made the child speak to prevent you and his parents from killing him, and he made you ill so that you may take admonition. Give up your oppression and be kind to your people." When the king woke up after seeing this dream, he became aware that all this was from Allah. He changed the entire course of his future life and spent the rest of his life with justice and equity. Ibn Babawayh has with authentic chains narrated from Abu Raif that Archangel Gabriel brought a book from Allah to the Holy Prophet which contained the accounts of all the past prophets and kings. The Holy Prophet narrated their stories briefly. 1. Ibn Babawayh is narrated through Ibrahim Tusi that at the age of 97 he described in the house of Yahya bin Mansur that, "I met a king named Sarbabak of a city called So in India and asked him, 'What is your age?' He replied, 925 years. He was a Muslim. He said, the Holy Prophet had sent to me 10 of his companions including Hudhayfa bin al-Yaman, Umaraz, Usama bin Zayd, Abu Musa Ash'ari, Suhaib Rumi and Safina. They invited me to Islam. I accepted it and became a Muslim. The Prophet had also sent me a letter. I kissed that letter." Ibrahim Tusi says, "I asked him as to how he was praying the prayers at this advanced age. He replied, those who remember Allah standing and sitting and lying on their sides. I asked him, what is your food? He said, stew seasoned with garlic. I asked, do you get motions? He said, yes, a little once in a week. Then I inquired about his teeth, to which he replied, my teeth fell and grew again and again for 20 times. I also saw a 4-footed animal in his stable which was bigger than an elephant. It is called Sendafil. I asked, what service do you take from it? He said, my men use it to carry the clothes of the servants for washing to the washerman's place. The length and width of that king's territory required 4 years to cross, and his capital city was in an area which measured 50 square parasang, and an army of 120,000 always stood on guard at every gate of that city, so that if attacked by the enemy he would be fully prepared and not require anybody's help. His palace was in the middle of the city. I have heard that he used to say, once I went to Maghreb and entered a desolate area in Jabalaka, the city of the community of Musa. The upper stories of their houses were flat. The barns of their wheat and barley were kept at a place outside the city. They used to carry home the needed quantity of grains there from and leave the remaining there. Their graves were in their houses. Their gardens were at a distance of 2 parasangs from the city. No man or woman from that community ever grew old or fell ill until the time of their death. Their markets were always kept open. Whosoever wanted anything would take it himself from the shop and put the cost there, as no one attended to the shops. All used to assemble in the mosques at the time of prayers, offer prayers, and return home. They never quarreled, and they never talked about anything except death. 1. Ibn Babawayh described this hadith in short, and from whatever he said we have narrated it in previous chapters and are describing the rest here. He says that when Sheikh bin Shahjan became a king called Qais, he ruled for 266 years. When he completed 51 years of his regime, Isa arrived. When Isa was raised up in the heavens, Shamun bin Hamun Shafa became his caliph. After Shamun, prophethood was given by Allah to Yahya bin Zachariah. At that time, Ardashir ibn Ashkan became king, and he ruled for 14 years and 2 months. In the 8th year of his rule, the Jews martyred Yahya. Yahya made the son of Shamun his legatee Wasi. After Ardashir, his son Shapur became the king, ruled for 30 years, and was murdered. In that period, the trustee and the treasurer of the divine knowledge and the conveyor of Allah's messages was Shamun, who is in the progeny of Prophet Yaqub. The disciples, companions of Isa, were with him. At that time, Nebuchadnezzar became a king. He ruled for 187 years, killed 80,000 persons in retaliation of the killing of Yahya, and it was he who destroyed Jerusalem. The Jews were fragmented and dispersed in his time to different cities. After completion of 47 years of his rule, Allah Almighty appointed Uzair as a prophet over those who had left their cities for fear of death. Allah included Uzair also in them. He also died. 100 years thereafter, Allah made him, and all of them numbering 100,000, alive. Then they got killed at the hands of Nebuchadnezzar. After Nebuchadnezzar, his son Mariah became king, ruled for 16 years and 26 days, imprisoned Prophet Daniel in a well, dug pits, threw his Daniel's companions in them, and burnt them alive. They are the makers of the pit who have been referred to in the Holy Qur'an. Then when Allah willed to retrieve the soul of Daniel, he commanded him to hand over his divine knowledge and wisdom to his son Malikah and to make him his caliph. At that time, Hormuz was the king. He ruled for 33 years, 3 months and 4 days. Thereafter Bahram ruled for 26 years. At that time the custodian of religion and Sharia religious code was Malikah. His companions were among the believers and testifiers, but they could not express their faith and were not able to tell the truth openly. After Bahram, his son ruled for 7 years. Thereafter the chain of prophets was broken and the age of intermission began, and the divine commander and leader and legatee was Malikah. He had his companions with him. When the time of his death approached, Allah asked him to hand over the divine light of wisdom to Inshu and to make him his legatee. Thereafter a number of persons in the progeny of Inshu became religious leaders one after another as Allah wished. After Bahram, Hormuz's son Shapur came to throne, and he ruled for 92 years. He was the first king who made a crown and adorned it on his head. At that time too the legatee was Inshu. After Shapur, his brother Ardashir ruled for 2 years. It was in his time that Allah made the 7 sleepers alive. At that time Allah's caliph was Inshu's son Wasiha. After Ardashir, his son Shapur became king and ruled for 50 years. In his time too Wasiha was the leader of Allah's creation. After Shapur, his son Yezdjard came to throne and ruled for 21 years, 5 months and 19 days. In his time, also Wasiha was the divine caliph. When Allah willed to call Wasiha back to him, he revealed through a dream to Wasiha that he should hand over the divine light, wisdom, commandments, and intelligence to his son Nastoras. After Yezdjard, Bahram ruled for 26 years and 18 days. In that time also the Hajj divine proof was Nastoras. After Bahram, Firaz, son of Yezdjard, got kingship, who ruled for 70 years. In his time also Nastoras remained the proof of Allah Hajj, and the believers of that period were with him. When Allah intended to call Nastoras back to his mercy, he asked him in a dream to appoint Ma'ariza as his legatee and to hand over the knowledge of wisdom to him. Then, after Firaz, his son Falaz ruled for 40 years, and during this time Ma'ariza was the viceroy of Allah. Thereafter, his brother Falaz's brother Kabad ruled for 43 years, and after him his brother Jamasp ruled for 46 or 66 years. At that time also Ma'ariza was the caliph of Allah, protector of faith and Sharia. After Jamsp, Kabad's son Kisri became king and he ruled for 46 years and 8 months. In his time also Ma-Riza was the protector of religion and code of life. Then Allah desired to call him back to his mercy and ordered him in a dream to pass the divine light of wisdom to Baqir the Rahib and to make him his Khalifa. After Kisra, his son Herman came to throne and ruled for 38 years. In his time also Baqir was the protector of religion and Sharia, who also had believers who put faith in him and testified in him. After Herman's Kisra-e-Parvez got kingship. In his time also Baqir was the Caliph of Allah until the time when the period of the occultation of the Hujjas of Allah became lengthy and divine revelation was stopped. The people became ungrateful with Allah's blessings and devalued them. They became prey to Allah's anger. They weakened religion. They left prayers, and the resurrection day, doomsday, came nearer. Religion was torn into pieces, and people drowned in the darkness of ignorance and became wonderstruck with various religions and fell in doubt about the true path. Affairs were dispersed. Long period passed since the arrivals of prophets. Some remained on the religion of their prophets, and some became ungrateful to Allah. They became oppressive instead of thankful and obedient to Allah. Then Allah, for his messengership, selected from the holy pious family tree the one whom he had given the highest status over all the past tribes and whom he had made the fountainhead of all holy personalities and the mine of sacred souls. That is, he chose Muhammad al-Mas section of Faf for his messengership and bestowed on him his choice for prophethood and exposed his religion fully through him so that he could decide matters with justice between his slaves and fight against his enemies, and he also gave all the knowledge and wisdom of all the past prophets and their lighties. Moreover, he gave the Holy Qur'an to him in the rich language of Arabic wherein falsehood can never find a way, and he provided information about both the past and the future in it. We will, Allah willing, relate the stories of people who lived much longer than them during the events of Al-Qam. The account of Yaz'asaf was the lengthiest among the events of prophets. We have narrated it in the book Ain al-Hayat. His prophethood is not authenticated through any hadith, and hence we had not written about him in this book. Whosoever wants to see it may refer to the said book. An account of Harut and Marat al-Asas, and they followed what the shaitans chanted of sorcery in the reign of Suleiman, and Suleiman was not an unbeliever, but the shaitans disbelieved. They taught men sorcery, and that was sent down to the two angels at Babel, Harut and Marat. Yet these two taught no man until they had said, "Surely we are only a trial, therefore do not be a disbeliever." Even then men learned from these two, magic by which they might cause a separation between a man and his wife, and they cannot hurt with it anyone except with Allah's permission. And they learned what harmed them and did not profit them. And certainly they know that he who bought it should have no share of good in the hereafter, and evil was a pride for which they sold their souls, had they but known this. 2:102. In explanation of this holy verse, it is said that shaitans used to teach magic that was sent down on two angels, Harut and Marat in Babylon, and these two taught no man until they had said, "Surely we are at trial, therefore do not be a disbeliever." Even then, men learned from these two magic by which they might cause a separation between a man and his wife. Ali ibn Ibrahim and Ayashi have in their tafsirs narrated from Imam Muhammad al-Baqir that every day and every night angels used to descend for taking up deeds of the middlemen of the residents of the earth. On seeing these deeds, the residents of the heavens began to find fault in the sins being committed by the dwellers of the earth, like disobeying Allah and making false allegations against him. They used to say that Allah is high and above what the dwellers of the world say about him. At last, a group of angels requested Allah, "O Nourisher, do you not frown upon your creations who make false allegations against you and who disobey you even though you have prohibited them from doing such things? O Lord, you tolerate them even though all of them are in your control and are living a life of ease due to your bounties." So Allah willed to show to the angels what is his perfect power and how he issues his commandments in the world of his creation, and to make the angels aware of his blessings as they have been created sinless, and he has made them distinct among his creations and has made them ever obedient and has not given them the power of sinning. So he said to the angels, "Select two beings from your community so that I may send them to the earth and give them the nature of human beings and put in them desire for eating, drinking, etc., and introduce yearnings in their minds like the children of Adam. Then I will take a test of them in the matter of my obedience and worship. The angels selected Hayat and Marut from among them as they were foremost in finding faults in humans and in asking for Allah's chastisement for the humans. Allah told them, "Now I have put all those desires and needs in you which I have created in men. Do not include anyone, do not make any partner in worshipping me. Do not commit adultery, and do not drink wine." Then he removed all curtains of the skies so that he may make his power visible to the angels. He sent those 2 angels on earth in the form of 2 handsome men and made them camp in Babylon. When they came to earth, they saw a very beautiful woman advancing toward them. She was fully adorned and perfumed, and her face was unveiled. Now the 2 angels had a thought about the woman that they were prohibited from. They discussed it between themselves and decided to walk away from the temptation. After walking a few steps, passion overpowered them. They returned to that woman and asked her to allow them to have sex with her. That woman said, "My religion does not allow me to lie with you until you adopt my religion." They inquired her religion. She said, "I can only fulfill the desire of the one who worships my Allah and who prostrates before my Allah," and she pointed towards an idol saying, "This is my Allah." The angels looked at one another and explained, "Now 2 sins instead of one confront us, viz. one of polytheism and another adultery." Then they consulted again, but desire overtook them. So they said to the woman, "We are agreeable." Then she said, "As you are prepared to bow before the idol, you must first drink wine, because prostration without taking wine is not recognized." The angels consulted again and said, "Now 3 sins confront us: drinking wine, having illegal sex, and prostrating before an idol." They said to that woman, "Verily you have proved a big trouble for us. Still we are ready to do whatever you say." So they drank the wine and bowed before the idol, and they ready to lie with that woman when suddenly a beggar entered the place. They asked him, "Who are you and why have you come here?" He replied, "Your condition makes me doubt your intention. You are fearful and frightened, and yet you have brought this woman to a solitary place. Surely you are evil fellows." Saying this, he went away. Then that woman told the 2, "I swear by my Allah that this man knows you and is aware of your place and has gone to disgrace both you and me. So I will not draw near to you. You must first kill him so that he may not be able to disgrace us, and then come back to me and do whatever you wish." At once, the 2 ran after that man and killed him. When they returned, they did not find the woman there and found that suddenly their clothes had fallen down and they had become naked. They began to bite their fingers with an intense feeling of shame and sorrow. Allah revealed, "I sent you only for a while on earth to live with my creation, but in this little time you committed all the sins from which I had prohibited you from. You did not feel ashamed before me, though it was you who were more than all others against the dwellers of the earth due to their disobedience and wanted that they should be punished. It was due to this fact that I had given you such a nature which did not entertain any wish to commit sin, and it was I who had protected you from disobeying me. Now when I lifted my protection from you and left you to your own, you behaved like this. Now it is up to you to select for yourself either a worldly punishment or the other worldly chastisement." One of the angels said, "Since we have come to the world, we might as well enjoy our desires fully until we get the punishment of the hereafter." Another said, "The worldly punishment is limited, which will end someday, but the chastisement of the hereafter is everlasting. It is much harsher, which we do not prefer." So they opted for this world's punishment and continued to teach magic to the people. They did so for a long time, and when they perfected that teaching, they were hung upside down in the air and will remain like that until the day of the resurrection day. Ayashi has reported with another chain that once Amir al-Mu'minin Ali was giving a sermon from the pulpit of the mosque of Al-Kufa when one Abdullah bin al-Kawa said, "Enlighten us about the red star that is Venus," said, "Once Allah Almighty made the angels see the condition of human beings who are busy in disobeying Allah. The angels named Hayat and Marut said, These are the people whose great-grandfather Adam was the one whom you had created with your hand, and it was he to whom you had asked the angels to bow before. Now they are disobeying you like this." Allah replied, "If I send you to in the earth with awareness of passions and desires, you also will sin like them and disobey me." They claimed, "By your honor, we will never disobey you." Allah entangled them in passions and desires like humans and sent them down on the earth with the order that they should never make anyone his partner shirk, never kill anybody wrongfully, never indulge in adultery, and never drink wine. Then they began to guide and direct people on the earth. This star, Venus, was a very beautiful woman. She had gone to one of those two angels for obtaining some kind of decision. At the very first sight of her, that angel fell in love with her and told her that truth is with you and my judgment will be in your favor, but only when you give me control over you. The woman promised to do so and fixed a time for them to meet. Then she went to the other angel. The same thing happened with him too, and she gave him also the same promise and fixed a time for them to meet. When both the angels reached the venue at the appointed time and saw one another, their heads bowed in shame. But soon decency went away from them. They said to one another, I have come here for the same purpose for which you have come. Both asked the woman to allow them to have sex with her. She made them prostrate before her idol, made them drink wine, got a beggar killed by them, and finally told them that she will not be pleased with them until they teach her the way of going up to the heaven. Now these two angels used to decide people's disputes during the day and go up to the heaven at night. They refused to teach the woman how to go to the heaven, and she in return did not fulfill their desire. At last the angels agreed to the last wish of the woman also and taught her how to go up in the heavens. In order to experiment, she uttered the words taught by them and at once reached the heavens while the two stood wide-eyed. Allah turned the woman into the form of a star. 1. While explaining this verse, Imam Al-Hasan al-Askari has said that Imam as-Sadiq said that, after the time of Nuh, many people began to deceive others through magic, sorcery, etc. Allah sent two angels to the messenger of that time so that they may show the people what was magic and to explain to them why Allah had prohibited its use. It was like a doctor or physician telling somebody that such and such thing is poisonous and therefore fatal, and that its effect can be removed through such and such medicine. As Allah Almighty says, meaning that Prophet asked those angels to appear like men and teach the people what Allah had shown them. So those two angels were teaching the people magic and the ways of making it ineffective. But before that they would inform the people that we are a means of test and trial for the slaves of Allah so that they may obey Allah and nullify magic by what they learn, but not indulge in magic themselves and not become kafir unbelievers by harming others through magic. You are encouraging people by creating an impression that you are equal to Allah by killing or enlivening through magic. These things are kufr, blasphemy, and unbelief. Even the men learned from these two, magic by which they might cause a separation between a man and his wife, said that the desirers of magic learned the magic of Satan which they had buried beneath the throne of Solomon Suleiman and attributed its magic to Suleiman. By doing this they were obtaining benefits from both the charms, enchantments, and from what was in possession of Harat and Marat. Through it they started making conspiracies and mischief and causing conflicts and separations between people. They also indulged in backbiting. They would write things about a certain thing or person and then burn it at different places so that it would result in enmity or amity between the two parties. And they cannot hurt anyone with it except with Allah's permission. Allah says here that those who learn that thing cannot harm anyone except by Allah's will, and those whom Allah left on his own, and had he wished he would have debarred him from his mercy due to that person the evil deeds, or if he willed he would have stopped them perforce. And thus they were learning only that which was destroying their religion and which did not give them any benefit in the hereafter. Rather they were getting out of the religion of Allah due to that, and certainly they know that he who bought it should have no share of good in the hereafter, and evil was the price for which they sold their souls. Had they but known this. 2:102. Thus they gave up their share from paradise because they believed that there was no Allah, nor hereafter, nor any life after death. Narrators of traditions said to Imam Al-Hasan al-Askari that some people say that Harat and Marat were two angels whom Allah had selected when men indulged in extreme rebellion, that Allah sent those two angels with other angels, and that those two angels fell in love with Venus and desired to commit adultery with her. They drank wine, killed a man unlawfully, and therefore Allah has kept them chastised in Babylon. That magicians were learning magic from those two angels. That Allah metamorphosed that woman into a star, Venus. Imam said, I seek protection of Allah from such words because angels are sinless and have been saved from disbelief and evils by the grace of Allah. As Allah has said about them, they do not disobey Allah in what He commands them, and do as they are commanded. 66. 6. At another place he says that those who are near Allah That is, angels do not feel proud in the matter of worshipping Allah, nor do they tire but remain engaged in hallowing and praising Him day and night without fatigue. Again he says, there are some of my precious slaves who make no excess in talking about Allah and do whatever Allah asks them to do. Had it been as people say, then Allah would have appointed those angels as His caliphs on earth, and they would have been prophets and imams in the world. Is it possible for any prophet or imam to kill anybody illegally and to indulge in adultery? Do you not know that Allah has never left the children of Adam any time anywhere in the world without a prophet or an imam? Have you not heard that Allah says that we, before you, did not send towards them anyone but one from among the residents of the city on whom we sent revelation? So this is an evidence to prove that angels have never been sent on earth as leaders and rulers of men. Rather, Allah has sent His human prophets. The narrator said, then on this ground of argument, Satan should also not have been an angel replied. He was also not an angel, but was a genie as he says. Verily, he was from the jinn, and at another place he says, and the jinn we created before from intensely hot fire. 1527. Children of out of legend, and I knew about you of the world, and did not await angels who were in their hill who vouched about way to feel that they would not be you, and narrators have said that some people asked Imam if it was true that when the Holy Prophet specifically declared the imamate leadership of Amir al-Mu'minin and Allah presented his imamate to the angels, many of them did not accept it, and Allah turned many of them into frogs? Imam said, may Allah protect us. They have made a false allegation against them. Angels are the messenger of Allah. Just as the messengers can never disbelieve, the angels too cannot. Their grace is very high. They are pure of such things. Inshallah, we will describe all the events of angels and their inerrancy in another book, Ra al-Arwa. Thus, we conclude this volume here. But Sunnis have also written this in their commentaries, and that many Sunni and Shia scholars have denied this story because what is said in this story is against the nature of angels, the nature as mentioned in authentic hadiths. Rather, they say there were two angels whom Allah had sent on the earth for taking a test of men so that they may teach them the difference between magic and miracle, and so that they may keep away from the former. They told the people that, we are not teaching this to you so that you can make it a means of earning in your world and become disbeliever by adopting magic. The angels did not commit any sin. They remained on earth for a long time and then went back to the heavens. And some say that the two were not angels, but were two residents of Babylon who were famous for their virtues and hence were called angels. Some others say that this behavior is now contrary to the nature of angels because they have an angelic nature only up to the time they are in their original status of inerrancy, and that they were no angels that Allah turned them into the form of man. It is possible that their inerrancy had vanished. But these statements do have weight, yet many hadiths contradict them. Thus they conform with the common peoples and the Jewish traditions, but against the belief of Shias. Hence it is better to remain non-committal in this matter. Therefore the explanation of this verse is mentioned in the commentary of Imam al-Hasan al-Askari to be seen in the text in the following pages. Topic tags. History of the Prophets 8 Prophets 9. Author S. Muhammad Baqir Majlisi 2. Translator S. Sayyid Afhar Hussein S.H. Ravi 7. Publisher S. Ansarian Publications Qum 3. Source URL. Internet videos. Follow visit www.hayat Al-Qulub 1 All